Chapter 53:16. Humph. There's more than one spirit sense grass. Although there's not a lot, you can still gather 8 or 10 of them. But it's a pity that it's different now. The 9 neonate shook its head and snorted coldly. What's different? Lin E frowned. Do you know that spirit sense grass has another name, also known as the same root grass? All spirit sense grass in a place have the same root, which means that there is only one root of spirit sense grass in the entire river of spirit sense. Now that you have lost the root, where am I going to get you some spirit sense grass? As the 9 neonate spoke, it began to get a little angry again. It didn't care about the other treasures, but this spiritual awareness grass was of great use to it. It didn't expect that these 2 people would just disappear without a trace. It was still puzzled about this. Ugh. Lin E blushed. He didn't expect that he'd put all the spirit grass away with the root. I don't have any more consciousness grass, so you can find some other heavenly resources. I'll leave my words here. As long as you can find it in this place, you can choose anything you want. The 9 neonate continued to pretend to be heroic. There's no need. I'm not interested in ordinary heavenly treasures. Moreover, if I really do find something good, what I want won't be able to escape from my hands. Do I need to beg you to agree? Lin, he said. Then, I'll give you something else. I can give you countless beautiful women. I guarantee that every one of them is a heavenly beauty, and they're all transformed from spirit beasts. They're definitely more charming than you human women, and much more alluring than the one beside you. How about it? The 9 neonate said that as it said this, it deliberately sized up Duanmuyu. Although Duanmuyu's appearance was not bad, she was still a tough woman. She had a bit more heroic spirit, but at the same time she was less charming. She could not be considered charming. Lin, he couldn't help but smile. This guy sure was quick on his feet. What are you looking at me for? It's a man's nature to be lecherous, and it's only natural. If you want it, just take it. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Duanmuyu's lips twitched at the sight of Lin, turning his head to look at her. She didn't care about these things at all. Do I really look like a lecherous, hungry ghost? With so many female confidants, how could I have such a strong taste for spirit beasts? Lin, he said, annoyed. Don't you men like to try new things? Perhaps a female spirit beast will have a different taste that you can't stop. Duanmuyu said with a mischievous expression. Lin, he was speechless. He turned to the 9 neonate and said, Let's do it. After all, it's the legendary 9 neonate. Can you give me a more reliable condition? If you don't want the treasures, if you don't want the spirit beasts and beautiful women, then all that's left is the powerful moves that I've developed on my own. As long as you're willing, I can teach you all of them. How about it? The 9 neonate said after some thought. Oh, this is interesting. Lin, he was moved, but he quickly shook his head. No, you're looking for me to test your moves. After testing them out, I'll be able to figure them out on my own, even if you don't teach me. This isn't a condition. Do you have anything else? No more. You don't want this. You don't want that. What do you want? The 9 neonate was really desperate this time. It had never lowered its attitude like today. In order to recruit Lin E, it had spent so much time and effort. But this guy didn't listen to force or persuasion. He was just a pain in the ass. Seeing that the 9 neonate was about to flip out, Lin E suddenly took a step back and said, Why don't you tell me about the method of reconstructing the body? Aren't you able to return to your main body at any time and look down on my method? The 9 neonate could not help but ask in surprise, I've thought about it carefully just now. It's better to have one more life-saving method than one less. What if I'm unlucky one day and I can use it? Lin E said half-jokingly that in fact, he wasn't asking about this for himself, but for the damn thing. The thing had been thinking about this all this time, but because Lin E wasn't strong enough, it never mentioned it. But one day, it would take this step. He couldn't communicate with the thing now, and he didn't know if it knew how to rebuild a body. But if he could get some information from the 9 neonate, it would be more or less useful. Lin, he had always treated his own people with everything he had, and he wouldn't forget things like this. All right, then you'd better think it through. Since I've made this condition, you'll have to be my subordinate after listening to it. If you go back on your word, don't blame me for being impolite. At that time, even if I have to risk the backlash, I'll destroy your primordial spirit and make you consigned to eternal damnation. The 9 neonate said seriously, Tell me the details first. If what you say has no value at all, I won't admit it. Of course, if it's really useful, it's not impossible for me to join your army. Lin, he nodded. You said it. The Joing paused and then said, There are 2 key points in reconstructing the body. The first is the method, and the second is the materials. The second point is the most important. If you can't find the materials to cast the body, what's the use of even the most wonderful method? What material? Linny asked. The purple mist sinful lotus. The 9 neonate said slowly, This is one of the most suitable materials in the world to forge a body. Although other materials are not completely impossible, the success rate is much lower than that of the purple mist sinful lotus. More importantly, the body forged with the purple mist sinful lotus is much better than the other materials in all aspects. Think about it, it's rare to reconstruct a body, and it took so much effort to succeed. But in the end, it's a piece of trash body. Wouldn't you cry to death? Lin nodded. It made sense. The purpose of rebuilding a body wasn't just to have an extra layer of protection, it was to better unleash his true strength. If the body he created was too weak, it'd be a joke if he couldn't even use 10% of his strength, especially since he was asking about this to help that damn thing that was the former Azure Dragon, one of the top existences on the entire Sky-class island. The quality of his body was even more important, or he might as well not have it. Where can I find the purple mist sinful lotus? Lin, he continued. Not far from this river of consciousness, there's a place called the Blue Sky Valley. Only there can you find the legendary purple mist evil lotus. The 9 neonate said, Chapter 53:17. Can you be more specific? Lin, he frowned. This. The 9 infant paused and suddenly said, The purple mist sinful lotus is a close relative of the water lily you subdued. It knows more about the purple mist sinful lotus than I do, so you can let it tell you. Lin, he laughed. Haha, if you want me to let it out, just say it. Why are you beating around the bush? What purple mist, evil lotus? Do you even need to waste your energy? Hey, even I can't do anything to you. Why are you still holding a water lily hostage? It's meaningless. The 9 neonate grinned. All right, since you value it so much, I might as well give you face. Anyway, this guy can't be eaten, so let it be. Lin smiled. Faintly, the water lily wasn't a threat to him anymore. So it didn't matter if he let it out. With a thought, Lin threw the water lotus out of the jade space. The guy didn't know what was going on and was stunned for a moment, but when he saw the surroundings and the 9 neonate not far away, he finally came back to his senses, surprised and happy. That's great. My lord, you've finally come to save me. I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Water Lotus was ecstatic. That it was not that it trusted the 9 neonate's character, but because the 9 neonate needed it to help coordinate those plant spirit beasts to monitor the entire primordial trial ground. The key was that it was the only one who could do this kind of technical work. Other brain-eating insects could not replace it at all, so it had always been the 9 neonates' most valued left and right hand, no one else. It's good that you're out. The 9 neonate smiled awkwardly. It did want to save the water lily, but it wasn't the one who saved it. Lin, he didn't think it was a big deal, so he let out. What did it have to do with it? Water Lotus didn't know the truth and thought that the 9 infants did something to save her. She turned to Lin and sneered. Humph, human, you finally had your day. Now you know that there's always someone better than you, right? You actually dared to treat me, Protector Water Lotus, as a slave and order me around. Now that you're in my lord's territory, come, 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 I'll settle the score with you. Don't look at how obedient it was the whole time. That was purely because Lin Yi had it in his hands. It didn't really give in at all. After all, it was a talented spirit beast, and it was very proud. Before Lin Yi could say anything, the 9 neonate had already whipped it with its tail and said impatiently, "Settle my ass! Tell him about the blue sky valley and the purple mist black lotus." Huh. Water Lotus was stunned again. She looked at the 9 neonate and Lin Yi's expressions carefully and realized that it was completely different from what she thought. This human maintained an equal attitude in front of the 9 neonate. Who was he? "Huh, my ass. Hurry up," the 9 neonate urged. It was afraid that this guy would ask some stupid questions that would embarrass it. It was too embarrassed to admit that it couldn't do anything to Lin Yi. After all, it would be too embarrassing. It was better to get back to business. Oh. The Water Lotus immediately lost her temper and quickly returned to her respectful appearance on the road. She carefully said, "In terms of racial origin, the Purple Mist Sinful Lotus is a close relative of our Water Lily clan. However, their characteristics are completely different from ours. The Blue Sky Valley they live in is a completely poisonous valley. Not only is there poisonous gas lingering all year round, but there are also all kinds of poisonous creatures living there. It has become a small world of its own, and it is difficult for outsiders to enter under normal circumstances." "What else?" Lin Yi asked with a frown. "Also, the growth cycle of the Purple Mist Sinful Lotus is very slow. It only grows once every 1,000 years, and it only grows once every 1,000 years. In other words, it takes at least 3,000 years for a Purple Mist Sinful Lotus to truly grow. If you want to get a better quality, it will take even longer." Water Lotus racked her brain and said, "What else?" Lin Yi continued, "That's all. The Purple Mist Sinful Lotus is very mysterious, and it's not easy to enter the Blue Sky Valley where they grow. That's all I know." Water Lotus said carefully, "That's it." Lin Yi raised an eyebrow and turned to the 9 neonate. "Don't tell me you only know this little?" Indeed, there's none." The 9 neonate could not help but blush with shame. This matter was actually a little embarrassing for it, although it was the absolute ruler of the entire primordial land of trials. The Blue Sky Valley was an exception. That place was like a small world, as the Water Lily said, a place reserved for poisonous creatures. Even its tentacles could not reach in. "Then what you're telling me is useless. You only know about the Purple Mist Black Lotus and the Azure Sky Valley. The most important thing is that it's very difficult to enter the Azure Sky Valley. What's the point of this?" Lin Yi asked. "How can it be meaningless? At least you now know the location and the materials needed to reconstruct your body. Just these 2 pieces of information are worth a lot." The 9 neonate snorted coldly. "Priceless, my ass. Information that doesn't have practical value is just nonsense. You better tell me your other conditions." Lin Yi said, as if he were asking for a sky-high price. "This." The 9 neonate thought for a long time and finally said, "Why don't I let you be my first guardian, whose position will be higher than water lilies and brain-eating insects? In that case, you will be second only to one person and above all others." Lin Yi was speechless for a long time before he replied, "Why don't you be my subordinate? That way you'll be second only to one person and above thousands of people." "You dare to play with me?" Upon hearing this, the 9 neonate immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. It had previously thought of ways to raise so many conditions, and its patience was already at its limit. Now it completely exploded. "You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. I'll let you have a good taste of the primordial spirit devouring." Before it could finish, the 9 pairs of eyes of the 9 neonate turned dark red at the same time. An invisible spiritual energy came out of its body and pressed down on Lin. This time the momentum was much stronger than when it was dealing with Duanmuyu. Earlier, it had only used one head. However, this time it had used all 9 heads. It was going all out. Previously, it had only used 1/9 of its power, so the target it chose had to be 2 levels lower than itself in order to be foolproof. Now that all 9 of them had used their full power, it could completely take down a target 1 level lower than itself. Even if it faced an existence of the same level, it could have a 90% chance of winning. It was just that it would inevitably suffer some backlash damage in the end. Chapter 53:18. Hee, it looks like you've been preparing for this for a long time. Lin Yi didn't panic, buying time by talking and then using a powerful killer move to defeat the opponent. This was his most common strategy. The 9 neonate was showing off its skill in front of an expert. He'd noticed it from the start, but he just didn't point it out. The 9 neonate's spiritual energy was extremely huge, and it could be said to cover the sky and earth. Lin Yi was countless times weaker in comparison. He was like a small boat in a storm, and any wave would destroy the boat. The difference between them was too great, and the 9 neonate immediately looked down on Lin Yi. Because of what Lin Yi had just shown, it subconsciously thought that Lin Yi was a master who was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, which was why it was so careful, even lowering its status to bargain with Lin. The mighty 9 neonate actually lowered its head and negotiated terms with a human cultivator. The key was that this human cultivator's strength was only at the perfected foundation establishment realm. In the past, this would have been something unimaginable. The 9 neonate would definitely think that it was crazy. However, Lin Yi's previous performance made it wary. This was a matter of life and death, so it couldn't be too careful. The 9 neonate had shown enough wisdom on this point. As it tried to confuse Lin Yi, it observed Lin Yi's every move and weighed the pros and cons. Finally, it came to a conclusion: this human could be killed. That was why there was such a scene now. The uniqueness of the primordial spirit devouring meant that one could not act rashly. Once one did, it meant that one was 100% confident. Obviously, the 9 neonate felt that it was foolproof. From the looks of it, there was no way it could be defeated. If Lin Yi's spiritual energy was 1, then it had at least 10,000 spiritual energy. Yuaning versus Juji, it had a huge level advantage. Plus, it was a 9-headed dragon. If each head was the same as a Yuaning master, there would be 9 of them in total. How could Lin Yi fight it? Lin Yi. Duanmu Yu's face paled. Although the ancient martial world had a systematic training of the spirit from the foundation stage, the levels were still there. She couldn't do anything about this level of primordial spirit battle. The only thing she could do was pray for Lin Yi. Otherwise, if Lin Yi was done for, she would be done for too. On the other hand, the water lily was overjoyed. After being controlled by Lin Yi for so long, it had accumulated a stomach full of resentment. Just now, it didn't understand the situation and ended up with a dirty face. Now it could finally vent its anger. I was wondering why His Excellency was so polite to this kid. It turns out that he was secretly doing something. Kid, just wait to die with your eyes wide open. Water Lotus laughed as he spoke. A huge wave rolled over, and the result was as expected. Lin Yi was instantly submerged in the overwhelming spiritual energy. In the most direct collision of the spirits, it was almost a death sentence. So this is all you've got after all. The 9 neonates' last bit of worry was swept away, and it immediately relaxed. The most important point of primordial spirit devouring was to devour the enemy with numbers. It was like 2 armies in a battle. Although military tactics were important, the deciding factor was still the number of troops. The situation at hand was equivalent to one's own army of 10,000 while the enemy was only 1 person and they were surrounded. Was there any need to fight? The victory was set. At this time, the 9 neonate felt that it was a pity. It was rare to meet such a human primordial spirit, but before it had time to play with it, it had been devoured by itself. It had lost a lot of fun for no reason, but before it could sigh, the scene in front of it made its eyelids jump. Lin Yi was drowned in its spiritual energy without a doubt. But he didn't die just like that. It turned out that Lin Yi wasn't a small boat like it thought, but an indestructible reef. No matter how the wind and waves blew, the reef wouldn't move. In fact, not only did reef remain unmoved, he even blocked the violent waves head-on. Every time he blocked the waves, the power of the waves would invisibly weaken by a bit. At first, he didn't feel anything, but as the number of waves increased, he immediately realized that something was wrong, that it was just like when the two armies were facing each other. Although Lin Yi was surrounded by the 9 neonates' 10,000-man army alone, the 9 neonates suddenly realized that things weren't that simple. It was true that the other party was surrounded by it, but the problem was that they weren't ordinary people. They were enemies of 10,000 people. 10,000 of them couldn't kill the enemy at all. After a long time, Lin Yi was still safe and sound, but the 9 neonate had already suffered heavy losses. Against Lin Yi, its absolute advantage in numbers was meaningless, because Lin Yi had the absolute advantage in quality. The 9 neonate wasn't an idiot. It quickly retreated when it saw that the situation wasn't good, forcefully withdrawing its spiritual energy at the risk of backlash. Although it was injured, at least it wasn't in danger of dying. If this continued, its entire spirit would be strangled by Lin Yi. You've been playing the pig to eat the tiger all this time. The 9 neonate reacted and turned pale with fright. At this time, 3 of its 9 heads had already withered, and it was clearly injured, quite badly. It was fortunate that it had made the prompt decision to escape quickly. Otherwise, the losses would have been even more severe. How did I play the pig to eat the tiger? Lin Yi clapped his hands with a half-smile on his face. It was his first time experiencing a soul fight like this. He was a little nervous at first, but he calmed down after realizing the difference in strength. This kind of experience was very rare, and he still wanted more. If I'm not wrong, you're a Xianxing stage expert. The words fear and fear were clearly written on every face of the 9 neonate. F***CK. My lord, are you sure? Water Lily, who was standing at the side, was shocked. Really? Duanmu, you also couldn't help but widen his eyes. Oh, I didn't expect you to know so much. You even know about the Xianxing stage. Lin Yi asked, surprised. Nonsense. I'm at the great circle of the original level, and I've been trying to break through to the next level. How could I not know about the mysterious ascension stage? The 9 neonate snorted, but it didn't dare to show any disrespect to Lin Yi anymore. Even if it was a peak nascent soul, it was nothing in front of a master of the Xianxing stage. It was fine that it was ignorant before, but now that it realized what was going on, it didn't dare to be impudent anymore. Tell me, how did you find out that I was at the Xianxing stage? You're not just making a wild guess, are you? Lin Yi asked curiously. At least on the surface, he was a complete foundational stage now, and the process of spirit projection weakened his entire spirit greatly. He didn't look like a Xianxing at all. Chapter 5319. Although your spiritual energy is very little, its strength is a lot higher than mine. Do I still need to guess? The 9 neonate said unhappily. This was the key to its defeat just now. The strength of its divine sense was only in the range of an ordinary person, but the strength of the other party's divine sense was that of a 10,000-man enemy. What was the point of fighting then? You're not stupid, Lin Yi said with a smile. Duanmu and the Water Lily were completely dumbfounded. The Water Lily, who was still fantasizing about Lin Yi's soul being destroyed, was now hiding in a corner and didn't dare to make a sound. Of course, it didn't dare to go too far away. If Lin Yi noticed that it was trying to escape, it would die without a burial place. That was a legendary master of the Xianxing stage. As for Duanmu, although he had once again tasted the feeling of surprise, strictly speaking, the surprise this time was far greater than the joy. One must know that in the small Jianghu of the immemorial era, the nascent soul old monster was already at the top level of existence. Only the forces above the 10 small sects and families could have 1 or 2 of them. Each of them was an old monster who lived in seclusion and rarely came out. As for the Xianqing stage expert, these words had only appeared a few times in the history books of the Immemorial Alliance. They had never appeared in reality. In the past few days, she'd had countless guesses about Lin Yi's identity and strength, some of which were even earth-shattering. But even so, she realized that she was too wrong. She would never have thought that Lin Yi was a legendary master of the Xianqing stage. The water lily trembled in fear. Duan Muyu was so shocked that he could not speak. Although the 9 neonate had not been completely shocked, it did not dare to act rashly. IT knew very well that Lin Yi wasn't a normal Xianqing stage spirit. But even if he was in the worst state, he wasn't someone a nascent soul stage could mess with. That move you just used is called Primordial Spirit Devour, right? It looks pretty good. Why don't you teach me? Lin Yi said with a smile. This. The 9 neonate hesitated and carefully said, "Don't tell me you're learning this to devour me." After that short exchange, other than confirming that Lin Yi was a Xianqing master, it also realized that Lin Yi was very inexperienced. That's right, he was inexperienced even in the primordial spirit realm. IT was clearly a Xianqing stage spirit, but it was acting like a child. In a battle between spirits, it could only instinctively protect itself. It didn't know how to do anything else, not even the most basic attack, let alone devour its opponent. Otherwise, it wouldn't have retreated so easily. It might have been devoured by Lin Yi already. Unfortunately, Lin Yi wasn't that young after all. Not only did he have the ability to protect himself, but he also had a terrifyingly fast learning ability. The soul fight just now only lasted for a short while, but he had already improved so much. Otherwise, the 9 neonate might have taken the risk and wanted to devour him, the primordial spirit of the Xianqing stage, in one fell swoop. After all, wealth was found in danger. If it could devour the primordial spirit of a Xianqing stage cultivator, the 9 neonate would advance to a higher level or even soar into the sky. That was not entirely impossible. IT was just that Lin. He looked like a harmless little rabbit, but he actually had a mouthful of ferocious steel teeth. The 9 neonate knew that its small body couldn't take Lin Yi's torture. "Are you really that weak?" Lin Yi asked. "That depends on who I'm compared to. Compared to trash like them, of course I'm invincible. But if I'm compared to you, a Xianqing stage primordial spirit, wouldn't I be lying to myself if I shamelessly said that I'm strong?" The 9 neonate said with a laugh. "In other words, you're not willing to teach." Lin Yi said, his expression unreadable. The 9 neonate was silent for a moment. It couldn't do anything to Lin Yi in the first place, and now that it knew that Lin Yi was a Xianqing stage essence spirit, it was even more so. It didn't want to fight to the death with a Xianqing stage essence spirit unless it was absolutely necessary. So it said, "Unless you promise not to deal with me." "Of course." Lin Yi nodded. He didn't want to fight the 9 neonate to the death. Not only was it risky, but it was also easy for both sides to get hurt. After all, he was only a Xianqing stage essence, spirit in name. "All right, I can teach you." The 9 neonate was also very straightforward. Of course, it didn't completely believe in Lin Yi's character, but it felt that even if Lin Yi fell out with it, it could still protect itself. At most, it would have a hard time in the future. "I'm all ears," Lin Yi nodded. "You've already experienced what my primordial spirit devouring is like, so I don't need to explain anything else. If you want to learn, you just need to master the most crucial trick." The 9 neonate said. "What's the trick?" Lin Yi asked. "Divine sense assimilation." The 9 neonate's tone was a little sad. Actually, it had done everything well just now, except for this last step. Lin Yi's entire essence spirit was drowned by it. As long as it completed the assimilation, it would succeed. IT was a pity that it ran into a huge problem at the last step. Not only did it fail to assimilate the other spirit, but it was also beaten black and blue by the other party because it ran into an obstacle that it couldn't overcome. Lin Yi's spirit was stronger than it. The strength of one's spiritual sense had to be above the other party's, which was the minimum and most important premise for spiritual assimilation. If one couldn't even reach this point, then everything else would be in vain no matter how well they did. All right, then teach me how to assimilate the consciousness. Lin Yi said faintly. The 9 neonate didn't do anything to it because it was unnecessary and meaningless. It only explained the key points of consciousness assimilation briefly, and then Lin Yi practiced it on the spot, and then in less than an incense's time, Lin Yi did it. The 9 neonate was completely stunned. After a long time, it said faintly, "You're AF asterisk king monster. What's wrong?" Lin Yi raised a brow. My 9 heads can practice independently, and it took me 2 months to achieve the assimilation of consciousness for the first time. The 9 neonate was speechless. It was already considered talented in this area, enough for most spirit beasts and human cultivators to look up to it. But compared to Lin Yi, it was a piece of trash. 2 months? It's not bad. Do you have any other good moves? Something stronger like Essence Spirit Devour. Lin Yi grinned. No. The 9 neonate shook its head decisively. What a joke. If it had so many ways to deal with essence spirits, it wouldn't have tolerated Lin Yi at the start and would have started fighting him. Chapter 53:20. Is that so? Lin Yi was a little disappointed, but he changed the topic after some thought. In that case, you can practice with me. Just like before, your primordial spirit will devour me. No, absolutely not. The 9 heads of the 9 neonate shook quickly, knocking against each other like rattle drums. Its 9 heads almost started fighting. Why can't I? Lin Yi frowned. Of course not. Why are you so sneaky? This is primordial spirit devouring. If I really practice with you, you'll definitely take the opportunity to kill me. I can see that you're just playing with me. You're obviously a powerful and ruthless character, but you pretend to be a weak chicken to lure me. The 9 neonate smiled bitterly with lingering fear. Before, Lin Yi hadn't even learned how to devour, and it was already at a huge disadvantage. Now that Lin Yi had mastered it, it was like giving a tiger a pair of wings. If it dared to fight Lin Yi again, Lin Yi would definitely swallow it whole. At least, if it was him, it would definitely think of that. The key was that this time, it wouldn't have the chance to retreat as it pleased. Didn't I already tell you that I'm very powerful? You didn't believe me, so who can you blame? Lin Yi said, speechless. No matter what, if you want to try it, go find someone else. A gentleman does not stand under a collapsing wall. I will not do such a dangerous thing. As the 9 neonate spoke, it deliberately pointed to the water lily, which was hiding at the side and pretending to be transparent. This was a ready-made test subject. Don't. Danti, my primordial spirit is too weak. It can't even withstand a single blow. You won't be able to test the effects even if you try it. Water Lily was almost in tears. Forget it then, Lin Yi said with a glance. Water Lotus immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this guy was kind enough to keep his little life. Since you don't want to practice primordial spirit devouring with me, let's talk about something else. You said that you were trying to break through to the Xianxing stage. How did you cultivate your primordial spirit? Lin Yi asked. This was what Lin Yi was most concerned about. He didn't have any experience in spirit level up, and he was stuck at the peak of foundation level. He thought of many possibilities, but he couldn't confirm any of them. The key was that he didn't know the method or the technique, or was this the natural limitation of spirit projection? If it was the latter, Lin Yi naturally wouldn't be able to do anything. But if it was the former, he could at least think of other ways, and he might have a chance to reach a higher level. The star black coal was indeed used up, but he just got a giant spirit sense grass root in the jade space. How do I cultivate? The 9 neonate was surprised when it heard this and asked, "There are only 2 ways to cultivate our primordial spirit. Anyway, it's all about the divine sense. Either the capacity is bigger or the strength is stronger. Other than that, how else can we cultivate?" The 2 directions were quantity and quality. Of course, these 2 were not opposed to each other. Other than some extremely special opportunities, the normal advancement of the primordial spirit relied on quantity to cause a qualitative change. This was common sense. Capacity? Strength? It was Lin Yi's first time hearing it, but it wasn't hard to understand, especially in the spirit battle with the 9 neonate. The 9 neonate had a much higher consciousness capacity than him, and he had a much stronger consciousness than the other. The capacity of the spiritual awareness increased. The strength of the spiritual awareness became stronger, and the quantitative change achieved a qualitative change. This was the most practical breakthrough for a primordial spirit. What I mean is, what method did you use to increase the capacity of your spiritual sense? And what method did you use to make your spiritual sense stronger? Lin Yi asked. "One is smart, the other is not smart. Which one do you want to hear?" The 9 neonate deliberately whetted its appetite. "Let's start with the smart ones." "Lin," he said, "the smartest and easiest way is to devour the soul that you've just learned. Although there will be some side effects, such as the residual thoughts of the other party affecting your mind if you don't devour it cleanly, as long as you're strong enough, there won't be any problems." The 9 neonate chuckled. Obviously, this was its usual cultivation method. When humans came in, it would devour the primordial spirits of human tributes, and when there were no humans, it would devour the primordial spirits of some other spirit beasts. It was simple and effective. However, this was only for it. The remaining obsession was something that could not be underestimated for any primordial spirit. It could be troublesome at best, and it could be possessed by the devil in serious cases. However, the 9 neonate had no scruples about this at all because it had 9 heads, which was equivalent to having 9 semi-independent primordial spirits. As long as one head was dedicated to dealing with it, it did not matter how many obsessions there were. "What about those who aren't smart?" Lin Yi continued. "That's more troublesome. If it's not the last resort, I'm not willing to use such a stupid method." The 9 neonate paused, and under Lin Yi's urging gaze it said, "The stupid way is to use the spirit sense grass to temper my spirit sense. Although there are no side effects, the process is very painful. Every time I temper it, it's like being in hell. The faster I improve, the more painful the process is. I don't want to experience that feeling again. So that's why you don't care about the spirit sense grass." Lin Yi smiled. No one would take something as important as the spirit grass lightly, especially for a spirit like the 9 neonate. He thought that it was the 9 neonate's life, but according to what the 9 neonate said, he was clearly wrong. The spirit grass was only one of the 9 neonate's options, and it was the one that was not liked. So other than expressing his anger at the beginning, he never mentioned it again. "Speaking of which, where did you hide such a big root of the spirit sense grass?" The 9 neonate could not help but ask curiously. "You want to go in and take a look?" Lin Yi said casually. The 9 neonate was stunned. It looked at the water lily, who was shaking her head in shock. It knew that this place was definitely not simple. If it really went in, it might not be able to come out. It laughed and said, "Then forget it. My curiosity is limited." Lin Yi didn't mind and asked, "By the way, where did you learn this primordial spirit devouring?" The theory behind the essence spirit devour seemed simple, but every step had its own tricks, especially the most important part, spirit assimilation. It was only a few sentences, but without the 9 neonate's guidance, no matter how good Lin Yi's comprehension was, he wouldn't be able to figure it out even if he tried for 100 years. It was impossible for a genius to come up with such a technique on the spot. It must have been constantly summed up by countless predecessors before it finally evolved into what it was today. Chapter 50, 3:21. It seems to have existed a long, long time ago, passed down from generation to generation. Why? The 9 neonate asked curiously. It's nothing. I just feel that it's not simple. Lin shook his head, but he was suspicious. What was the connection between this place and Sky Class Island? His suspicion was not groundless. It was because after he had learned primordial spirit devouring, he found that it was very similar to West Mountain Sect's soul-snatching hand. The similarity was at least 80%, almost a replica. He'd made an incomplete hand of soul devouring on his own. But because of the lack of the practitioner's arts, it was extremely weak. It wouldn't even be enough to deal with a foundational level practitioner, let alone someone of the same level. He'd just realized that the practitioner's arts could be applied to the hand of soul devouring as well. It wasn't as good as the original, but it was at least 80% as powerful. If this was a pure coincidence, it would be too much of a coincidence. Lin was more willing to believe that the Sky Class Island soul-devouring hand was similar to the essence spirit here. It was because the island and this place had some unknown origin. Perhaps the two came from the same source, starting from the secular world, the heaven rank island, the small world, and this once-in-a-thousand-years trial ground all seemed to be inextricably linked. That, of course, even if there was a connection, it had nothing to do with Lin. He was just curious. Seeing that Lin didn't say anything else, the 9 neonate went silent for a moment before carefully testing that. What are your plans after this? You're afraid that I'll stay and take over your place. Lin looked at him with a half smile. Ugh. The 9 neonate was embarrassed. That was what it meant. Ever since it found out that Lin was a Xianxing stage spirit, it didn't have any hope of killing him. Especially after Lin learned how to devour spirits. It didn't even dare to think about such crazy thoughts. It would be good enough if it could protect itself in this situation. However, after ruling the trial grounds for so many years, it wasn't used to the sudden appearance of someone above it. If Lin decided to stay and rule the mountain, it'd be in an awkward position in the future. Was it really going to be Lin Yi's follower from now on? Don't worry. I still have a lot of things to do outside. I don't have the mood to stay here and accompany you to be that lord. Lin Yi's answer made the 9 neonates sigh in relief. But I have a request. You must let go of the human cultivators who came in this time. How can we do that? The 9 neonate immediately stomped its feet. It had waited for 1,000 years before finally getting a group of human cultivators. It was rare for it to have a change of taste, so how could it let it go easily? Not happy? That's fine. I'll stay and practice with you, Lin said. Don't mind me, I promise. Is this okay? The 9 neonate quickly admitted defeat. Losing a batch of human tributes wasn't a big deal to it. At most, it would have one less chance to improve its food. If it missed it, it didn't care. But if Lin stayed and took over its territory, it wouldn't have a good time. All right, go and make the arrangements. Remember, if anything happens to my people, then there will never be a possibility of peaceful coexistence between us. You should think about what to do. Lin warned. Yes. Don't worry. Of course, the 9 neonate would not take the initiative to find trouble at this time. Its only thought at this moment was to quickly send this god of plague away. Upon hearing this, it quickly used its deified soul to pass down orders, strictly ordering all spirit beasts not to attack any human cultivators. Whoever stepped on the red line would be the primordial spirit that it was going to devour next. All right, one last thing. Take me to the teleportation formation, Lin said. A teleportation formation? You don't remember the location of the teleportation formation. The 9 neonate was stunned when it heard this. A dignified primordial spirit at the Xianxing stage couldn't have such a bad memory, right? I'm talking about the other teleportation formation. It's a one-way teleportation formation that leads directly to the small Jianghu in the ancient times. Lin Yi's lips twitched. Xi and Ijia had provided him with a map, but he could tell that it was outdated from what he'd experienced. There were a lot of places that weren't accurate, and he wouldn't even be able to find a river of consciousness if he followed the map, much less a small one. The other one. The 9 neonate thought for a long time, but could not remember. At this moment, Water Lotus, who was not far away, carefully interrupted and reminded, "My lord, you've forgotten that the teleportation array is right beside the Blue Sky Valley. Oh, lead the way." Lin, he said. However, Water Lotus smiled bitterly. "We can't go now. 700 years ago, the poison gas erupted and the place was already shrouded in the poison gas of the Blue Sky Valley. Outsiders can't enter at all." Really? It wasn't just Lin. Duanmuyu was shocked as well. This was the only exit to the ancient martial world. If the one-way teleportation formation was completely blocked, wouldn't they all be trapped here? I remember now. There was indeed such a thing. That time, the poison gas erupted too violently, and I even went to suppress it myself. Although I finally managed to suppress the poison gas with all my might, I also suffered a great loss. That poison was very powerful. The 9 neonate said with lingering fear. So it's completely useless. Lin, he couldn't help but frown. He wouldn't mind if it was just him, but considering Lung Lung and the others, he couldn't go to a place like the Azure Sky Valley, and this one-way teleportation formation was out of the question. In other words, there was only one way left, and that was to go back to where he came from. Xian Asia had once said that the teleportation array that connected to the transit islands would not be covered by seawater for a short period of time. During this period of time, everyone could return at any time. However, if the seawater were to recover it in a month, it would be useless. Lin Yi and Duanmuyu looked at each other, rejoicing. Fortunately, they hadn't been here for too long. It was only half a month or so. They got the news from the 9 infants and Water Lotus. Or it would have been a disaster if they only found out a month later. But why then? Both of the teleportation formations would be blocked, and everyone would be trapped here for 1,000 years except for Lin. Since that's the case, send us out. Lin Yi decided immediately. He wanted to practice with the 9 neonate. After all, other than the spirit devour, the 9 neonate had also researched many strange moves. With his comprehension and learning ability, he might be able to learn new powerful killer moves from them. Chapter 53:22. Unfortunately, time was of the essence, and Lin, he didn't dare to stay here for too long. After all, he still had to go back and meet up with Lung Lung and the others. But then again, it wasn't that important to Lin Yi if he could learn new powerful moves from the 9 neonate. Other than soul swallowing and other soul techniques, he did lack any other normal, powerful moves. One more didn't matter. As long as he steadily increased his level, he would naturally be able to use super killer moves like the killing intent of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams and the thunder burial. No matter how strong the moves that the 9 neonate had developed by itself were, could they be stronger than these 2 moves? As for Lin Yi's most useful essence spirit technique, the 9 neonate only knew how to devour essence spirits and nothing else. All right. The 9 neonate couldn't ask for more, and immediately opened a path for Lin Yi, after swimming in this dark underground river for a while. Lin Yi could clearly feel the water flow becoming faster. Under the 9 infants' signal, Lin Yi brought Duanmuyu up, and a stream of water wrapped around the 2 of them. They quickly rose and saw the light again in a short while. Returning to the bank of the river of consciousness, the 9 neonate followed him all the way to the shore and politely said, "Take care! Please forgive me for not seeing you off." He had finally sent this guy away. The 9 neonate wanted to sigh, but before it could, Lin Yi suddenly turned his head. "Wait a moment!" "What now?" The 9 neonate paused, afraid that Lin Yi would do something stupid again. After all, a Xianxing stage essence spirit that had learned how to devour was not to be trifled with. "It's nothing. You can go back, but I need to borrow it for a while." Lin Yi pointed at the water lily. He needed it to meet up with Lung Lung and the others. "No problem, Protector. I'll leave this matter to you. Follow Senior's instructions." The 9 neonates sold the water lily without hesitation and returned to the river of consciousness. leaving the water lily with a resentful face. Luckily, Lin Yi didn't want to make things difficult for Water Lotus. Under its guidance, the two quickly found Lung Lung and the others upstream. At this time, they were all eager to try, just like when Lin Yi and Duanmu Yu first found this place. They were studying how to train their spirit sense in the river of consciousness, but they didn't know that this was just a cover from the 9 neonate. Lin Yi, Lung Lung, who was the strongest among them, was the first to notice Lin Yi. She was overjoyed. "Boss!" The others reacted and were also overjoyed. They surrounded Lin Yi and started talking about what they had been through these days. At the same time, they asked where Lin Yi had been. Although they had absolute confidence in Lin Yi's strength, they would be lying if they said they weren't worried at all. "Are you all right?" Lin Yi looked at each and every one of them carefully, making sure that no one was missing an arm or a leg or seriously injured. Only then did he feel relieved. "I'm fine. We're all fine." Everyone was grinning. "Hee, I haven't seen you for a few days, and everyone has become darker and slimmer. However, your energy is more abundant than before, and your eyes are brighter than before. It seems like you've gained quite a lot from this trial." Lin Yi felt happy from the bottom of his heart. He didn't have to ask to know that everyone had been through a lot of tough battles these days, and injuries were inevitable, but it was all worth it. How could they have been reborn like this without going through the line of life and death? That's right, it was a complete change. Everyone's strength level didn't change, but their auras were different. As someone who'd been through this, Lin Yi knew better than anyone else that this was far more important than their levels. This was the first step on the path to becoming a strong master. Don't mention it. It was not easy to find this spiritual awareness river, but I couldn't find anything that could be used to temper the spiritual awareness. How could there be any harvest? Everyone was disheartened when they talked about this. They were like the others. They wanted to come here to temper their spiritual awareness. But in the end, they got nothing. Don't worry, I'll tell you about this on the way. Everyone get ready. We're going back. Lin Yi said. Go back? Go back to where? Everyone was stunned. Transit Islands. Let's go. Lin Yi waved his hand and led the way back to the teleportation formation. Everyone was confused, but since it was Lin Yi's decision, they didn't question it and followed him. Cold and Ling Shan, on the other hand, were with Duanmu Yu. As long as they had the heart, it was always easy for women to get close to each other. They always had endless topics to talk about, and even a tough woman like Duanmu Yu was no exception. The whole journey was silent. Now that even the 9-headed fierce beast was cowering in front of Lin Yi, the other spirit beasts were even more so. They had all heard the 9-headed fierce beast's warning and didn't dare to attack human cultivators at all. Otherwise, they would become tributes themselves. When Lin Yi and the others returned to the teleportation formation, the other disciples of the Ancient Alliance were also coming back one after another. They were all covered in dust and dirt, but they didn't know why. Most of them were captured as tributes, and some were even sent to the river of consciousness. However, Lin Yi's one word changed their fate, and they were all released. They didn't know anything about it. However, although these people didn't know the inside story, they at least knew the danger. This once-in-a-millennium archaic trial ground was so dangerous that they didn't dare to stay for a moment longer. Compared to their own lives, the river of consciousness and heavenly treasures were all fleeting clouds. Therefore, all of them made the same choice and retreated the same way they came. However, they had come full of anticipation but ended up with nothing. They had come in high spirits but left in low spirits. Not only did they not gain anything, but they also had to use the spiritual jade to activate the teleportation array. Everyone was really in a bad mood. However, on second thought, this place was so dangerous. At least they managed to keep their lives. It was a blessing in disguise. They had not even lost their money. After entering the Firebat Cave, everyone activated the teleportation formation to return to the Transit Islands. When it was Lin Yi's turn, there was a commotion at the entrance. What's the situation? Everyone looked at each other. Lin, he was a little surprised too. Did a spirit beast ignore the 9 neonates' warning and come in? After a few seconds, a figure ran in pathetically. His entire body was covered in blood, and he was almost a bloody man. When everyone saw the person's appearance clearly, they could not help but be shocked. This person was actually the young sect leader of the Thousand Blade sect, Ling Tianyu. Chapter 53:23. Although his strength was only at the peak of the late foundation establishment stage on the surface, there was no doubt about Ling Tianyu's strength. Even the current Lung Lung did not dare to say that she could beat him by a level. However, she did not expect him to be in such a sorry state. It was no exaggeration to say that this person was almost dead. He was completely relying on his last breath to hold on until now. F***CK. 1,000 flying blades. What did you encounter? Qintian couldn't help but ask. There was no need for Ling Tianyu to reply, as the figure chasing after him had already appeared before everyone's eyes. When they got a clear look, everyone was shocked again. In front of them was not some powerful spirit beast, as they had imagined, but an extremely familiar person Shui Jianfeng. Linny? Duanmuyu? You guys didn't die. Shui Jianfeng was the first to be shocked. He clearly kicked the two into the river of consciousness and thought that they were dead for sure. He didn't expect them to appear here unscathed. Are you very disappointed? Lin Yi's lips curled up as he looked at Ling Tianyu, who was covered in blood. It seems like you're a busy man. Not only did you trick us, but you also went to trick young sect Masterling. Are you afraid that you can't beat the 1,000 flying blades in the future, so you're killing the threat before it's too late? A simple sentence had directly exposed Shui Jianfeng's intentions. Shui Jianfeng's expression changed immediately. Ling Tianyu's identity was no small matter. If this matter was exposed, it would definitely trigger the anger of the entire 1,000 Blade sect. It would be a huge problem for him. With his strength at the perfected Golden Core realm, he had thought that killing Ling Tianyu, who was only at the peak of the late Foundation establishment stage, would be a piece of cake. He did not expect Ling Tianyu to escape all the way here. The thousands of blades flying at the same time were no small matter. If it was just that, Shui Jianfeng wouldn't mind spending more effort to silence people. Killing people to keep their mouths shut wasn't a problem for him at all. However, the people standing in front of him were Lin Yi's group. After joining the Central's key training program and becoming a master of the Great Circle of the Golden Core stage, Shui Jianfeng was originally full of himself. He basically didn't put anyone in his eyes. After all, in theory, he was much stronger than everyone else. But after coming here, he found out that Bing Wuqing had also become a perfected Golden Core, and her strength was stronger than his. Lin Yi, who he had regarded as a noob, could actually transform into a dragon and beat up the brain-eating insect, so hard that even its mother couldn't recognize it. Shui Jianfeng suddenly realized that he was a little too naive, and now Lin Yi and Duanmuyu, who were supposed to have died in the River of Consciousness, were standing right in front of him, looking as if they were still alive and kicking with no injuries at all. Furthermore, they happened to be right at the moment when he was chasing after Ling Tianyu. What was he supposed to do? I have to say, you guys are really unlucky. Shui Jianfeng smiled coldly as he made up his mind. He had no other choice. If he didn't want to leave any hidden dangers, he could only go on a killing spree today. Ling Tianyu had to die, and so did Lin Yi and the others. Not a single one of them was left alive. That IT was a crazy idea, but Shui Jianfeng did have the ability to do so. Other than Lin Yi, whom he didn't know anything about, he had an absolute advantage over everyone else. The most important thing was that this was the Firebat Cave, and he was standing right in front of the only exit AS for the teleportation array. It took time to operate. From the time the spiritual jade was ready to the start of the teleportation, it would take at least half an incense's time, and this little time was enough for him to kill everyone 7 or 8 times. Oh, really? Why do I feel like my luck is pretty good? Lin Yi didn't think much of it and smiled faintly. He turned to look at the blood-covered Ling Tianyu. Are you all right? I won't die for the time being. Ling Tianyu was already on the verge of collapsing. He couldn't even stand up straight. However, he still managed to force a smile. Although this smile was uglier than crying, it had to be said that this fellow was really tenacious. All right, then you'll owe me a favor. Lin nodded and walked toward Xue Jianfeng. Lung and the others wanted to help, but Lin Yi stopped them. The snow sword was indeed very strong, but he had come at the wrong time. Lin Yi wouldn't be able to do anything to him if he'd just arrived, but things were different now. Xue Jianfeng looked at Lin Yi, who was walking closer and closer, and couldn't help but sneer. Strange things really happen every year, especially this year. You can't possibly think that you can scare me with your little bit of strength, right? Are you still unclear of the situation, Junior Master Lin of the North Island's Green Cloud School? Who doesn't understand the situation? Lin Yi said with a half-smile as he stood a step in front of her, raising his hand to slap her. Lung and the others did not have any strange expressions, but Ling Tianyu was extremely anxious when he saw this scene. He had been chased all this way and had a deep understanding of Snow Jianfeng's terrifying strength. He quickly reminded, "He's a golden core!" But before he could finish a sentence, Lin Yi slapped him to the ground. Lin Yi turned to him and said, "What?" Nothing." Ling Tianyu swallowed the last two words, almost biting off his own tongue. He was dumbfounded by the scene before him, and his mind was in a mess. Ling Tianyu was only shocked. At this moment, Xue Jianfeng, who was the person in question, was completely dumbfounded. He was a Golden Core Peak level practitioner, and Lin Yi was only a Foundation Peak level practitioner. Even if he had all sorts of tricks up his sleeve, even if his strength couldn't be measured with common sense, there was no need for him to be this scary, right? An expert in the Great Circle of the Golden Core stage was slapped to the ground by a cultivator in the Great Circle of the Foundation stage. After a while, Xue Jianfeng got up with a face full of disbelief. Before he could figure out what was going on, Lin Yi raised his hand and slapped him again. Bang! Bang! Xue Jianfeng didn't kneel down this time, but was slapped to the ground. He looked at Lin Yi in shock. When he noticed Lin Yi's movement, he was ready to dodge. It should be easy for a full gold core realm master to avoid a slap, but he didn't know what Lin Yi did. But it was as if he was possessed. He couldn't dodge it. "You!" Xue Jianfeng panicked. But before he could say anything, Lin Yi slapped him again without saying a word. He was a full-stage Golden Core cultivator. It wasn't just Xue Jianfeng who was stunned. Everyone in the hall, including Lung and the others, were all in shock. If they didn't know each other's joints, they would have thought that Xue Jianfeng was an actor hired by Lin Yi. Just based on his realistic acting, he should have added at least 2 chicken legs to his lunchbox. Chapter 53:24. Xue Jianfeng staggered up again, but this time he learned his lesson. He didn't care about his image as he rolled a few meters away before carefully getting up. Lin Yi wouldn't mind giving him another slap if he didn't tee. "What kind of tricks are you playing?" Xue Jianfeng stared at Lin Yi in fear. He didn't understand the first time, the second time, but the third time finally gave him a clue. The reason why he couldn't avoid Lin Yi's slap was because every time Lin Yi raised his hand, there was a strong suction force that sucked his spirit. To be more precise, it was like an invisible giant hand trying to suck his spirit out of his body. He couldn't break free at all, which was why his consciousness was so slow. This kind of method was far beyond the use of ordinary spiritual awareness. If Xue Jianfeng was a master in the Great Circle of the Golden Core stage with a deep foundation, he would have some ability to protect himself in this regard. However, he relied on the central medicine to reach the sky in one step, and there was no progress in the primordial spirit at all, so it could be said that he had no resistance. Tricks? You're very close to it. Yes, it's a trick. Let's try it again. Lin Yi smiled mysteriously. The move he just used was the Soul Catcher hand, but it was an improved version. His original imitation of the soul-hooking hand had limited effects and had no effect on primordial spirits of Xue Jianfeng's level. Fortunately, he had learned primordial spirit engulfing from the Jiuying. As the saying went, one skill leads to 100 skills. The core tricks of the two could be used together, and the power of the improved version of the soul-hooking hand was naturally greatly improved. Even if it was not 100% comparable to the original version of the West Mountain Old Sect's soul-hooking hand, it was not far from it. Although Lin Yi's Yuan spirit was only at the peak of the foundation stage, the key was that the strength of the improved soul-catcher hand wasn't determined by the physical strength, but by the Yuan spirit. Don't forget that he was at the Xianxing stage. Even if he couldn't unleash the full power of the Xianxing stage's Yuan spirit, even if it was only 1/10,000th, it was enough to give a golden core stage master like Xue Jianfeng a hard time. Seeing Lin Yi's hand out again, Xue Jianfeng backed up a bit more, as if he had seen a ghost. He only stopped when he was a dozen meters away, his face full of fear and shock. That feeling of his soul being pulled out was too horrifying. He didn't want to experience it again. Don't come over. Let's talk this out. Xue Jianfeng panicked Lin. He was no longer a foundation stage cultivator. He was a demon that in the face of such an evil and mysterious primordial spirit technique, the only thing he could do was to run. Hee, now you know that we can talk things out. What were you doing earlier? Lin Yi made a grabbing motion on purpose, scaring Xue Jianfeng so much that he almost ran away. I was possessed. Please forgive me. Xue Jianfeng stammered. It wasn't that he didn't want to run, but he knew that Lin Yi's speed was much faster than everyone else. Unless Lin Yi agreed to let him go, he wouldn't be able to escape. Your words are very interesting. Just a few days ago, you almost caused Duanmu Yu and I to die in the river of consciousness. And now you want me to forgive you. Do you think that I fell into the river of consciousness, so there's too much water in my brain? Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh, and it made Xue Jianfeng's hair stand on end. If he were in Lin Yi's position, he would definitely kill the weed by its roots, Lin Yi said. Only a fool would let him go at a time like this. In fact, with Lin Yi's personality, he wouldn't let him go just like that. Although Xue Jianfeng couldn't do much in front of Lin Yi's soul-devouring hand, he was still a peak Jindan. If he let the tiger go back to the mountain, he would be a huge threat to everyone else. My father is the vice sect leader of Snow Sword Sect. Killing me won't do any good. Besides, you'll all be hunted down by Snow Sword Sect, especially her. Xue Jianfeng brought up his father in a moment of desperation. If Central was not a secret organization, but a powerful organization that could be used to scare people openly, he believed that he would also be the first to reveal it, being pointed at by Xue Jianfeng. Lung shrugged her shoulders noncommittally. If Xue Jianfeng's father had the final say in Snow Sword Sect, she would have been a traitorous disciple a long time ago. She would not care about another crime. There's only you and US in this place. Even if we kill you, no one will know. Or do you think one of them will leak this out? Lin Yi said, curling his lips, other than Lung Lang and her own people. The only people left were Duanmu Yu and Ling Tianyu, two outsiders. Of these two, one had been kicked into the river of consciousness by Xue Jianfeng, and the other had been chased by him until he was half dead. Which one of them would say anything? Xue Jianfeng choked and broke out in a cold sweat. He had just wanted to kill him, but in the blink of an eye he had become a fish on a chopping block. Fortunately, Lin Yi's next words made him let out a breath of relief. When you talked about benefits, I suddenly remembered that you got spirit sense grass, right? Using a spirit sense grass to exchange for your life. I think it should be a good deal. What do you think? You want the spirit sense grass. Xue Jianfeng was shocked and subconsciously wanted to refuse. This was one of his biggest gains from this trip, and the key to becoming the strongest Oris core stage master in the future. How could he just take it out so easily? Of course. Don't tell me you don't want to give it to me. That's fine, it's just a bit more work. Although I don't like to touch corpses, I don't mind enduring for the legendary spirit sense grass. Lin Yi shrugged nonchalantly. Shui Jianfeng immediately fell into a struggle. He didn't want to give up on the spirit sense grass, but he didn't want to lose his life here. Compared to his life, no matter how good a treasure was, it was nothing that in fact, with his strength he could try to run away, or even try to counterattack Lin Yi. After all, Lun Lun and the others were ready-made chips, and he might have a chance to turn the tables. Unfortunately, he was scared out of his wits by the soul-devouring hand. This was a common problem for humans. When faced with the unknown, they would always be filled with endless fear. This fear would gradually swallow all reason and stop the brain from thinking, just like Shui Jianfeng at this moment. 3, 2, 1. Lin Yi started counting down, and Shui Jianfeng threw out the spiritual grass. Only half. Lin Yi frowned. People who didn't know might think that this was all the spirit grass, but he and Duanmu, you had seen the whole thing. Chapter 53:25. Bing Wuqing has taken the other half. I'm telling the truth. Shui Jianfeng quickly clarified. All right, you can get lost now. It's best if you don't appear in front of us, and don't even think about getting any ideas about any of us. Because no matter when I want your life, it'll be as easy as turning my hand. Lin Yi said coldly. Shui Jianfeng didn't dare to say anything, nor did he dare to leave any harsh words. He turned around and ran away without saying anything, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. When everyone saw the scene, they looked at each other. Duanmu, you could not help but say, "We're really going to let him go." In their eyes, letting Shui Jianfeng go was an extremely stupid decision. Lin Yi should know the consequences of doing so. He shouldn't be so soft-hearted, right? Although the spirit sense grass was also important, that was for others. For someone who had a spirit sense grass, what was a mere half a piece of it? It was obvious that this was just an excuse for Lin Yi to let them go. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile at the weird expressions on everyone's faces. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. I have my own reasons for sparing his life. Letting Shui Jianfeng go was a decision Lin Yi made after careful consideration for 2 reasons. Firstly, Shui Jianfeng was one of Central's most valued training masters, and killing him would alert Central. Lin Yi didn't want to have a direct confrontation with Central yet, since he was alone and had no chance of winning. The second reason was more important and more direct than the first, because he could not kill Shui Jianfeng. It was true that Lin Yi had mastered the improved version of the Soul Catcher hand, and it was enough to deal with any golden core stage soul. However, using the Soul Catcher hand once required a huge amount of spiritual energy, and if it wasn't replenished in time, the soul might collapse. Of course, the roots of the spirit sense grass contained a huge amount of spirit sense energy, but it was completely different from the star black coal. The spirit sense energy of the star black coal could be replenished at any time, but every bit of spirit sense energy of the spirit sense grass had a tempering effect. This meant that it couldn't be replenished quickly and could only be absorbed bit by bit in pain das o. The spirit grass could only be used for normal training, not for recovery. Lin Yi couldn't take the risk, and so he let Shui Jianfeng go after giving him enough mental pressure. Thank you. Although Ling Tianyu felt that it was a pity to let Shui Jianfeng go, this wasn't something he could decide. The only thing he could do was to remember Lin Yi's favor and Shui Jianfeng's great kindness. He would slowly settle the score when he returned to the small, ancient martial world. You're welcome. Let's go together. Lin Yi smiled and activated the teleportation formation with the others. They returned to the islands in a flash. Senior Granduncle, you're back. Xianigia was on the side, and everyone quickly came up to Lin Yi. Most of the Ancient Alliance disciples had returned, and all of them went back to rest after getting nothing. I have no choice. I can't not come back. He shook his head with a bitter smile. He wouldn't have brought them back so early if it weren't for the fact that the other one-way teleportation formation couldn't be used due to the poison. Then, what are your plans next? You should be going back to the Green Cloud School on the North Island with me, right? Exainegia asked carefully. He'd wanted to ask this question for a long time. To the Green Cloud sect, he was a great Uncle Master they could ask for if they could. His strength aside, he had the complete ancient arts in his head. This was an unparalleled fortune for the entire Green Cloud sect. They couldn't just ignore it. Of course. He nodded. He didn't have the intention to do that at first. But after knowing that Central was preparing to extend their reach into the ancient martial world, he had to go and take a look. After all, he already knew that his family had a relationship with Central's mortal enemy. It was fine if he didn't know about it back on the Sky-class island. But now that he had caught up with the small Jianghu of the ancient times, he had to find a way to stop their expansion. Of course, it would be best to do it in the dark. He didn't want to fight Central head-on yet. But then again, it wasn't like he couldn't shed all pretenses of cordiality if he really had to. The power of the Sky-class island was unfathomable, but it was much worse in the secular world. It wasn't like he couldn't fight. Good. This disciple will send a letter to the higher-ups of the sect and have them prepare to welcome Marshal, Granduncle. Exainegia said excitedly, "There's no need to mobilize so many people. By the way, when are we leaving?" Lin asked. "In a few more days, when the teleportation formation is covered by the sea again, I will arrange for everyone to start the teleportation together." Exainegia said. "All right," he said. He brought everyone back to the Qingyan sect's private island in the North Island. On one hand, it was convenient for everyone to rest and recuperate, and on the other hand, he had to make some arrangements. This time, the group had an additional member, Duanmuyu. Duanmu couldn't be considered as one of Lin Yi's own yet, but her relationship with Lin Yi had gone beyond that of normal partners. They were life-and-death friends. Lin Yi's purpose for calling her over was simple: to split the loot. The two had agreed from the start that if they found the spirit sense grass, they would split it in half. Now, there was a huge root in Lin Yi's jade space, as well as the half of the spirit sense grass he just extorted from Shui Jianfeng. Of course, these were nothing compared to the root. Lin Yi took out the entire root in front of everyone, and it looked like a small mountain. Even Lung and the others, who had heard about it on the way, couldn't help but swallow when they saw it. "Which half do you want?" Lin Yi said as he looked at Duanmu. "You're really giving me half." Duanmu found it hard to believe. From the beginning to the end, her only role was to provide clues about the spiritual awareness grass. Lin Yi did everything for her, and not only was she unable to help, she was saved by Lin Yi twice as well. There was no reason for her to insist on splitting it in half, and she could even accept it if Lin Yi took it all for himself. But she didn't think that Lin Yi would really want to split it equally with her. "Didn't we agree on this?" Lin Yi shrugged. If Duanmu wasn't a good person, he wouldn't feel any pressure taking everything for himself. However, from what he'd seen before, he was a very reliable friend. Lin Yi could cheat anyone, but not his friends and his own people. Duanmu choked for a moment. He then said with a somewhat moved expression, "Actually, you don't have to give me so much. After all, I didn't help you. Instead, I owe you 2 lives. If you really give me half, I'll feel bad. Even though I've been dreaming about this, I won't take what doesn't belong to me." Chapter 53:26. No, if it wasn't for the clues you provided, I wouldn't even know about the spirit sense grass and wouldn't have gotten such a harvest. So this is what you deserve. Lin Yi insisted. He was always generous to his friends. I said, "I won't take what doesn't belong to me." Duanmu's attitude was even more resolute than his. He pointed to the half of the spiritual awareness grass that was thrown to the side and said, "This one then. This is what we agreed on in advance, isn't it?" But Lin Yi still wanted to persuade him. After all, according to the 9 neonate, the effect of the spirit grass was far less than the root. Even if he didn't want half of it, just a small piece would be more valuable than this half of the spirit grass. No, but let's just leave it at that. Duan Yu picked up the half of the spirit grass and left, not giving Lin Yi any chance. This woman is so free and easy. Qintian and the others all nodded and sighed as they watched Duan Yu leave. Although it would be a bit too much for him to take half of it, the root was right in front of him. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be as open-minded as Duan Yu, and they would have to think about it. He's really free and easy. Lin Yi couldn't help but look at Duan Yu in a higher light, as expected of the big senior sister of the Leaf Spirit sect. Just this magnanimity and attitude alone was enough to tell that this woman wasn't simple. "Linny bro, you should have asked her to stay. It's not easy to find such a cool big sister. You won't get another one if you miss this opportunity." Ziyu chuckled as she spoke. Lin Yi rolled his eyes and ignored her. He turned to the others. The roots of the spiritual grass contain a huge amount of spiritual energy, but this spiritual energy cannot be directly absorbed because it has a natural soul-tempering effect. Every bit you absorb will cause you to suffer unparalleled pain and suffering. As long as you can endure it, your soul will become even stronger. Shall we start now? Qintian and the others were excited. "No, your primordial spirits are still too weak right now. They can't withstand the impact of that spiritual energy. Only after you have advanced to the Jedon stage will you be safe." Lin Yi shook his head. The spirit sense grass was a test for Golden Core masters, but it shouldn't be too dangerous. After all, that was where the strongest Golden Core came from. Aurus Core stage? Wouldn't we have to wait until God knows when? Everyone was discouraged other than Lung Lung. They were all only at the peak of the early foundation stage. They were still thousands of miles away from the Golden Core stage, and even with the foundation breakthrough pills and Golden Cores that Lin Yi gave them, it would still take a few years. Lung Lung would be there soon. She was already at the perfected foundation establishment stage. With her talent, she only needed a little more time to stabilize and recover her foundation before she could attempt to break through to the Golden Core stage. It was not far away. Don't be anxious, that day will come. What you need to do is to train your spiritual awareness and prepare for it. With that, Lin Yi cut out a small piece of the spirit grass and gave it to everyone. They didn't need it right now, but it was for emergencies. It was the same for other Foundation elixirs. Lin Yi would give them out in advance. In case he suddenly returned to Sky Class Island, everyone put it away, and Ling Shan suddenly asked, "Are all of us going to the small Jianghu of the immemorial era?" "No, we need to leave some people here." Lin Yi shook his head. This was the most important thing to prepare for before he went to the ancient martial world. He needed to properly assign people. Who's staying? Who's leaving? Everyone looked at each other. Ever since they decided to participate in the archaic trials, they had already mentally prepared themselves for this. It was just that they had not officially decided yet. Those who are bound by family ties should try their best to stay. Although it doesn't mean that they can't come back even if they go to the small Jianghu of the immemorial era, no one can guarantee how long they will stay there. It might be a few years, a few decades, or even longer. So, we must consider it carefully. Lin Yi said to everyone. Everyone fell into silence. Many of them were not alone, but had placed the hope of their entire family on them. If they could return in a short time, it would be fine, but if they didn't return soon, it would be equivalent to cutting off their ties with the entire family. By the time they returned, things might have changed, but she said she'd go with Lin Yi, and she didn't want to go to Tianjia Island, and now she wasn't going to the ancient martial world either. Was this really appropriate? Lin Yi laughed when he saw the expressions on their faces. Actually, you don't have to be so heavy-hearted and think too much. Those who are tied down by their families can stay. As for the small Jianghu in the ancient times, if we find a way to come back in a short time, it won't be too late for you to go with us. If it takes a long time, you can still take care of the things in the secular world. Don't forget, you still have to help me keep an eye on Central. Lin Yi's words made everyone relax. Indeed, because of Central's existence, there was a need to leave some people to keep an eye on the secular world. There are still a few days left. Everyone think about it. Lin Yi said with a smile that a few days passed in a flash. The disciples of the Immemorial Alliance had returned one after another. Of course, there were some who did not return. However, because the spirit beasts in the trial ground had to offer human tributes to the 9 neonate, most of them survived. In terms of the casualty rate, this was probably the lowest in the history of the immemorial trial, of course. This was all thanks to Linny. Otherwise, the result would have been completely different. Even if they didn't get wiped out completely, it wouldn't be too far off. It was just that no one knew about it. Xue Jianfeng came back. After being scared away by Lin Yi, he wandered around the training ground for a few days. He even wanted to go to the River of Consciousness to try his luck, but he found nothing. He could only give up. On the last day, Bing Wuqing had managed to rush back in time. As an expert in the exceptional gold core realm, she was in a sorry state. She had tried to find another one-way teleportation formation that led directly to the small Jianghu in the ancient times according to the map, but she had ended up falling headfirst into the poisonous gas in the azure sky, secluded valley, and had almost died there. It was the same for health maintenance Fei. He had been following Bing Wuqing all this time, but he had almost fallen into the poisonous gases range as well. Fortunately, Bing Wuqing had given him enough warning, or he would have lost his life. The tide had already covered the teleportation array again. Those who were supposed to return had returned, and those who hadn't returned at this time would most likely never return. Xi and Ijia gathered all the members together, and Bing Wuqing was shocked to see Lin Yi and Duanmu Yu intact. She was the same as Xue Jianfeng, thinking that Lin Yi and Duanmu Yu were dead for sure. She didn't expect it to be the opposite. Chapter 53:27. But with so many eyes on him, especially with Xue Jianfeng there, Lin Yi didn't say anything. He only made eye contact. Senior Granduncle, are you sure you want to bring them to the ancient lake? Xi and Ijia confirmed with Lin Yi. Other than Lung Lung, Ling Shan, Ziyu, Qintian, Qikuan, and Qijia were also with Lin Yi. As for Yu Tian, Yu Bing, and the others, they decided to stay after some consideration. Qin Yutian and Yu Dake were taking care of the unconscious girls. Kenti? Lin Yi raised a brow. No, how can it not work? To be able to have so many good seedlings with unlimited potential all of a sudden. This is the blessing of our Blue Cloud School in the North Island. I can't be happier. How can it not work? Xi and Ijia couldn't hide his excitement. He had seen the outstanding performance of Song Lingshan and the others in the competition. In terms of potential, they were much higher than Liang Zhu and the others. This was a good seedling that he could place his hopes on. That's good. Lin Yi nodded and said goodbye to Yu Bing and the others. He entered the teleportation formation with the other ancient alliance disciples and started the teleportation. In an instant, a large group of people were teleported at the same time. The scene in front of them changed. All they could see was a vast sea of clouds, and under their feet was a mountain that reached the sky. The teleportation formation was located at the top of the mountain. The other Archaic Alliance disciples didn't react differently. After all, they were from here, and they were teleported here before. However, to Song Lingshan and the others, this was a new experience. This was their first time crossing worlds. This cloud mist is a little powerful. Lin Yi frowned after some observation. The clouds here felt like the sea fog on Sky-class Island, and it affected his spirit sense greatly. Even he couldn't sense very far. It's more than just powerful. This is the most famous mountain of clouds and sea of mist in the entire small Jianghu of the immemorial era. It's an out-and-out forbidden area. Now it's already at its thinnest. If it were any other time, we wouldn't even be able to see what's beneath us, let alone teleport up the mountain. We don't know where we're going. Xianijia explained. Oh, then what should we do next? Linny asked. Let's go down the mountain. There are aerial spirit beasts prepared at the foot of the mountain. They should return to the middle island, back to the middle island. We should return to the north island, back to the north island. Xianijia said. Xianijia led the way in front, while everyone followed silently behind. Although they could barely see a few meters, it wasn't easy to go down the steep mountain. Even though everyone was at least foundation establishment experts, if they accidentally stepped on unstable rocks, they would probably die. Even if everyone was trying their best to walk deeper in, it wasn't foolproof. The mountain winds were extremely fierce, and if they weren't careful, they would be blown down. Thus, they had to be extremely careful with every step they took. They didn't want to throw their lives in the danger-ridden ancient trial grounds. If they ended up dying here, they would really die with everlasting regret. The mountain path was narrow, so it was inevitable that everyone would be pulled very long. They couldn't be too far away from each other, or they would lose the traces of their predecessors. But they couldn't be too close either, or they could easily kill each other if they were to push each other when the wind was strong. Lin Yi's group followed behind Xianijia and the other Qingyun disciples. Wu Qingtian was at the back, but after realizing that it was Xue Jianfeng, Lin Yi changed his position. Xue Jianfeng was obviously up to no good. Even Lin Yi wouldn't be able to react in time if he were to do something bad here. He had to nip the threat in the bud. Get lost! Lin Yi's voice was suddenly imprinted in Xue Jianfeng's mind, giving him a shock. He almost lost his life on the spot. Xue Jianfeng glared at Lin Yi, but the aftershock from the soul-devouring hand had him scared out of his wits. He didn't have the guts to turn on Lin Yi right now, and so he retreated. After Xue Jianfeng had retreated, the person who followed closely behind was none other than Bing Wuqing. How is it? The goo poison hasn't acted up yet, Lin Yi said through divine sense. This was the first time he had spoken to Bing Wuqing after returning from the ancient trial grounds. No, I didn't, Bing Wuqing replied. The last time she saw Lin Yi and Duanmu Yu being kicked into the river of consciousness, she had been worried about it. In the end, she realized that the goo poison was much more stable than she had imagined, and there was no sign of an outbreak. It seems that the old man's skills are better than mine. If I were to cast the goo, you might have already died from the poison, Lin Yi said faintly. Bing Wuqing's heart skipped a beat when she heard this, but she didn't show it on her face. Without changing her expression, she asked the question he was most concerned about. Under what circumstances will the poison take effect? That depends on when I let the poison take effect. You don't have to worry about that, unless you turn a blind eye to it again. Lin Yi paused and smiled. How's the half-spirit sense grass? Bing Wuqing was shocked. She would never have thought that Lin Yi would know about this. In fact, it was understandable if Lin Yi didn't know about this at the beginning. However, after he heard from Xue Jianfeng that Bing Wuqing had given him half of it, he would be too slow if he didn't realize it. Xue Jianfeng wasn't a fool. He wouldn't show off his possession of the consciousness grass in front of anyone, especially when it was an equally matched expert like Bing Wuqing. The fact that Bing Wuqing was able to get half of the consciousness grass was proof enough. He must have seen it with his own eyes when Xue Jianfeng had obtained the consciousness grass. In other words, he had seen with his own eyes how Xue Jianfeng had kicked Duanmu Yu and himself into the consciousness river, and he hadn't stopped them from the beginning. Bing Wuqing opened her mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. She wasn't a glib-tongued person, and what Lin Yi said was the truth. Trying to explain would only make things worse. I'm not very patient, but I still have a little. Don't do it again, Lin Yi warned her. He had subdued Bing Wuqing with threats and promises, and there wasn't any real loyalty or trust between them. It wasn't strange for this to happen. and Lin Yi wouldn't give up on such an important chess piece like Bing Wuqing just because of this. However, he had to at least give her a little push, in case she went overboard. "Thank you," he said. Bing Wuqing heaved a sigh of relief. Strictly speaking, she didn't really want to betray Lin Yi at that time. It was just that he didn't have time to react when it happened. To be more precise, he hesitated and didn't stop it in time. However, no matter what, from Lin Yi's point of view, what he did was a betrayal, and he had nothing to say about it. Chapter 53:28. "You haven't answered my question," Lin Yi said suddenly. "What?" Bing Wuqing couldn't react in time. She was still afraid that she had escaped. "I'm saying, how's the half-spirit sense grass?" Lin Yi repeated. Bing Wuqing didn't hesitate and said directly, "I haven't used it yet. It's yours now. You have to pay the price for your mistakes. I can understand. For me." Lin Yi smiled and shook his head. "You've misunderstood. I didn't bring up the spirit sense grass because I needed it, but because I wanted you to use it as soon as possible." "Why?" Bing Wuqing was stunned. "Because this thing's best effect on spiritual awareness is at the Jiedan stage. Once you become a Yuanying stage master, the value of spirit sense grass will be greatly reduced." Lin Yi said, deep in thought. "Yuanying stage." Bing Wuqing was taken aback for a moment, but she immediately reacted. She wasn't an idiot, and she could understand the deeper meaning behind Lin Yi's words. Her eyes were shining with disbelief. "Could it be that you can help me form a nascent soul?" Although he was now a master of the perfect Jindan stage and was only one step away from the Yuanying stage, he did not dare to hope to form the Yuanying in a short time. That was simply unrealistic. Otherwise, the number of Yuanying old monsters in the entire small Jianghu of the immemorial period would not be so small. "Of course," Lin Yi said as he threw him a pill. The visibility here was extremely high, and he wouldn't be able to see anyone from a few meters away. Even his divine sense was blocked, so even if Xue Jianfeng was following behind, he wouldn't be able to see him. Bing Wuqing took the pill and took a closer look. When she saw the pill's appearance and color, she was instantly stunned and couldn't move. It was only when she heard the approaching footsteps behind her that she came back to her senses and quickly suppressed her ecstasy. The golden core of the nascent soul! Lin Yi had just thrown him a golden core. More importantly, it was a 1 in a million top-grade item. In this small martial world of the immemorial era, the golden core was already a top-grade pill that couldn't be bought on the market. Only people with special backgrounds could get their hands on it through special channels. As for the golden core of the nascent soul, ordinary people had never heard of it at all. Even at Bing Wuqing's level, she had only heard a few words about it and had never seen it in person. There probably wasn't a single golden core in the entire Snow Sword sect, and a top-grade golden core couldn't be found in the entire small Jianghu of the immemorial age. She didn't expect Lin Yi to not punish her after knowing that she didn't want to save her, but to give her a supreme-grade golden core instead. Bing Wuqing was so shocked that she couldn't speak. The way she looked at Lin Yi was no longer unconvinced, but full of respect. Before today, although Bing Wuqing had admitted that Lin Yi was unfathomable, she still had some pride in her heart. At least in her own opinion, she was on the same level as Lin Yi, only being controlled by him because of bad luck. But now, this supreme-grade golden core made him realize the reality. Not to mention him, even in the entire ancient martial world, there wasn't anyone who could be on the same level as Lin Yi. Lin Yi's background must be above the entire ancient alliance. There was no doubt about it. I can only look up to him, but I can't turn my back on him. Bing Wuqing silently told herself that he was an extremely pragmatic and intelligent person, and an intelligent person would naturally not make the same mistake twice. Remember, wait until you finish using the spirit sense grass before you try to break through to the Yuanying stage. Even if you try to break through to the Yuanying stage as well, There is a huge difference between an ordinary expert at the peak of the Jindan stage and the strongest expert at the peak of Jindan stage. Lin, he reminded. I understand. Bing Wuching nodded. After more than half a day, the group finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. There was a temporary relay station specially set up by the Immemorial Alliance. In addition to regularly going to the teleportation formation on the mountaintop to check on the situation, the staff was also responsible for feeding the flying spirit beasts of each sect for everyone to ride. Brother Lin, I can't thank you enough. I, Ling Tianyu, owe you my life. We'll meet again. Ling Tianyu brought a few disciples of the Thousand Blades sect to bid farewell to Lin Yi. Although Lin Yi was the Grand Master of the Qingyan School on the North Island, he still intended to treat him as an equal. As the unprecedented super genius of the Thousand Blades sect, Ling Tianyu naturally had the confidence to be on the same level as anyone. We'll meet again. Lin nodded and looked at Xue Jianfeng, who was getting restless. It seems like Brother Ling has to be careful on the road. Although he was afraid of the Thousand Blades sect's crazy revenge, from Xue Jianfeng's perspective, since he had already chased them once, there was no need to continue to hide it. He might as well do it again openly, as long as he killed the threat of Ling Tianyu before it sprouted. The revenge of the other people in the Thousand Blades sect was not something to be afraid of. After all, the Thousand Blades sect did not have a nascent soul-old monster in charge now, while he, Xue Jianfeng, was a real master in the great circle of the Golden Core stage. Brother Lin, don't worry about it. If I, Ling Tianyu, were to die so easily, how could I bear the responsibility of reviving the Thousand Blade sect? Ling Tianyu smiled with extreme confidence. He then urged his flying spirit beast to take flight. Previously, the incident at the trial grounds had happened too suddenly, which was why he was in such a sorry state. Now that he had returned to the small Jianghu of the immemorial era, it would not be easy for his opponent to take his life, even if they were experts at the perfected Golden Core realm that AS expected. After Ling Tianyu left, Xue Jianfeng also left the rest of the Snow Sword sect members behind and left alone. His intentions were obvious. However, all of this had nothing to do with Lin Yi. He didn't plan on dealing with Xue Jianfeng yet. As for Ling Tianyu, they didn't have any relationship, so he wouldn't waste his time on an outsider. I'm leaving too. Duanmu Yu had also come to bid his farewell. He hesitated for a moment before saying, If you come to Middle Island, you can come to Spirit Leaf sect to find me. I will. Lin Yi nodded. He had a good feeling with this tough woman. After all, they were life and death friends. Ling Tianyu was gone, Duanmu Yu was gone, and now it was Lung Lung's turn. No matter how close she was with Lin Yi, she was still a member of the Snow Sword sect. She couldn't follow Lin Yi to the North Island's Green Cloud sect. Is it okay for Cold to just go back like this? Ling Shan and the others couldn't help but worry. Lung Lung had already been identified as the Snow Sword sect's traitorous disciple, and he even had an enemy called Xue Jianfeng. They had already fought him back in the ancient trial grounds. It was hard to say if he would come back again after returning to the Snow Sword sect. Unless the sect leader and grand elder of Snow Sword sect are idiots, there shouldn't be any problem. Lin Yi didn't have to worry about that. Lung Lung was already a foundation peak stage cultivator, and anyone who wasn't blind could see her shocking talent and potential. Other than Xue Jianfeng's father, the vice sect leader, the other higher-ups of the Snow Sword sect shouldn't be so short-sighted. Moreover, Lin Yi still had Bing Wuching, his secret agent, in his hands. Chapter 53:29. It wasn't an overstatement to say that with Bing Wuching's current strength, even Xue Jianfeng, who was also in the exceptional Gold Core realm, would not be a match for her. When she returned to the Snow Sword sect, she would basically be an existence that was second only to one person and above tens of thousands of people. She would definitely have a lot of say in this matter, and there would be even less to worry about after he had successfully formed his nascent soul. Yeah, I'll be fine. Lang Lang's trust in Lin Yi was unreserved. Of course, no matter what, she had to return to the Snow Sword sect. She could ignore everything else, but she couldn't leave her master behind. If she really did become a sect traitor, her master would be in trouble. I'll go to Nakajima to see you soon. If there's anything, you can also send me a message. Lin Yi said. Don't worry, everyone. I know how to protect myself. He nodded coldly. Then have a safe journey. Lin Yi watched as Lang Lang set off with Health Maintenance Faye and the rest of the Snow Sword sect disciples. He gave Bing Wuching a look, and Bing Wuching immediately understood. He knew that if he couldn't take care of Lang Lang, he would be finished. The disciples left one after another, with Exanijia and the Qingyun disciples staying at the end. After all the other disciples had left, Exanijia turned to Lin Yi. Senior Granduncle, we can set off now. With that, Exanijia arranged a giant spirit bird for Lin Yi's group. A normal spirit bird could only carry 2 or 3 people, but this giant spirit bird could carry 6 or 7 people. It was just enough for Lin Yi's group to ride. Let's go, he said. Lin Yi nodded to Exanijia and waited for him to take off with the disciples before following on the spirit bird. The bird was a little slow, but it was very stable, like a small passenger plane. Riding on its back was quite good, perfect for sightseeing, but Lin Yi wasn't in the mood for that. He had to remember the location of this formation in case he couldn't find it the next time he came. This shouldn't be a difficult task for him, but because of the clouds and fog, even if the visibility was better, it wasn't much better. If he couldn't remember the route accurately, he could easily get lost. After half an hour, the spiritual bird flew out of the range of the misty mountains and seas. Below it was a vast sea. Then it flew north for about 6 hours, and a lush land appeared in front of everyone. This was the North Island of the immemorial Little Jianghu. It was much smaller than the Sky-class island, but it was still about 100 miles in radius, which was already very large compared to ordinary islands. Apart from the dense forest in the north of the island, the other 3 corners of the island each had a mountain. On the top and halfway up the mountain, there was a majestic building. It was obvious that these 3 mountains were the territories of the 3 major sects of the North Island. The spirit bird quickly landed on the mountainside of the eastern mountain, and Lin Yi and the others jumped off the bird's back. In front of them was a large hall, and in the middle of the hall was a huge black plaque with 3 big golden words on Qingyun School. There was already a large group of people gathered in front of the hall, all of them looking forward to Lin Yi's arrival. They saluted Lin Yi and the others from afar, a big salutation for Great Uncle Master that a group of Oris Core Stage cultivators took the lead to welcome them. Exanijia quickly introduced them and pointed to one of the Oris Core Intermediate Stage cultivators. Grand Uncle Master, this is the vice leader of the Qingyun sect in the North Island. His name is Qin Dongqing. Vice Leader Qin, this is the Grand Uncle Master Lin Yi that I reported to you before. Marshal Granduncle, we've been waiting for you for so long. You've finally come. This is the honor of our entire Green Cloud School on the North Island. Qin Dongqing smiled with a face full of joy. Lin Yi was a little surprised. This guy looked like a gentleman, but there were a lot of late-stage golden core and above around him. How did a mid-stage golden core get the position of vice leader? The main thing was that the expressions of the higher-ups weren't normal. They were all smiling. But Lin Yi wasn't the type of kid who'd let others fool him so easily anymore. He wouldn't be alive if he couldn't even see that. Some of the golden core stage executives from the Qingyun sect who came with Qin Dongqing had complicated thoughts behind their smiles. Some were resistant, while others didn't care at all. It wasn't strange at all and was completely understandable. Lin Yi believed that if he were in their shoes, he'd more or less have some thoughts about a random Uncle Master who came out of nowhere. However, Lin Yi noticed that these people were looking at him with pity in their eyes. There were quite a few of them, too, which was a little strange. Pity. What were they pitying? Hello. Lin nodded at Qin Dongqing and the others reservedly. Since he was a granduncle, he had to act like one, or he'd just be looked down on for no reason. These are all senior granduncle's direct disciples, right? Our North Island's Green Cloud School has been lacking in talent for nearly 100 years, but Marshall Granduncle gave us a big gift as soon as he came. There's hope for our North Island's Green Cloud School's prosperity. Chen Dongqing continued to smile. This guy had a way with words, and even Lin had to admit that Chen Dongqing's flattery skills were first class. Perhaps this was the key to why he could become the deputy sect leader with his mid-Aurus core strength. Hee, deputy sect leader Qin. You think too highly of them. They're still new to the Qingyun school on the Northern Island. They have to learn everything from the beginning. They're still far from being able to shoulder the responsibility. Lin, he said faintly. No, with the careful training of senior granduncle, I think they will grow up very quickly. Qin Dongqing said with a smile. I'll personally train him. Lin looked at him in surprise before turning to Xi and A. I thought that the new recruits would all be gathered together. Isn't that so? The Qingyun sect on the North Island had a deep relationship with the Qingyun Pavilion on the Sky-class island. Lin thought that there should be a lot of similar things going on. There should be a welcome pavilion on Sky-class Island, so there should be something similar here today. In fact, as far as Linny knew, it wasn't just the 3 pavilions in the north of Sky-class Island. Most of the bigger sects had their own pavilions, teaching the most basic practitioners arts and key points. After all, the Golden Core Masters didn't have the time to teach these things. This, Xianijia, was also a little dumbfounded. He had originally thought so as well, but it seemed like the higher-ups of the sect had made other arrangements. It was just that he was outside and couldn't know about it. Chapter 5330. Marshall Granduncle, you've misunderstood. That's just our arrangement for ordinary disciples. Special talents are given special treatment. I'm afraid that Marshall Granduncle wouldn't feel at ease to leave them in the hands of others, right? Qin Dongqing said. That's good too. However, they still need an entry-level mentor who will be in charge of teaching them some of the most basic things. Lin nodded. He only wanted Song Lingshan and the others to receive the system training regarding the spiritual sense. As for the other aspects, he really didn't need anyone else. In the entire ancient martial world, there probably wasn't a master as strong as him, a Xianxing stage master, let alone the Qingyun sect of the North Island. Plus, for safety reasons, Lin didn't want to just leave Lingshan and the others to someone else. It was better to move with him before he understood the situation. No problem, as long as it's an order from Marshall Granduncle. We'll definitely do our best. We won't let Marshall Granduncle down. Chen Dongqing could be said to grant all requests, and he immediately said, Marshall Granduncle, we've already prepared your residence. Everyone, please follow me. Oh, don't you need to see the sect leader? And your grand elder? Lin said casually, even though Chen Dongqing, the vice leader, had come out to welcome him with a group of high-level people. There was nothing to be picky about in terms of etiquette. After all, he was just a cheap grand-uncle master who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Not a real grand-uncle master with evidence. But even so, Lin still had to meet with the current sect leader and the grand elder. Only then could he confirm his position as a grand-uncle. If these two didn't acknowledge him in person, it would be a big problem. Any one of them would be able to make Lin fall from grace and become a complete swindler. Sect leader Hong is currently busy, and as for the grand elder, he's in closed-door training and doesn't dare to disturb you. Therefore, I ask for Marshall Granduncle's forgiveness. I'm afraid that your meeting with the two of them will have to be delayed for a while. During this time, you can familiarize yourself with our current Green Cloud sect in the North Island. As time passes, there will always be many things that are different from the original. Is there a problem with that? Chen Dongqing said in a sincere tone. Then let's do this. Lin nodded. He understood what the other party meant. It seemed that the Qingyun school still didn't trust him, their senior granduncle, and had been hiding this from them. If the grand elder or the sect leader saw Lin Yi, it would be a public acknowledgement of Lin Yi's status as a great uncle master unless they turned hostile on the spot. It would be hard for them to turn hostile then, as it would be like slapping their own faces. At the very least, they would lose all their face. At the very worst, the entire North Island's Qingyun sect would become a laughingstock in the ancient martial world, and it might even cause the sect to split. And now, the two of them avoided this problem by not showing up, leaving enough room for them to advance and retreat. After passing through the main hall, Lin Yi and the group were led by Chen Dongqing to a steep part of the mountain, and the scene in front of them made their eyes light up. Under a strangely shaped eagle beak peak, an ancient hut stood next to a broken cliff. The soaring eaves and cliffs were stacked on top of each other. This scene could only be described with one word. Overlord covers the top, and the sky lamp hangs upside down. The other higher-ups and disciples had all stopped. Only 2 people came with Lin Yi, and the other's one was the vice leader, Qin Dongqing, and the other was Exionijia. This is the residence that we have prepared for you and your disciples. In terms of scenery, this is the best place in the entire North Island. What do you think? Qin Dongqing smiled apologetically. Lin Yi looked at the big red words carved on the cliff at the entrance, and his lips curled up. A single step to the heavens. That's right. This place is called the Ascending Heaven Cliff. Only those of high status can enter, so there are usually no disciples to disturb us, so it's relatively quiet and the scenery is excellent. After discussing it, we can't find a better place to live than this in the entire Green Cloud Mountain. I hope it will satisfy Marshal Granduncle, Qin Dongqing said with a smile. I'm very satisfied. Lin Yi smiled as he glanced at Exionijia. The guy's expression hadn't been right since they arrived, as if he had something to say, but didn't dare to. That's good. We won't disturb senior granduncle's rest then. I'll come to pay my respects to you again tomorrow morning. Goodbye. Qin Dongqing saluted. Take care. Lin Yi nodded. Qin Dongqing immediately turned to leave. However, before he left, he called out to Exionijia. Elder Exen, please follow me. The Elder Council is still waiting for you to make a summary report on your experience in the secular world and the primordial trial. Don't make everyone wait too long. Yes. Exionijia quickly replied and turned to Lin Yi, senior granduncle. Disciple will take his leave first. You take care. With that, Exionijia left with Qin Dongqing, leaving only Lin Yi and the others at the cliff. Qintian pinched his chin. Boss, don't you think that Exionijia was acting a little weird just now? It's not just him. I think everyone here is acting weird. Ziyu pouted. Also, I think this place is a little weird. Lingshan added. Hey, are you guys oversensitive? Everything's weird. Chikuin and Chijiu looked at each other. Lin Yi looked at everyone and finally nodded. Your feeling is right. There is something wrong with this place. What's wrong? Everyone looked at each other and quickly asked. They just felt that something was strange, but they couldn't tell what was wrong. We're under house arrest. Lin Yi's words made everyone jump, and Ziyu quickly looked outside. There wasn't a single guard around, and it looked like they could just walk out at will. Why was he under house arrest? Boss, we have no grudges with them in the past, and this time we came to join the North Island's Green Cloud School. Why did they inexplicably put us under house arrest? Qintian asked, confused. The others were also confused. Unless they were crazy, no one would offend others for no reason. It was either for revenge or for benefits. But no matter which of these 2 reasons, they didn't seem to be related. I can roughly guess a little. Lin Yi's tone was calm. He wasn't surprised at all. He'd thought of countless possibilities before coming here, and this one naturally included. He couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. Nice people were a rare species these days. Chapter 5331. Is there really no way out of this place? Ziyu still didn't believe it. You can try. Lin Yi picked up a stone and gave it to her, and she threw it in the direction they came from. There was nothing in front of them, but the stone bounced back. Why would I? Everyone was stunned. A formation. There's a formation set up here, and it doesn't look like an ordinary formation. Lin Yi said he'd sensed the formation the moment he'd arrived, but he didn't dare to get angry with Ling Shan and the others. After all, this was the Green Cloud sect on the North Island. If they fell out with Lin Yi, none of them would be able to leave, and their lives would be in danger. It was better to take things one step at a time. Ziyu didn't give up. She picked up a rock and tried everywhere, even the cliff and the top. It turned out to be an invisible prison with no blind spots, trapping everyone and not giving them any room to escape. Ascending Heaven Cliff. Isn't this AF * King replica of the Cliff of Reflection? Chikuin only realized now. That deputy sect leader also said that only those of high status can enter. It turns out that he's such a high status, a smiling tiger. Wu Qingtian smiled bitterly. He thought Chen Dongcheng was a good person, and it was rare for a vice sect leader to lower himself like this. Now that he knew the truth, he started to cry. Then what should we do? Ling Shan and the others all looked at Lin. They were still in the middle of their first world crossing experience, and they didn't think they'd be in danger so soon. Cold. Lin Yi smiled nonchalantly. Huh. Everyone was confused from what they knew of Lin Yi. He wasn't the kind of person who would just swallow his anger. What did he mean by cold? Since they want us to stay, we'll stay. No one will disturb us, and we can cultivate in peace. We'll just treat it as closed-door cultivation. Lin Yi was surprisingly open about it this time. Ugh. Everyone was a little unwilling, but since Lin Yi said so, they didn't object. Lin Yi started to meditate first, and the others also went to their own rooms. No matter where they were, strength was king. They knew that they were too weak, which was why they were in this situation. If they weren't at the peak of the early foundation stage, but were golden core stage masters, would the Green Cloud sect dare to treat them like this? He had to become stronger. Only then could he live on with his head held high. The experience in the trial grounds had already made them deeply aware of this, and now they were experiencing it even more deeply. Because of Lin Yi's existence, they had the best training environment in the world, and none of them lacked talent. The only thing they lacked was motivation. Without too much external pressure these years, they were more or less slacking off. But now that they were in the Qingyan school, they were under house arrest. The pressure was overwhelming. Lin Yi smiled, thinking that it was a blessing in disguise. Everything else aside, the cliff was a good place for practicing. Even if the qi wasn't that dense, it was the environment. The state of one's mind was born from the heart, and the environment would naturally affect one's mental state. Open-minded people rarely encountered bottlenecks, and this invisible influence was even more important than the qi. Besides, Lin Yi's pills made up for it, so what if there was a little bit of qi? Everyone was working hard, and Lin Yi was no exception. He was using the spiritual roots to train his spirit bit by bit. The whole process was extremely painful, but Lin Yi enjoyed it because he knew that after the pain, there would be rewards. With every 15 minutes, Lin Yi could feel his spirit getting stronger. This wasn't just a quantitative recovery and accumulation. It was also a qualitative training, especially the latter, which was a pleasant surprise to Lin Yi. Because of the projection, Lin Yi's entire essence spirit strength couldn't be compared to when he was on Tianjia Island. If he was originally 10,000% of a Xianqing stage essence spirit, then, after the projection's weakening, he was at most 10% of a Xianqing stage essence spirit. Not only was the quantity greatly reduced, but even the quality had dropped to a certain extent. However, with the help of the spiritual roots, Lin Yi believed that even if he couldn't recover much in terms of quantity, in terms of quality, it wouldn't take long for him to return to the sky-class island level, and his spirit would reach the true level of a Xianqing stage. In fact, He might even be stronger than when he was on Sky-class Island. Other than training his spirit, Lin Yi's other core. Training was the soul hooking hand. His experience with the 9 infants made him realize that he'd been on the wrong path all this time. From the moment his essence spirit was projected into the mortal world, the first thing Lin Yi did was to form his essence spirit. Everything he did after that revolved around the essence spirit, constantly raising the level of his essence spirit until he could once again use the killing intent of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams, as well as super killer moves like lightning burial. This was Lin Yi's original thought process. Until he encountered the bottleneck of the Foundation establishment, he had been persisting in this line of thought. Later, he hit a wall and was forced to start to explore all kinds of spiritual awareness skills. However, until he faced the 9 infants, he did not really realize it, and now Lin Yi finally realized that he'd made a huge mistake. He was only a spirit, and the spirit was the foundation. Pursuing the strength of the spirit was completely putting the cart before the horse. Even if he trained until he died, he wouldn't be able to break through that invisible barrier. The only way was to focus on the spirit. There were 2 paths to spirit cultivation. One was to increase the level of the spirit, which was what Lin Yi was doing with the spiritual roots. The other was spirit techniques, and the only thing Lin Yi could use in this area was the soul-snatching hand. It wasn't something that could be done overnight. It required a lot of effort. But the hand of soul devouring still had room for improvement with Lin Yi's level of insight and understanding. Ever since he'd combined it with the 9 neonates' engulfing technique, his hand had become a killer move. But Lin Yi knew that it was far from its full power. Chapter 5332. From the results of his test with Shui Jianfeng, the soul-evoking hands and feet could take down any opponent under the original level. The price Lin Yi had to pay was nothing more than some spirit energy. As long as he had time to recover after the process, he could completely recover with the help of the spirit grass. In fact, if he wanted to, he could even skip the process of recovery because he could just devour his spirit. Unlike the soul-snatching hand, the primordial spirit could directly use the other party as its own tonic. After devouring, not only would it not consume its own spiritual energy, but it could also grow by a large amount. This was also the root of the 9 neonates' joy. However, Lin Yi wasn't used to this method. First, he felt that it was too inhumane, like an uncivilized beast. Second, he felt that there were too many hidden dangers. Methods that were too fast usually had many hidden dangers. The 9 neonate relied on its 9 heads to devour all kinds of spirits. But if Lin Yi dared to do that, he might suffer a mental breakdown soon or even a soul collapse. From the perspective of a conspiracy theory, the 9 neonate was willing to tell Lin Yi the essence spirit devouring technique so easily because it wanted to trick Lin Yi. If Lin Yi couldn't resist the temptation of fast cultivation like it, he would have been tricked into a bloody mess. He didn't want to use it on anyone unless he had no other choice. He wanted to do it step by step and slowly, without the need to consume. The soul catcher hand was the only way Lin Yi could attack his soul. Its importance was undoubted, and what he needed to do now was to further explore and improve the power of the soul catcher hand. After all, in the ancient pugilistic world, he didn't just have to face a peak Jindan like Shui Jianfeng. He had to face nascent soul old monsters from all the sections if he wanted the soul-snatching hand to be his trump card. He had to at least be able to deal with nascent soul old monsters. Lin Yi and the others started training as usual. At the same time, Qin Dongqing, the vice leader of the Qingyan sect, didn't just sit around. He left Xanijia behind and went to the top of the mountain. For all disciples, the summit was a forbidden zone that they absolutely could not approach. Even the higher-ups of the sect, including the sect master, had to report in advance if they wanted to ascend to the summit. This was because this territory only belonged to one person, Grand Elder Qinzhou. However, Qin Dongcheng was not one of them. He was the only exception in the entire Qingyan school of the Northern Island because he was Chen Jiu's great-grandson. There were no luxurious buildings on the top of Qingyan Mountain. There was only a simple wooden house. At this moment, an old man was sitting on a rock next to him. With his breathing, the surrounding clouds were either fast or slow, constantly changing into various mysterious patterns. It was hard to understand, but it was very powerful. Old ancestor. Qin Dongqing stood behind Qin Jiu respectfully. After a moment, Qin Jiu stopped breathing and slowly opened his eyes. How is it? As you ordered, I've placed Lin Yi and his men under house arrest on Ascending Cliff. They didn't suspect anything at all. Their alertness is really bad. Qin Dongqing's lips curled into a mocking smile. That's a good thing. It's good to be a little slow. After all, he's a legendary martial granduncle from the far ancient times. If he makes a scene before he's verified, it'll be more or less troublesome. Chen Jiu nodded slightly. Do you really want to verify it? Qin Dongqing asked with a deeper meaning in his words. What do you think? Qin Jiu laughed and looked at Qin Dongqing with a probing gaze. Investigate. Not only do we have to investigate, we have to do a thorough investigation. Qin Dongqing said after some thought. Oh, if it is verified that there is such a thing, then the sect will have one more supreme ancient martial granduncle. Wouldn't that be the same as having one more retired emperor? Do you think that this old man's life is too free? Chen Jiu said with a smile that was not a smile. No, since it's a grand investigation. The result is naturally already decided. In your grandson's opinion, rather than handling this matter coldly, it's better to make a big deal out of it and then come to a conclusion when the time is right. Only this way can we truly convince everyone. Qin Dongqing said with confidence. Public opinion is meant to be manipulated. In terms of manipulating people's hearts, I'm afraid no one in the entire North Island's Green Cloud School is your opponent. It's not in vain that I helped you to the position of deputy sect leader. Chen Jiu nodded in satisfaction. I'm not very talented. Even after exhausting all the family resources, I can only barely reach the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. With this strength alone, I'm far from being able to support the great cause of our family. So I can only take the side path and spend more effort in other aspects, hoping that I can live up to the great expectations of the ancestor. Qin Dongqing said humbly, That's right. In the world of cultivation, strength is the king. It's a pity that our Chun family has been lacking in talent for several generations, and we haven't been able to find a talented child, so we can only put all the burden on you. If you don't have enough strength, you can make up for it with tactics. So, Dongqing, you have to hold on until a new successor appears in our family. Chen Jiu said with a sigh. The lack of talent was not only a problem for the Qin family, but it was also a problem for the entire North Island's Green Cloud sect, and even the entire North Island. Otherwise, someone like Liang Zhu would not have become the sect's eldest senior brother. In contrast, the other islands, especially the Middle Island, were full of talents. All kinds of shocking geniuses were springing up like mushrooms after the rain. Any one of them could make the entire new generation of the North Island pale in comparison. If this continued, the North Island was not far from its decline. Your grandson will not let you down, ancestor. Qin Dongqing's eyes were very determined. He was not shouldering his own honor, but the fate of the entire Qin family of the North Island. For this he would do anything. By the way, speaking of successors, Dongqing, you're already the vice sect leader of a high and powerful sect, but you only have one son and 2 daughters, and their aptitudes are not good. You have to quickly find a few more outstanding female disciples. Remember, under these circumstances, having children is more important than anything else. Qin Jiu warned, if it wasn't for his old age, he would have done this himself. Unfortunately, even though he could maintain his vitality by relying on his powerful strength at the Yuanying stage, he had long lost his fertility. Fertility, this was one of the few key abilities that cultivators could not touch. If not for this, whether it was the sky-class island or the ancient martial world, the powerful cultivators would have had children all over the world. Their long lifespans of thousands of years were enough for them to give birth to an entire sect. Chapter 5333. But I really can't find any talented female disciples on the North Island. If it's on the Middle Island, I don't have that much face just by relying on myself. Chun Dongqing smiled bitterly. He had put in a lot of effort in this area. Both Lung Lung of Snow Sword Sect and Duan Muyu of Leaf Spirit Sect were very ideal marriage partners. However, the problem was that both women were genius disciples who received a lot of attention from their respective sections, although Chen Dongcheng was the deputy sect leader of the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island and his status was high enough. It was a pity that his strength was only in the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. More importantly, he was taking in concubines and not officially marrying them, who would inexplicably send their most outstanding genius female disciple to an outsider as a concubine. The Snow Sword Sect and Spirit Leaf Sect were not fools. If it really doesn't work, this old master will have to personally make a trip. Chun Jiu furrowed his brows. Although he said that he wasn't very confident about this kind of thing, there was only an exchange of benefits between sections. If you want others to give you their most outstanding genius female disciple, you must pay the corresponding price. The small family background of the Northern Islands Qingyan school couldn't withstand the turmoil. Please don't be rash, ancestor. The Grand Elder of Xuanji sect met with an accident because he went out rashly. You are the stabilizing force. You must not act rashly unless it is absolutely necessary. It is not worth the risk for such a small matter like this. Chen Dongqing quickly advised. Then, Chun Jiu was also a little hesitant. Although nascent soul-old monsters were top-notch existences in the small Jianghu of the immemorial era, there were also differences between them. They were not foolproof. And to destroy a powerful sect, one must start from nascent soul-old monsters. Because of this, the Xuanji sect was removed from the list of the 10 small sects and families. With the previous example in front of them, they had to be careful. Actually, I have an idea. Chun Dongqing suddenly said. Oh. Chun Jiu glanced at him, indicating for him to continue. There were 2 female disciples among the 5 disciples that Lin Yi brought with him today, and I heard from Exanijia that they were very eye-catching in the test. They're pretty talented, but they're a bit weak. Chun Dongqing said. Strength is not a problem. The key is talent and foundation. In that case, you can take them as concubines. If they can give birth to a talented child for our Qin family, it will be a profit. If not, there is no loss. Chun Jiu said casually. In the eyes of a grand elder like him, 2 mere female disciples were nothing at all. With his approval, would they dare to resist? Moreover, for most women, being able to be taken into the room of a big shot like Chen Dongqing was a good thing that they could not ask for more. It did not matter even if she became a concubine. This was like flying up a branch and becoming a phoenix. I'm a little worried about Lin Yi's attitude. He's very close to the 2 female disciples. I'm afraid he won't agree so easily. Chen Dongcheng was put in a difficult position. After all, the other party was a Taigu martial granduncle in name. Even if he was the sect's deputy sect leader, he could not disobey him in public unless he publicly announced that the other party was a swindler. It doesn't matter. Since he has joined the Green Cloud School on the North Island, he must follow the rules of the school. Even if he is the real martial granduncle, he can't override the rules and be divided. I don't think I need to waste my breath on such a small trick, right? Chun Jiu reminded. Your grandson understands. Chun Dongqing laughed. The next morning, Chun Dongqing arrived at Heaven Ascension Cliff early. He was still smiling and humble. I pay my respects to Marshal Granduncle. Is Marshal Granduncle used to this place? Chun Dongqing asked with a smile. It's all right. The place is quite good, but it's not very ventilated. Lin Yi stretched lazily. His spirit was a bit tired after a whole day of training, and he needed to relax. With such a wide field of vision, does Marshall Granduncle still feel stuffy? Chun Dongqing pretended to be surprised. Would you feel breathless if I put you in a cage? Linny asked. Oh, so that's what Marshall Granduncle was referring to. I was too careless and forgot to explain yesterday. I hope Marshall Granduncle can forgive me. Realization dawned on Chun Dongqing's face. Lingshan and the others, who were standing behind Lin Yi, looked at each other teasingly. With this guy's acting skills, it would be a waste if he didn't go into acting. He'd be a movie king otherwise. Then, can Deputy Sect Leader Chen explain it to us? Lin Yi said faintly, Yes, Marshall Granduncle, you may not know, but the name of the cliff is derived from a formation called the One Step to the Sky Formation. This is the most profound formation of our Qinyan school in the North Island. Before the successive sect leaders succeed the position, they have to cultivate in seclusion for 3 years. Only after observing and comprehending can they come out of seclusion. Ordinary disciples don't have the qualifications, even if they want to come. Chun Dongqing smiled apologetically. So you're saying that you're going to make me the sect master? Lin raised an eyebrow. Chun Dongqing obviously choked for a moment. This fellow was not playing by the rules. He could only force a smile and say, Not really. This is the most special place in the entire North Island's Green Cloud School. We arranged for you to stay here to show our respect to Marshall Granduncle. Then I can't go out. Lin Yi said, as a mid-stage Golden Core practitioner. As the vice sect leader, Chun Dongqing realized that he couldn't even look Lin Yi in the eye. The aura that Lin Yi was unconsciously exuding made him feel very nervous, like an old farmer meeting an emperor. He didn't know what to do. What was this guy's background? Chun Dongqing could not help but feel apprehensive, even when he was facing a nascent, soul-stage old monster. He had never felt this way. Could it be that the other party was even more terrifying than the nascent soul-stage old monster? How is that possible? Chun Dongqing immediately threw this ridiculous thought to the back of his mind. He thought to himself that this was probably because the other party was a primordial spirit. After all, it was rare to see a primordial spirit that existed alone. He had never been in such close contact with a primordial spirit before. No, you've misunderstood me. This One Step to the Sky formation actually has the ability to distinguish people. As long as you have the identity token of the sect, you can enter and leave freely. Chun Dongqing explained. Lin Yi understood this was what he'd been wondering about. Everyone was trapped, but only Chun Dongqing could come and go as he pleased. It must have been because of his ID. Then, when can you give me my identity waste token? Lin Yi asked. This may require Marshall Granduncle's patience to wait for a while. The identity waste tag is not an ordinary object because there are all kinds of restrictions in our sect, big and small. The identity waste tag directly determines whether you have the right to enter and leave freely. Therefore, the production and distribution of each identity waste tag is very cautious. With Marshall Granduncle's extraordinary status, the authority is naturally the highest level in the sect, and special affairs need to be approved by both Grand Elder and the sect leader. Even I, the deputy sect leader, don't dare to make the decision. Chun Dongqing's attitude was very sincere. Chapter 5334. In other words, if the two of them don't show up, I'll have to be trapped here forever. Lin Yi laughed. These guys had found a good excuse to put him under house arrest. For the time being, I can only ask Marshall Granduncle to suffer a little. Fortunately, the scenery here is unique, and it's convenient for Marshall Granduncle to cultivate. This time will be over with a short, closed-door cultivation. Chun Dongqing's attitude was still very humble. My identity waste token needs to be handled on a special occasion. Okay, I can accept this statement, but what about theirs? It can't be that the Grand Elder and the sect leader have to personally come out, right? Lin Yi said as he pointed at Lingshan and the others. There's no need for that. I was just about to discuss it with Marshall, granduncle, today. Yesterday, I had a meeting with the higher-ups of the other sections. These disciples you brought are all extremely talented people. If we just send an entrance instructor to teach them the basics, it would be too much of a waste of talent. Therefore, we've decided to do this on a special basis. We're preparing to do a spirit root test for everyone, and then arrange a corresponding entrance instructor for each person based on the test results. What do you think about having Senior Granduncle personally teach me after I've learned it? Chun Dongqing asked. Lin Yi, Lingshan, and the others all looked at each other, confused. To be honest, this was a good plan. If they weren't under house arrest, they would have agreed right away, but now they had to think about if there was some kind of conspiracy behind this. It sounds good, but I have to discuss it with each of them. Lin, he said. It's fine. It'll take 3 days to make an identity waste token anyway. You have enough time to think about it. Chun Dongqing did not force her, and immediately said, Oh, there's another thing. Marshall Granduncle, you gave us the complete version of the Clear Sky Heart formula before, which is a great blessing for our entire Green Cloud School on the Northern Island. I'll take the liberty to ask on behalf of the other high-level officials, Marshall Granduncle, can you also write down the other lost mental cultivation methods and martial arts techniques as soon as possible to benefit the vast number of Green Cloud School disciples? Sure, I'll write it down as soon as I have time. Lin Yi replied. Then I'll have to trouble Senior Granduncle. I still have other sect affairs to deal with, so I'll take my leave first. I'll come again another day to pay my respects. Chun Dongqing immediately took his leave. What do you guys think this guy is up to? Chin Tian pinched his chin as he watched Dongqing leave. It's definitely not a good medicine. Chikuin and Chijio said in unison. Yes, yes. I hate this kind of pretentious, big-tailed wolf the most. Ziyu said, gritting her teeth. Looking at his behavior, I think he's using peaceful means before resorting to force. He'll use the soft approach first, and if the soft approach doesn't work, he'll use the hard approach. What do you think, Lin Yi? Lingshan said. That's right. When his patience runs out, he'll come at us the hard way. Lin Yi nodded. He could guess that the other party was after the Qingyun sect's arts and techniques in his head. As for what else they wanted, he couldn't tell yet. Lin Yi could give the practitioners arts, but he'd have to decide when and how he'd give them. He wouldn't just give them out like that, especially in a situation like this. He had to make a big deal out of it. Then what should we do? Chin Tian and the others asked. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Let them do their thing first. Lin Yi smiled nonchalantly. Even the Sky-class island couldn't stop him, and he couldn't do anything in the ancient martial world. Was that even possible? Lin Yi didn't care at all. It felt like sending a top student who had just finished his college entrance exams to a high school exam. He wouldn't be Lin Yi if he didn't even have that much confidence. That's good. Everyone nodded with a smile, each one more relaxed than the last. Since Lin Yi was here, what were they afraid of? Just as everyone was about to go back to their cultivation, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of them. It was an old acquaintance Sexene. He looked around carefully to make sure there was no one else before entering the room. He turned to Lin Yi guiltily. Marshall Granduncle, I've caused you to suffer. Nothing. By the way, why are you so sneaky? Lin Yi was a little surprised. Xianigia was only an early Golden Core practitioner, and didn't seem to have anything special about him, but he was an elder of a sect. With their past relationship in the common world, it was only natural for him to come and visit Lin Yi. Why was he so sneaky? There's no other way. If Deputy Sect Leader Chin finds out about this, I'll probably be locked up. Xianigia smiled bitterly. Why? Lin Yi, Lingshan, and the others looked at each other. Because Xianigia found it hard to say. He'd supported Lin Yi's decision to come to the North Island's Green Cloud sect. But he didn't think that this would happen after he'd brought Lin Yi and the others back. From a certain point of view, this was a complete scam. He didn't have the face to face Lin Yi and the others. "It's okay. Tell me what's going on," Lin Yi said with a wave of his hand. He didn't blame Xian Yi after all. This wasn't something he could decide on his own. He needed to know what the higher-ups of the North Island's Qingyan school were planning. He wasn't scared of anything, but it was better to be prepared than not. Xian Yi gritted his teeth and said, "Deputy Sect Leader Qin held a special elder meeting this morning. He publicly suggested to set up a special investigation team to investigate your background." "Investigate my background?" "In other words, they still don't believe that I'm from the Blue Cloud School of the North Island? Then why did you invite me here?" Lin Yi teased. Xian Yi blushed with shame. As an elder of the sect, he was also qualified to attend the meeting. When he heard this, he was dumbfounded. He had finally managed to invite the Grand Uncle Master back, and the first thing he did was not to let the Grand Uncle Master reintegrate into the sect, but to publicly propose to investigate the other party's background. Was this something a human would do? Did he say how to investigate? Lin Yi asked curiously. Although every proper sect would have a list of disciples of the past generations, it had been more than 1,000 years since the ancient times. After such a long time, who knew how many turmoils and storms had happened during this period? Even the most basic and important blue cloud heart formula of the Blue Cloud School on the Northern Island had become incomplete, let alone a list. Even if there was a list, it would at most be an incomplete copy. How could they verify his true identity as a cheap martial granduncle? Chapter 5335. Not yet. We've only set up a 3-person investigation group. We'll have to discuss the specific investigation method further. Xian Yi laughed bitterly. In fact, in his opinion, this kind of investigation was completely unnecessary, and no matter what, Lin Yi gave him the original version of the technique. This was an undeniable fact, and that alone was enough to give him a proper title as a Grandmaster. What's more, the development momentum of the Green Cloud School in the North Island had been extremely sluggish in recent years. Now that the Taigu martial granduncle had returned, it was an encouraging shot for all the disciples in the school, even if it was purely for the sake of morale. The identity of the martial granduncle must not be doubted. Why couldn't Qin and the rest understand such a simple logic? These people are just knocking on the mountain to scare the tiger. Lin immediately understood Qin Dongqing's intentions. To a cheap uncle like him, the sick was like a sharp sword hanging over his head. If he knew what was good for him, he'd still be the ancient Grand Uncle Master that everyone respected. If he didn't, he'd become a scammer that everyone wanted to kill. Lin didn't doubt the man's ability to prove that he was a charlatan at all. Even if he was a true martial granduncle of the Blue Cloud sect, Qin Dongqing could easily label him as a charlatan. "What do you mean?" Xian Yi was still in the dark and didn't know how to react. "Nothing. By the way, since you're going to investigate me, shouldn't you avoid arousing suspicion at this time?" Lin said, "Aye." Xian Yi hesitated for a moment. He didn't have much ambition, and his strength wasn't outstanding among the sect elders. At this time, the best choice was to be honest and pretend not to see anything. "Senior Granduncle, you were strongly recommended by this disciple. I really didn't expect this to be the result. I really feel bad. There's still more." Lin just looked at him. He'd known Xian Yi for a while now, and he knew that while the guy was honest, he had a black-bellied side to him. If there weren't any other important reasons, the guy would have chosen to protect himself instead of taking the risk to come here and tell Lin Yi. "Also, I heard something after I came back. I thought it was very strange. Maybe it has something to do with you, Grand Uncle Master." Xian Yi said hesitantly. "What is it?" Lin Yi asked. "Sect leader Hong is in trouble." Xian Yi's tone was heavy as he spoke, but Lin didn't seem to care. When I first brought your matter back to the sect, there was a huge dispute among the higher-ups of the sect. Sect leader Hong and deputy sect leader Qin had a fierce quarrel. Sect leader Hong, like me, raised both hands in favor of welcoming you back to the sect. I thought that since the final conclusion was reached, sect leader Hong would definitely be the leader, but I didn't expect it to be completely different. Continue. Lin Yi revealed an interested expression. He didn't know that there was such an inside story. From what he heard, it meant that the sect leader Hong he had never met was on his side. I heard that in name, sect leader Hong visited the sects on the outer island, but in fact he never left the North Island. Xian said, "How did they know?" Lin Yi was suspicious there wasn't any customs in this place, and they could just get out on an aerial spirit beast who knew if sect leader Hong really made it out. Because someone saw the corpse of the sect leader's mount with their own eyes. However, they were killed afterwards, and all traces were erased. However, some news still leaked out. Xian said grimly, "You mean sect leader Hong was killed because he supported me?" Lin Yi felt that there was something wrong with this logic even if it was, as Xian said, and the sect leader Hong he'd never met was on his side. It was just a matter of attitude, not life or death. Moreover, how could it be so easy to deal with a sect leader? You can't put it that way, but there's still a connection. Xian knew that this statement wouldn't stand up to scrutiny, but sect leader Hong was his backer. The reason he had been able to become an elder in the secular world was because of sect leader Hong's strong recommendation. Otherwise, how could he have been able to get such a glorious job with his mediocre strength, now that something had happened to sect leader Hong? The attitudes of the higher-ups who used to follow sect leader Hong's orders had changed. When Chen Dongqing mentioned investigating Lin Yi's identity in the elders' meeting, no one stood up to object. This in itself was enough to explain the problem. Other people might be able to play it safe and be a fence-sitter, but Xian Kun Tirat Lin Yi, this Taigu great-uncle master, was practically welcomed into the house by him. He was naturally labeled as someone close to Lin Yi. If he decided to play it safe now, he'd be the laughingstock of the entire sect, and he'd offend Lin Yi. Other people didn't know Lin Yi's strength and thought that he was just a peak foundation stage soul. But Xian knew that this Taiga wasn't as simple as he appeared to be. He was an unfathomable existence, and so Xian had no choice but to come to Lin Yi. He didn't know what to do, but he'd have to see if Lin Yi had any ideas. Now, the Green Cloud School in the North Island has become Chen Dongqing's sole authority. Lin Yi asked, deep in thought. Basically, no one dares to refute his words now. Xian said with a bitter smile, "It seems that the sect leader Hong you mentioned is not very capable." Lin Yi frowned. As a sect leader, he was supposed to be followed by the higher-ups of other sections. Normally, even if something happened, there should at least be some loyal followers. But this guy here just surrendered as soon as something happened to Lin Yi, especially when Chen Dongqing was only a mid-golden core deputy sect leader. It was nice to say that he was not capable. To put it bluntly, he was incompetent. Xian was a little embarrassed, as he weakly explained. In fact, you can't blame sect leader Hong for not being able to control the overall situation. The main reason is that Chen Dongqing's background is too deep. The Chen family of the North Island has always been one of the top aristocratic families in the North Island. Back then, the Green Cloud sect of the North Island was barely able to survive by relying on the Chen family. Not to mention that the Grand Elder is the previous head of the Chen family. He is a top figure in the North Island who can rally hundreds of people with a single call. Even sect leader Hong can't handle him. Chapter 5336. The Chen family of the North Island? So there are two groups of people in the sect. Lin Yi blinked that a sect was a sect, and an aristocratic family was an aristocratic family. Generally, they did not interfere with each other's business. It was rare for there to be a situation where people in the North Island's Green Cloud sect were mixed in, because this would inevitably lead to the formation of gangs. Just like the current Green Cloud sect of the North Island, a mere mid-Gendan stage could sit in the position of deputy sect leader, and even the entire Elder Council could become his sole authority. It was simply a joke if it was said out loud. Yes, one is the Chen family faction. These people are either direct or collateral descendants of the Chen family on the North Island, or have inextricable connections with the Chen family. There aren't many of them, but they are very united and powerful. The representatives are the Grand Elder and the Deputy Sect Leader, Chen Dongchen. Xian Yijie explained, even the strongest nascent soul was the previous head of House Chen. So naturally, this House Chen's faction was extremely powerful. Lin Yi wasn't surprised by this and continued to ask, "What about the other faction?" The other faction is the local faction. Normally, as long as the disciples have no relationship with the Chen family of the North Island, they are classified as the local faction. The majority of them are from the local faction, but the relationship is very loose. So, it is usually fine, but once something happens, they become a pile of loose sand. The representative is Sect Leader Hong Zijuan. Xian Yijie said with a bitter smile. No wonder. Realization dawned on Lin Yi the local factions were a pile of loose sand to begin with, and now that even their representative Hong Zijuan was in trouble, it was understandable why they'd become like this. Senior Granduncle, Deputy Sect Leader Chin is coming. You have to be on guard. Xian Yijie said carefully. Oh, how do we defend against it? Lin Yi said, Deputy Sect Leader Chen has the support of the entire Chen family faction. If he does something bad to you, you won't be able to guard against it. Xian Yijie looked at Lin Yi's face and gathered his courage. Senior Granduncle, you gave us the original version of the Qingyan heart calming formula. By right, based on this point alone, your status should be impeccable. However, after all, you have left the Qingyan school on the North Island for too long. Most of the people in the school are only curious about you, but they don't have much sense of identity with you. Once Deputy Sect Leader Chen really makes trouble, you will be very passive. Continue. Lin Yi said faintly. Xian Yijie swallowed nervously. He wasn't good at instigating others, but he had no choice but to do so. Yes, if you want to take root in the sect, you need a group of loyal fans. Now that Sect Leader Hong's whereabouts are unknown and the local sects have no leader, you need to stand up and cheer for them. Otherwise, if this continues, the Green Cloud sect in the North Island may become the Chen family in the North Island. You want me to replace Sect Leader Hong? Lin Yi looked at him strangely. No, this disciple didn't mean it that way. Xian Yijie hurriedly denied it. As soon as Hong Zijuan was in trouble, this underling of his incited someone else to replace him. If he really did that, he would become a complete traitor. He hurriedly explained. What I mean is that the local faction, under the leadership of Sect Leader Hong, was inclined to you, so it is entirely possible for you to stand up and lead the way. As for Sect Leader Hong, I will spare no effort to find him. If I can find him, that would be great, but if I can't... Xian Yijie didn't finish a sentence, but his meaning was clear. Lin Yi's lips curled up. Xian Yijie's words reminded him of what Liu Bei had said to Zhuge Liang when he entrusted the city to him. If the son can be supplemented, he can be supplemented. If he is not talented, the monarch can take it himself. With Lin Yi's level, he didn't really care about fighting and scheming with people from the Green Cloud sect on the North Island. But it looked like they were going to make it hard for him and Ling Shan to live in peace. He might as well go with the flow. I didn't expect you to be so bold. Lin Yi smiled. He'd thought that Xian Yijie was a good man who'd protect himself, but he'd been quite decisive this time. He knew that Chen Dongqing wanted to mess with him, but he still dared to tell on him. The person in charge was a Grand Elder after all. If it were someone else in Xian Yijie's position, they might not have had the courage to do this. Marshal Granduncle, you're too kind. Xian Yijie smiled honestly as he looked at Lin Yi's face nervously. Then what do you mean? To be honest, your suggestion is not bad. Lin, he admitted, but spread his hands. But I'm trapped here and can't get out. What's the use? This. Exainegia was dumbfounded. He was so focused on persuading Lin Yi, but he forgot that Lin Yi and the others had been locked up from the moment they stepped in. By the way, how much do you know about this formation? Can you tell me? Lin Yi suddenly said, if he could figure out the principle and characteristics of this formation, he might be able to force his way in and out even without the waist tag. He could come in and out as he pleased, and it wouldn't be easy for Qin Dongqing to use this to restrict him anymore. Senior granduncle, although I am also an elder, my status and level are not high enough to spy on the core secrets of the sect's important formations. Exainegia said with a bitter smile. I see. Lin, he was a little disappointed. However, this one step to heaven formation is our sect's most famous formation. From the first day I joined, I've been hearing all sorts of discussions about it. I dare not say that I know its core secrets, but I do have some understanding of it. Exainegia changed the topic. Then why are you still keeping me in suspense? Lin, he rolled his eyes at him. Huh. Exainegia laughed awkwardly. He was a careful person, and he wouldn't spread rumors unless there was concrete evidence. He just didn't want Lin Yi to think that he was useless, so he decided to come up with some unproven rumors. One step to heaven formation. There are basically two explanations for the origin of this formation's name. One is that thousands of years ago there was an unknown ordinary disciple in our sect who made a mistake and was punished with confinement. At that time, this was just an ordinary back cliff. Unexpectedly, in just 3 years, that disciple suddenly appeared out of nowhere and directly became an invincible, top-notch existence. With his own strength, he turned our sect into the #1 sect in the ancient times without any suspense. That was our sect's most glorious period. After that, the back cliff was renamed Ascending Heaven Cliff. Exainegia said, Chapter 5337. You want me to prove it myself. Lin Yi smiled the word. It sounded reasonable. If he couldn't prove his identity with solid evidence, then the other party would be right in front of him. It's totally unwarranted. Isn't the parallel art of green cloud evidence? Grandmaster, aren't the mental cultivation methods and martial arts skills you just gave them evidence? Those are the ironclad evidence. What's the point of flipping through a few old registers? Everyone knows that the disciple register and the sect records are incomplete. How can that be considered evidence? Exainegia said angrily, killing the donkey after it's no use. Nothing is incomprehensible. Lin Yi's face was nonchalant. He'd expected this day to come, and he didn't feel any anger towards it. His mentality was basically the same as being bitten by an ant. If he was really unhappy, he'd just reach out and crush it to death. Why would he get angry over it? Of course, there was not such a big gap in strength. However, in terms of body level, people like Qin Dongqing were really just an ant in his eyes. Grandmaster, he's not joking. He's coming with people soon. You'd better think of a way. Seeing Lin Yi's expression, Exainegia became anxious. I'll wait for him to come. I'm trapped here and can't get out. What's the point of thinking? Lin Yi was very optimistic. Exainegia was speechless. He felt that he had bet on the wrong person. Although the situation was indeed difficult to deal with, he should at least think of a way to deal with it. What's the point of throwing caution to the wind? Exainegia stamped his feet anxiously. However, Lin Yi was like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Exainegia had no choice but to leave in a hurry. Calculating the time, Qin Dongqing would be coming with people soon. If they saw him snitching on Lin Yi, the first one to die would not be Lin Yi, but Exainegia. Not long after, a group of people arrived at the back cliff in a grandiose manner. The person in the lead was naturally Qin Dongqing. Behind him, in addition to a group of gold core stage elders, there was also a group of black-clothed disciples in special clothing. They were the experts of the law enforcement hall. Lin Yi, the investigation team has confirmed that you are not the Archean martial uncle of the Green Cloud sect of the North Island. Tell me, what is your ulterior motive for sneaking into the Green Cloud sect of the North Island by pretending to be the martial uncle? Chen Dongqing said aggressively. He couldn't help but look at Ling Shan and Ziyu a couple more times as he said that. He'd been waiting for this day for a long time. Hearing this, Lin Yi looked at him calmly and said faintly, "Since you said it can't be told, then what else can I say?" "So, you admit that you pretended to be martial granduncle?" Qin Dongqing sneered. "Haha, why would I admit it? Isn't this all up to you, Vice Head Qin? You're the one who initiated the investigation, and the people involved are all your people. From start to finish, it's all up to you. So, as long as you're happy," Lin Yi said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Chen Dongqing paused. Lin Yi's reaction was far beyond his expectations. Even Ling Shan and the others beside Lin Yi didn't seem worried at all, just watching the show. Watching the show. Did these people think this was a joke? As a Jianghu scammer, it's rare to be able to stay calm after being exposed, even if it's just on the surface. Chen Dongqing smiled confidently and didn't waste any more time. He ordered, "Enforcers, listen up. Take down this Jianghu scammer who pretends to be our martial granduncle. If he resists, kill him." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of law enforcers immediately surrounded Lin Yi's group. The Golden Core Stage elders who came with Qin Dongqing also each guarded a position. Because of the one step to heaven matrix, they did not have to worry about Lin Yi escaping. However, in order to avoid unnecessary casualties, they would also join forces if necessary. A battle was about to break out. Xian Ijia, who was following behind, had his heart in his throat. There was nothing he could do in this situation, not to mention helping Lin Yi. He didn't even dare to stand up and say a word. All he could do was to watch the scene unfold before his eyes. "Are you sure you want to arrest me?" Lin Yi didn't even look at the crowd. He just stared at Chen Dongqing calmly. Of course. Chen Dongqing looked at him as if he was looking at a dead man. This time, not only were the masters of the law enforcement hall here, but also more than half of the Gold Core masters were gathered. Unless Lin Yi was a nascent soul old monster, he wouldn't be able to survive. "Okay, then let's start cleaning up the sect." Lin Yi nodded. "Oh, so you've accepted your fate?" Chen Dongqing was a little surprised. He thought that Lin Yi would put up a last-ditch struggle, but he didn't expect him to accept his fate so easily. "Accept my fate?" Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. He said meaningfully, "It's not appropriate to use this word on me, because the person who needs to be cleaned up is not me." With that, an invisible giant hand suddenly appeared on top of Chen Dongqing's head. Without giving him any chance to react, his whole spirit was instantly grabbed and then locked into the space of the jade pendant. The whole process took less than half a second. The crowd didn't even realize what happened. They saw Chen Dongqing suddenly collapse to the ground, motionless, as if his soul had been taken away. Leader Qin, Leader Qin. A few elders in the Gold Core Stage, who were close to him, quickly surrounded him. However, no matter how they shouted, it was futile. Chen Dongqing had lost his spirit, and his body had become a vegetable. This time, everyone was scared silly, including the elders in the Gold Core Stage. All of them hurriedly stepped back. Each of them looked at Lin Yi in horror. They didn't know what method Lin Yi used just now, but one thing was certain. Chen Dongqing's appearance was definitely the work of Lin Yi. Originally, in their minds, Lin Yi, the Grand Uncle Master, didn't have much weight. After all, on the surface, he was just a master in the great perfection of the Foundation establishment stage. Who would have thought that such a master in the great perfection of the Foundation establishment stage could actually easily defeat Qin Dongqing? Although the strength of Chen Dongqing, the deputy head, was far from outstanding, he was still a master in the middle stage of the gold elixir realm. Looking at the inner sect, there were only a handful of people who could really beat him. Apart from the Taishang elder Qinjiu, even the strongest master in the gold elixir realm Hong Zijuan, head Hong, could not possibly defeat Qin Dongqing so easily. Lin Yi's move simply subverted everyone's understanding. Does anyone else want to try? Lin Yi smiled and slowly glanced at the crowd. Everyone who was swept by him was desperately retreating for fear that they would accidentally follow in Qin Dongqing's footsteps. Chapter 5338. Many of them were under Qin Dongqing's command. No matter how strong Lin Yi was, they would fight with Lin Yi without hesitation if Qin Dongqing gave the order. However, the problem was that they didn't even know if their leader, Qin Dongqing, was dead or alive. How could they fight without a leader? Especially Lin Yi's soul-hooking hand. It was something they had never heard or seen before. Humans were always afraid of the unknown. Even the masters of Gold Core Stage were no exception. At this time, Xianijia, who was also shocked, was the first to react. He cleared his throat and said, "Everyone listen to me. You've all seen the original version of the Green Cloud Calming Secrets. I believe I don't have to say whether it's true or not. Not long ago, Deputy Head Qin took the other original version of the mental cultivation methods and martial arts skills from Martial Granduncle. If I'm not mistaken, he should have taken them to Highest Elder. If it's true or not, I believe he would have announced it in public, but he didn't mention it now. What does this mean?" The crowd couldn't help but be silent. In fact, they didn't need Xianijia to say it. They all knew whether it was true or not. However, they had to follow Qin Dongqing. The fact is very clear. If the Martial Granduncle who gave us so many original mental cultivation methods and martial arts skills is still a fake, I think there's nothing in this world that's real. Xianijia said in a low voice. He needed a lot of courage to say these words in public, because once Qin Dongqing woke up or the news spread to Highest Elder, he would definitely not end well. However, Lin Yi's miraculous performance gave him enough confidence. He, Xianijia, had always been a cautious person, but when it was time to bet, he would have the courage to put everything on the line. His words made everyone speechless. It was not that they didn't dare to refute, but they really didn't dare to refute in front of Lin Yi. Qin Dongqing was their example. It was too risky. Everyone disperse. Xianijia said at last. Everyone looked at each other and finally carried Qin Dongqing away silently. In terms of strength and status, Xianijia was far from being the one with the highest authority. However, he was the one who had the most right to speak at this moment. After all, he had chosen the right side. After coming out of Ascending Cliff, several Gold Core Stage seniors of the Qin family looked at each other and carried Qin Dongqing to the top of the mountain without saying a word. No one knew the details of Lin Yi. Now, the only one who could end this situation was Highest Elder. When the crowd carried Qin Dongqing to the top of the mountain, Chen Jiao was still in the house, studying the mental cultivation methods and martial arts skills that he had just written. He was in high spirits at this moment. He found that it was just as he had expected. Although the two could not directly improve in a level in a short time, it could greatly improve his understanding of mental cultivation methods and martial arts skills. Had Lin could, was highest had Cheng Yi. Sensing that there was movement outside, Chen Jiao did not raise his head. He frowned and said, "I have said that you can handle the things below by yourself. You don't have to report everything to me." The crowd could not help but look at each other. They had actually broken the rules by coming up without Highest Elder's permission. It was just that the current situation was special, so they had to do so. At this time, after listening to Chen Jiao's words, they suddenly felt a little awkward. Were they leaving or not leaving? Just when everyone was hesitating, Chen Jiao finally realized something was wrong. A figure immediately flashed out of the house. The next moment, it appeared in front of Qin Dongqing, whose life or death was unknown. After giving Qin Dongqing a careful examination, Chen Jiao suddenly turned pale with fright. He was a dignified, nascent soul stage old monster, but he could not see what happened to Qin Dongqing. He could only vaguely sense that Chen Dongqing seemed to have no primordial spirit. However, how could a good person not have a primordial spirit? What the hell is going on? Tell me word by word. Don't leave out a word. Chunjiu's face was extremely ugly. He could guess that this must be the work of Lin Yi, but before this, he had never thought that Lin Yi actually had such a means. After listening to the description of these gold core stage senior executives, Chunjiu's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He said a lot of useless nonsense. These people didn't know what happened to Chen Dongqing at all, because it happened so suddenly they couldn't even accurately perceive the appearance of the soul-hooking hand. There was only one sentence to sum it up. Chen Dongqing was glanced at by Lin Yi, and then he lay down. A gold core stage expert was just glanced at by someone and became this half-dead state. You actually dare to say this kind of nonsense? If that Lin Yi is so terrible and so heaven-defying, will he be trapped by a mere one step to heaven array? Chunjiu was infuriated. These people were trying to push the blame onto Lin Yi, making him a god. What a bunch of trash! Supreme Elder, please calm down. The gold core stage senior executives quickly knelt down, one by one, as if they were walking on thin ice. Humph. Although he was angry, Chunjiu did not lose his composure. Although the description of everyone was a mess, at least one thing could be summed up. The means used by Lin Yi had exceeded the understanding of these gold core stage masters. In other words, the other party was not simply a primordial spirit of the foundation establishment great perfection. He had really underestimated him before. After Chunjiu calmed down, he looked at the unconscious Chen Dongqing on the ground and could not help but fall into deep thought. As a Yuanying realm old monster who stood at the top of the small Zhenghu in primitive times, Chunjiu was a first-class existence in terms of strength and vision. However, in the face of the current situation, he was helpless. He did not even know what kind of evil means Chen Dongqing was in. How could he save him? If it was someone else, a vegetable was a vegetable, and Chunjiu would not care about it all. But Chen Dongqing was different. He was the successor of the Chen family of the North Island that he had painstakingly cultivated. The talent had already withered. If Chen Dongqing was involved, the future of the Qin family of the North Island would be really worrying. Tell me, what should we do about this? Chunjiu glanced at the senior executives of the gold core stage who were kneeling on the ground. As soon as these words came out, everyone could not help but look at each other, and they suddenly became more and more shocked. Did this mean that even the Supreme Elder could not save Chen Dongqing? In my humble opinion, the one who started the trouble should untie it. A middle-aged man with a jade-like face said carefully, this person's name was Lu Pingan, and his strength was at the late stage of Gold Core. Among the senior executives of the Gold Core stage, he was Chen Dongqing's most powerful helper. In addition, Lu Pingan had another special identity. He was Chunjiu's pro-disciple. If not, he would not dare to speak in front of Chunjiu. Go on. Chunjiu glanced at Lu Pingan and said faintly, yes. Lu Pingan hesitated and said what he thought. Chapter 5339. I think that no matter what kind of powerful existence Lin Yi is, since he is known as the Taigu Uncle Master of Blue Cloud sect in the North Island, he will never dare to fall out with us easily. Otherwise, no matter whether his identity is true or false, he will become the mortal enemy of our sect. I believe he knows this very well. Lu Pingan's words were not self-deception. After all, after the disappearance of the chief Hong Zijuan, the Chen family faction had now become the core force of the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island. Once they fell out with the Chen family faction, it was equivalent to starting a war with the entire Blue Cloud sect in the North Island, and no one could afford the consequences. Isn't this already falling out? Chunjiu glanced at him. Yes, but it's not completely falling out. Although Deputy Chief Chen's state is very worrying, he is not dead after all, isn't he? Lu Pingan's tone was respectful. You mean that he left himself some leeway? Chinju nodded slightly. He was a little overwhelmed by anger just now. Now that he calmed down and thought about it carefully, it really made sense. Since Lin Yi had the means to make Qin Dongqing half dead, it would be easier for him to kill Qin Dongqing if he wanted to. However, he did not do so, and the meaning was self-evident. Yes, if I'm not wrong, he did this to pass a message to you, Master. Lu Pingan said. What message? Qinjiu asked. He wants to talk to you. Lu Pingan said respectfully. He didn't understand the specific situation just now, but now that he came back to his senses, he had already seen it clearly. Obviously, Lin Yi was using Qin Dongqing as bait to force Qinjiu, the Taishang elder, to show up in person. If it went well, Qin Dongqing should still be saved. If it didn't go well, then Qin Dongqing naturally couldn't be saved. Interesting. Then do you think I should talk to him? Qinjiu looked at Lu Pingan meaningfully. This. Lu Pingan hesitated and then said firmly, in my opinion, we shouldn't talk. Don't talk? Then Dongqing can't be saved? Qinjiu's gaze suddenly became sharp, almost piercing Lu Pingan's mind. He was suspecting the other party's intentions. It was true that Lu Pingan was one of his few pro-disciples, but in his mind, Lu Pingan was far from being comparable to Qin Dongqing. Even pro-disciples were just outsiders, while Qin Dongqing carried almost all the hopes of the Qin family in the North Island. How could they compare? With Qin Dongqing around, disciples like Lu Pingan, no matter how strong and outstanding they were destined to only be supporting characters. However, if Qin Dongqing died, it would be a completely different story for them. There was no second Qin Dongqing in the Qin family of the North Island. Disheartened, Qinjiu was likely to find a qualified successor among his disciples, and the most promising one was Lu Pingan. In the immemorial underworld, the concept of a clan was greater than that of a master and a disciple. This was different from the Heaven Stage Island, and it was similar to the concept of the secular world. Master, please calm down. Disciple sincerity towards you and Vice Head Qin can be seen by the heavens and earth. It's just that considering the big picture, you really can't do it yourself. That would only let Lin Yi succeed. Lu Pingan said quickly. Qinjiu was silent for a moment, squinting at Lu Pingan. In order to show that he had no disloyalty, Lu Pingan could only bite the bullet and choose to look at him. Even if his back was sweating profusely, he did not dare to look away. Finally, Qinjiu's gaze softened. Stand up and talk. Yes. Lu Pingan finally breathed a sigh of relief, and other high-level gold core cultivators who came up together also stood up. However, they were all glared at by Qinjiu, who sent them away with a single word. Tell me what you think. Qinjiu said lightly. In this disciple's opinion, once you show up in person, there will be no room for negotiation. If you and Lin Yi don't come to an agreement and fall out in front of each other, the first to suffer will be Deputy Head Qin. If you don't fall out with him in person, then the news will inevitably spread, making people think that you have personally confirmed his identity as the immemorial Uncle Master. At that time, if you want to reverse the case and deal with him, there will be no justification. Lu Pingan analyzed. But if I don't show up, isn't it Dongqing who will suffer? Qinjiu frowned. In any case, he must protect Qin Dongqing. So, this disciple's opinion is that we can talk to him, but Master can't show up in person. We should send another person to talk to him, so that no matter what the result is, there is still room for advance and retreat. It is not too late to make a decision after testing the other party's attitude. Lu Pingan suggested. Qinjiu pondered for a moment and finally decided. Well, then I will send you to talk to him and find a way to find out his bottom line. Remember, no matter what, you can't hurt Dongqing's life. Yes, Master. Lu Pingan was overjoyed. He was willing to take the risk to suggest this so that he could get this chance. No matter what the result was, as long as he performed well, he would be able to occupy a more important position in Qinjiu's heart. If Qin Dongqing really couldn't be saved in the end, then Lu Pingan's chance would come. Chun Jiu sighed softly as he watched Lu Pingan leave. He looked at the unconscious Chen Dongqing on the ground. Too bad he's an outsider. They arrived at the sky-reaching cliff. Xianijia had already been sent out by Lin Yi to gather people's support. There was only him, Ling Shan, and the others in the formation. Ziyu's eyes went wide when she saw Lu Pingan's figure. Lin Yi bro, you really are a genius. What kind of divine foresight is this? As long as the Grand Elder isn't an idiot, he'll probably send someone to talk to me. The only difference is who. All right, you guys go back to practicing. Don't bother with this bullshit. Lin Yi waved them off with a smile. Disciple Lu Pingan greets Grand Elder. Lu Pingan bowed solemnly. Oh, so you guys admit that I'm the Grand Elder now? Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. You must be joking, Grand Elder. Whether or not your identity is real isn't confirmed yet. But from your disciple's standpoint, as long as there's a 1 in 10,000 chance that you're real, I will treat you as the real Grand Elder. I won't dare disrespect you at all, Lu Pingan said. Haha, you sure know how to talk. Lin Yi sized him up. What business do you have with me? I'm here for Vice Head Qin. Lu Pingan said carefully. Chapter 5340. Deputy Sect Leader Qin acted impulsively and offended Martial Granduncle. This matter has been known by Grand Elder. Grand Elder is extremely angry and has decided to punish Deputy Sect Leader Qin personally. However, now Sect Leader Hong has not returned, and the affairs of the sect are complicated and cannot be left without someone in charge. I hope Martial Granduncle can be magnanimous and let Deputy Sect Leader Qin go for the sake of the sect and let him apologize to you personally. What do you think? While speaking, Lu Pingan carefully stared at every expression of Lin Yi, for fear of missing any useful information. This is Grand Elder's idea. Lin Yi squinted at him and said, Yes. Lu Pingan nodded. If it was his own idea, he believed that the other party would not bother to talk with him at all, because it was meaningless. As a result, Lin Yi's reaction surprised him. Since it is his idea, why doesn't he come to talk with me himself? Lu Pingan was choked speechless for a while. This guy did not play his cards according to reason. Normally, at this point, he should be very clear that he was just a mouthpiece. Wasn't it good to leave some leeway for both sides? Did he have to meet the king as soon as he came up? If he really met the king as soon as he came up, Lin Yi might not necessarily get any benefits. What if Grand Elder fell out with him on the spot? Martial Granduncle. In this disciple's opinion, you shouldn't be in a hurry to meet with the Grand Elder. Before the two of you reach a certain tacit understanding, it's more appropriate for this disciple to run errands for you, right? Lu Pingan composed himself and said seriously, if the two sides wanted to sit down and talk, they at least had to confirm that both sides had the intention to negotiate first. Otherwise, when they met, they would directly flip the table. Then there would be no negotiation. Lin Yi glanced at him, a smile that wasn't quite a smile on his face. So what you're saying is, I'll talk to you first, and you'll tell the Grand Elder the conditions, and then he'll decide if he wants to accept it or not. And then you come here to talk terms with me. Lu Pingan opened his mouth, wanting to correct his words, but nodded in the end. That was what he meant. Correcting the words would only make it sound better, but it wouldn't change the essence of the situation at all. He'd already thought it through, too. It didn't matter how beautiful his words were when dealing with people like Lin Yi. Lin Yi didn't play by the rules at all. Aren't you guys misunderstanding something? Lin Yi said with a smile. What? Lu Pingan was stunned. In the current situation, I'm not asking you for help, but you are asking me for help, aren't you? Lin Yi grinned leisurely. This. Lu Pingan frowned and said in a deep voice, Indeed, Deputy Sect Leader Chen's state is very worrying. Grand Supreme Elder hopes that Martial Granduncle can be magnanimous and let Deputy Sect Leader Qin go. But then again, from Martial Granduncle's point of view, I'm afraid it's better not to let anything happen to Deputy Sect Leader Chin, right? Haha. From my point of view, it's just cleaning up the sect. You think too much, Lin Yi said indifferently. If it weren't for the mission that Chan Jiu had given him, Lu Pingan really wouldn't want to waste his breath here. This guy didn't have the slightest awareness or sincerity to negotiate. He was completely stubborn. What the hell could he possibly achieve from this? Do you really want to fall out with the entire Green Cloud sect of the North Island? Lu Pingan was forced to make it clear. This kind of words should not appear in a negotiation. When it appeared, it was basically not far from the collapse of the negotiation. Guess. Lin Yi's answer was so irresponsible that it made people vomit blood. Lu Pingan was about to go crazy, but he could only bite the bullet and say, I guess you won't, because it's not good for you and the secular disciples who came with you. Even if you don't think for yourself, you should think for them, shouldn't you? Could it be that the Grand Elder is already planning to target them? Lin Yi, on the other hand, was surprised. He said with a smile that wasn't a smile, the Grand Elder is a nascent soul master after all. I didn't expect you to have such a unique way of doing things. Saying it was unique was actually despicable and shameless. Lu Pingan couldn't help but choke. Even if it was really Chen Jiu's intention, he couldn't be the one to take the blame. He quickly said, Don't get me wrong, Grand Elder doesn't mean this, and so do we. We just have to consider everything carefully, don't we? Since you don't mean this, then what are you talking about? I was alarmed for a false alarm. I thought Grand Elder was going to attack them. Lin Yi said angrily. Lu Pingan really wanted to slap his face with a false alarm. The words had been very clear, and it was obvious that it was so. There was really no one who could pretend not to understand it. Couldn't they negotiate happily? What are you still doing here? Hurry up and convey my meaning to Grand Elder, Lin Yi urged. Lu Pingan was dumbfounded again. They hadn't talked about anything yet. From the perspective of negotiation, it was not even a warm-up. How could it end? Speaking of which, what exactly did you mean? What? I don't have time to waste with you. Next time, remember clearly, if you really want to talk, let Grand Elder do it himself. Otherwise, I won't receive you, Lin Yi said straightforwardly. At this point, even if Lu Pingan was thick-skinned, he couldn't stay any longer. He could only leave embarrassedly. Back at the top of the mountain, after listening to Lu Pingan's dejected report, Chen Jiu's gloomy face suddenly became even uglier. This old man asked you to go to test Lin Yi's bottom line and attitude. What did you find out? This disciple is ashamed. Lu Pingan's face was full of shame and anger. In fact, he couldn't be blamed for not doing his job well. It was really Lin Yi's way of doing things was too wild. From the beginning to the end, there was an unsettling pattern. What should he do? Then tell me yourself. What should we do next? Do you really want this old man to do it personally? Chen Jiu snorted coldly. That definitely won't work. Until the last step, Master, you can't easily go out. Otherwise, you will really be led by the nose by him. Lu Pingan shook his head and said in a low voice, Although this disciple is dejected this time, thinking about it carefully, it can't be said that I didn't gain anything. At least, I can be sure that he doesn't really want to shed all pretense of cordiality with us. Otherwise, when this disciple asked him directly, he wouldn't have avoided answering. This has long been expected. Chen Jiu frowned, thinking that it was impossible for Lin Yi to fall out with them even if he wanted to. If he did, then he would stay at Ascending Heaven Cliff for the rest of his life. Chapter 5341. Yes, there's another point. Although Lin Yi doesn't want to talk to me directly, it doesn't mean that he has to force you to talk to him in person. After all, it's not only us who need leeway, it's the same for him. Lu Pingan analyzed. Then, Chen Jiu signaled him to continue. I think that Lin Yi must have a request, and he definitely wants to talk to us, but he doesn't want to talk to me like this. First, he thinks it's too passive, and second, he thinks it's too embarrassing. Maybe he's looking for a mouthpiece to talk to, Lu Pingon said. Who? Chunjiu asked. Xianijia. He was the only one who could talk to Lin Yi and win Lin Yi's trust among all the high-level gold core cultivators in Green Cloud sect in the North Island. Okay, then you go to him. Chunjiu's eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness. After this incident, it was obvious that Xianijia would be a dead man. When Lu Pingon came to him, Xianijia was still trying to win over other high-level gold core cultivators. He knew that it was a critical period for him to win the hearts and minds of the people. One more supporter meant one more momentum and one more chance of winning. Xianijia's blood turned cold when he saw Lu Pingon, Chunjiu's direct disciple. His first thought was that the matter was exposed and Highest Elder was going to punish him. When he understood what Lu Pingon meant, he couldn't help but be stunned. Judging from Lu Pingon's words, Highest Elder was going to negotiate with Lin Yi on an equal footing, and Lu Pingon and himself were the representatives of the two parties. Xianijia certainly didn't dare to agree to this kind of thing without permission. After understanding Lu Pingon's meaning, he quickly ran to Skycliff to ask Lin Yi. Since they want to talk, let's talk. We won't lose anything anyway, Lin Yi agreed casually. Then how do we talk? Xianijia said weakly. Can't you wrangle? Lin Yi glanced at him. Wrangle. Xianijia stared blankly and said, Grand Master, we should have a goal in our negotiation. Is wrangling with each other our goal? That's right. Wrangling is our goal. He can talk however he wants. All you have to do is one thing. Don't object or agree. In short, it's wrangling. Once you've wrangled yourself until you faint, you'll have succeeded, Lin Yi said. Why? Xianijia did not understand what Lin Yi meant at the moment. Since it was just wrangling for the sake of wrangling, what was the point? There are two reasons. First, it is Chen Dongqing who is half dead, not our people, so they should be the ones who are anxious. We have no reason to be anxious at all. When it comes to negotiations, it has always been the one who is anxious who suffers. Just wait and see. After wrangling for a long time, they will definitely lose their cool. That will be our chance. Lin Yi advised. Yes. Xianijia nodded and asked, What about the second one? The second is you, Lin Yi said, looking at him. Me? Xianijia was puzzled. Let me ask you, have you had any success in winning people's hearts these days? Lin Yi asked. Very little. Xianijia was embarrassed. It was not that he did not work hard, but his strength and status were too ordinary. Usually, no one paid attention to him among the gold core stage higher-ups. At this critical moment, he did not have much appeal at all. Even if they were dissatisfied with the Chen family's faction, they would only laugh and say that he was overestimating himself after listening to his suggestion. Very few of them took it seriously. It was actually better now. Due to the deterrence brought by Lin Yi's display of power, the other gold core stage higher-ups no longer looked down on Xianijia like before. After all, in their eyes, even if Lin Yi was not comparable to the Highest Elder and nascent soul stage old monster, he was definitely not someone that they, the gold core stage experts, could compete with. However, it was unrealistic to say that he could be easily won over. So, this negotiation is an opportunity to increase our influence, Lin Yi pointed out. Xianijia finally understood when he heard this. He patted his head and said, I understand now. Granduncle, you mean that this negotiation should not only be delayed, but it should be delayed to the point that everyone knows about it. In this way, we can form a concept in the sect that you and the Highest Elder are equal in status. As your negotiation representative, I can also increase my status and influence. Yes, but there's another meaning. Everyone knows that the Green Cloud sect in the North Island is divided into the local faction and the Chen family faction. Now, the Highest Elder of both parties is the representative of the Chen family faction. So, Who do you think is the representative of the local faction? Lin Yi said with a smile. Of course, it's you, granduncle. Xionijia's eyes lit up. The reason why he couldn't rope in the senior management and disciples of the gold core stage of other local factions was that they didn't believe that he could shoulder the burden of the local faction. Now, Lin Yi stood out and made a rallying call. Not only did he easily get rid of Qin Dongqing, but he also forced the highest elder to sit down and negotiate patiently. This was something that even Hong Zijuan, the head of the sect, couldn't do. In this way, once the idea of being an equal was deeply rooted in people's hearts, it was impossible for Lin Yi not to be the leader of the local faction, because all the senior management and disciples of the gold core stage of the local faction would gather spontaneously. Once the momentum was formed, it would be unstoppable. So, why don't you go and wrangle with him? Lin Yi shrugged. Understood. Xionijia immediately went with confidence. What happened next was just as Lin Yi expected. Although Xionijia usually looked honest and sincere, his brain was actually very active. He was able to argue with Lu Pingan with great eloquence, and was not at a disadvantage at all. Lu Pingan almost went crazy. He thought he could relax a little without facing Lin Yi directly, but he didn't expect such a guy to come. At first glance, he looked like an ordinary pot of warm water. But after a long time of contact, he knew that this guy could never be boiled. He was no less difficult to deal with than Lin Yi. In the end, there was only one word: there was no way out. But he couldn't turn against him openly. After all, in this negotiation alone, they were the passive and weak party. Moreover, it was not that the other party didn't cooperate. Instead, it should be said that they were very cooperative. They just kept talking and wasting time. The other party was determined to fight a protracted war. What could he do? If it weren't for Chen Dongqing, Chen Jiu would have turned against him long ago. But now he could only grit his teeth and suppress his anger, instructing Lu Pingan to continue to grind with Xionijia. But as time went on, Lin Yi's image and status in the Green Cloud sect of the North Island really changed. Chapter 5342. Initially, Lin Yi, the primordial Grand Elder who popped out of nowhere, was just a topic of discussion at most. Now he was the second most important person after Grand Elder Qinjiu. People's hearts were always so subtle. An outsider like Lin Yi, logically speaking, should not be associated with the local faction. But now he was about to become the flag bearer of the local faction. How could anyone explain this? Of course, Xionijia could be said to have played a huge role in this process. Not only did he drag Lu Pingan back and forth, but he was also vigorously promoting Lin Yi's position and drawing the local faction's higher-ups and disciples to their side. Otherwise, these people might not have gathered so quickly. Someone had to add fuel to the fire from behind. On the other hand, Lin Yi did not care about the messy things happening in the outside world. Other than guiding Ling Shan and the others in their training, the only thing he did every day was to train himself. He relied on the spirit grass root to enhance his primordial spirit and strengthen the soul-hooking hand. These two were his top priorities at the moment. On the other hand, Lung Lung, who had returned to the Snow Sword School, ran into trouble. Lung Lung was placed under house arrest. That's right. As one of the disciples with the most outstanding performance in the secular world and the primordial trials, Lung Lung was placed under house arrest on the second day she returned to the Snow Sword School. The reason was that she did not follow the sex orders during the training period. According to the father and son, Xue Liping and Xue Jianfeng, they did everything possible to determine that Lung Lung's previous behavior was a betrayal of the sect. If that was the case, it would not be as simple as house arrest. She would be sentenced to death by 1,000 cuts in public. However, the higher-ups of the Elder Council, including the sect master Hong Qingyuan, were not idiots. They could see Lung Lung's huge potential even with their toes. They would not do something like destroying their own pillar of support. Of course, other than Lung Lung's huge potential, the other two people's efforts could not go unnoticed. One was her master, Su Xiaodong, and the other was Bing Wuqing. If one were to say that Su Xiaodong was the lowest-ranked elder candidate and had no right to speak, then Bing Wuqing, who had stood up alongside him, was someone that no one could ignore. After all, after going around the secular world and the primeval trials, this young elder candidate was now an expert with gold core perfection in the entire Snow Sword School, other than the great elder, who was the only nascent soul old monster. The strongest was the golden core perfection. Before this, there was only one golden core perfection expert, and that was the sect leader, Hong Qingyuan. And now, the Snow Sword faction suddenly had two more golden core perfection experts. One was Bing Wuqing, the other was Xue Jianfeng, and the other was Lung Lung, who was at Foundation Establishment Perfection. When Hong Qingyuan and the rest saw these people for the first time, they really felt like they had been smashed by a pie. A mere training in the secular world had actually brought back a bunch of pillars. This was not just a blessing in disguise, but a raging fire that was about to burn them to ashes. However, for Hong Qingyuan and the other top executives who had the right to speak in the sect, the sudden emergence of two experts in the peak of the gold core realm was a real trouble. There was a very real problem. If a newcomer appeared, what would the old people do? The immemorial martial world had always been a very realistic world, where one's strength determined one's status. Those with golden core great perfection were already existences that stood above tens of thousands of people in the Snow Sword faction, so their status naturally could not be careless. Even if they could not directly make Bing Wuqing and Xue Jianfeng the same rank as the sect leader, they should at least be above the others, right? Otherwise, it would not match their strength. However, even if Vice Sect Master Xue Liping agreed, would the other 5 elders, including Qi Qianqiu, agree? Speaking of which, Xue Liping had always been restless as the Vice Sect Master. It was only because he was at loggerheads with great elder Qi Qianqiu that Hong Qingyuan, as the sect master, had been able to control the situation. Now that there was suddenly his son, Xue Jianfeng, who was above tens of thousands of people, joining hands, how could he control the situation? Fortunately, there was still Bing Wuqing. Hong Qingyuan was a little worried that Bing Wuqing and Xue Jianfeng were on the same side. He did not expect them to fight as soon as they came back, and the cause was Lung Lung. Xue Jianfeng tried every possible way to kill Lung Lung, but Bing Wuqing, who had never had any relationship with Lung Lung, stood out for the first time. Her attitude was very tough, and anyone who dared to touch Lung Lung had to be prepared to face her wrath. Although it was strange, Hong Qingyuan and the others were obviously happy to see it happen. Not only could they protect Lung Lung, a seedling with great potential, but more importantly, they had an excellent candidate to keep Xue Jianfeng in check. In the past, there was great elder Qi Qianqiu to keep Vice Sect Master Xue Liping in check. Although there were 2 more golden core perfection experts now, they also kept each other in check, making it convenient for Hong Qingyuan to continue controlling the situation. In contrast, when Xue Jianfeng heard Bing Wuqing's stance, he was stunned on the spot. During the primeval trials, Bing Wuqing had helped Lung Lung out of trouble, which had already puzzled him. Now, she had actually gone from bad to worse, and was willing to shed all pretense of cordiality for Lung Lung. This was completely beyond his expectations. This was almost equivalent to openly standing on Lin Yi's side. What the hell was Bing Wuqing up to? In the end, in the face of Bing Wuqing's unreasonable and tough stance, and in the face of Hong Qingyuan and Qi Qianqiu's cooperation, Xue Jianfeng and his father Xue Liping could only choose to give in. After a long time of wrangling, they finally came up with a result that was neither painful nor itchy: house arrest. This time, Lung Lung was prepared to go into closed-door training. After she had stabilized her realm, she would start preparing to break through to Golden Core. The so-called house arrest could be said to be neither painful nor itchy to her, and was basically equivalent to no punishment. After the meeting, Xue Jianfeng deliberately blocked Bing Wuqing's way. There was a problem that he had to clarify. "Get out of my way," Bing Wuqing walked away expressionlessly. Wait! Shui Jianfeng forcibly blocked her way. After the other higher-ups of the sect had all left, he lowered his voice and said, "What the hell are you doing?" "Do I need to explain to you?" Bing Wuqing glanced at him. "Of course. Don't forget that we're on the same side. It's fine if you don't help me, but you've been shielding Lung Lung over and over again. Have you ever thought about the consequences of this?" Shui Jianfeng said angrily. "What consequences could there be?" Bing Wuqing looked indifferent. Shui Jianfeng was about to explode from anger. He said angrily, "Shielding Lung Lung is equivalent to shielding Lin Yi. You're betraying the core." "Oh, but why did I hear that the higher-ups told us not to provoke Lin Yi? In comparison, it's more appropriate to put the label of betrayal on you. At least I didn't do something as petty as trapping and killing Lin Yi, am I right?" Bing Wuqing retorted. Chapter 5343. You. Shui Jianfeng was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He was full of bitterness at the mention of this matter. In order to seal Bing Wuqing's mouth, he was forced to share half of the consciousness grass with her. In the end, before he could even get out of the primordial trial grounds, before he could even warm up the remaining half of the consciousness grass, and before he could even feel the magical effects of the consciousness refinement, it was snatched away by Lin Yi unreasonably. As a result, the consciousness grass that he had painstakingly obtained ended up in Bing Wuqing's hands, while he himself had nothing. Just thinking about it made him so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. "Is there anything else?" Bing Wuqing glanced at him and said lightly, "If there's nothing else, please move aside. I'm going back to cultivate in seclusion. The consciousness grass can't be kept for too long, or its effects will be reduced." Shui Jianfeng felt a sweetness in his throat. This time he was so angry that he really wanted to vomit blood. Bing Wuqing left leisurely, and Shui Jianfeng could only grit his teeth. She was obviously trying to anger him. What could he do? "Humph! Don't let me find any evidence of your betrayal, or you'll be the first to suffer." Shui Jianfeng secretly gritted his teeth. He now felt that there was something fishy about Bing Wuqing. If the first time she sheltered Lung Lung in the primordial trial grounds was a little abnormal, then the signs of this abnormality were becoming more and more obvious. He was almost certain that Bing Wuqing and Lin Yi had some kind of unspeakable relationship, but he lacked evidence for the time being. Without decisive evidence, even if Shui Jianfeng suspected, he wouldn't dare to report to the bespectacled doctor. Otherwise, if Bing Wuqing made a false accusation and revealed the fact that he killed Lin Yi, he would be in even more trouble. After the meeting, Lung Lung was very cooperative and took the initiative to accept house arrest. Of course, in reality, she was cultivating in seclusion. In addition, Bing Wuqing saw that Lung Ling's punishment had been settled, and she had completed the task that Lin Yi had given her. So she couldn't wait to cultivate in seclusion. After all, for him, not only did he want to use the half of the divine knowledge grass to refine his divine sense and become the strongest gold core stage master in the legends, but he also had a more important purpose. Don't forget, Lin Yi gave him a condensed, nascent golden pill. What Bing Wuqing didn't expect was that Shui Jianfeng's quietness was just a facade. After less than half a month, Shui Jianfeng had reverted to his old ways. But this time he didn't attack Cold Lung directly, but had other intentions. The 15th of every month was the regular meeting day for all the gold core cultivators of the Snow Sword School. All the big and small matters of the school would be discussed and dealt with on this day. Apart from this, unless it was a special situation, the Elders' Conference would not be specially convened. As usual, Sect Master Hong Qingyuan took the main seat, but the 2 seats beside him were in dispute. The previous meeting was a welcoming ceremony, and those who attended were not only Bing Wuqing and Shui Jianfeng, but also Cold Lung, who had achieved foundation building Great Circle, and special seats were specially arranged for them. This was understandable, but now that it was a regular meeting, everyone's seat was very particular. Everyone knew that the closer one's seat was to sect Master Hong Qingyuan, the higher their position was. Therefore, it had always been Vice Sect Master Xue Liping and Qi Qianqiu, with the 5 great elders sitting on the left and right. To put it bluntly, Xue Liping on the left and Qi Qianqiu on the right. This was the usual rule. But now it couldn't be done. If it was still the same as before, then where would Bing Wuqing and Xue Jianfeng sit? Taking a step back, Bing Wuqing was in seclusion now, so there was no need to consider it for the time being. But Xue Jianfeng was still here. As expected, the moment sect Master Hong Qingyuan sat down, Xue Jianfeng sat on his right. At the same time, his father, Xue Liping, sat on Hong Qingyuan's left. The father and son had directly occupied the 2 most prominent seats. Seeing this, the faces of the 5 great elders, including Qi Qianqiu, darkened. Usually, the 5 of them were not completely of one mind, but at this time, they were definitely on the same side. After all, if they really let Xue Jianfeng and his father cook the rice, it would not only be great elder Qi Qianqiu's position that would be affected, but the other 4 great elders would also suffer. This was something they absolutely could not tolerate. Xue Jianfeng, what is the meaning of this? Qi Qianqiu frowned and said in a low voice. He did not sit, and neither did the other 4 great elders. As for the remaining ordinary gold core cultivators, they did not dare to sit. The entire meeting hall was filled with a group of people, other than sect Master Hong Qingyuan. Only Xue Jianfeng and his father were seated. Oh, nothing, it's just a meeting. Don't just stand there. Great Elder Qi, quickly sit. Xue Jianfeng pretended to be polite and pulled out the chair beside him, indicating for Qi Qianqiu to take a seat. You're sitting in the wrong seat, Qi Qianqiu said bluntly. Is that so? Xue Jianfeng looked to his left and right and said with a puzzled expression, I don't think so. Doesn't our Snow Sword faction always arrange the ranking according to our strength? Aside from sect leader Hong, I seem to be the only expert in Golden Core realm here. I'm still young, so don't lie to me, Great Elder Qi. Qi Qianqiu and the others were speechless for a long time, but they could not refute him, let alone the Snow Sword faction. Even in the entire immemorial Jianghu, strength reigned supreme. There was no doubt about this. However, the problem was that this was not a primitive society. The phrase strength reigned supreme was reflected in all aspects and methods and would never be shouted out loud. Otherwise, how would they be different from barbarians who did not know any etiquette? So what if you're in Gold Core Paragon? Who told you that Gold Core Paragon can definitely sit in the 2nd seat of the Elders Association? Xue Jianfeng, don't be too arrogant. The 2nd elder snorted angrily. Oh, then I'll have to humbly ask for guidance. If having the strength of Gold Core Paragon is not enough, then how can I sit in this position? Xue Jianfeng raised his eyebrows. If you want to sit in this position, of course you have to have the corresponding status. The other elders said in unison, That's easy. For a young and strong Gold Core Paragon like me, it's only reasonable that I should be entrusted with heavy responsibilities, right? Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of talent? Xue Jianfeng shamelessly chuckled. Everyone's eyes twitched when they heard this. Although it was reasonable, coming from Xue Jianfeng's own mouth, it was really shameless to a certain level. This guy's skin was simply as thick as a city wall. Then how can we not waste talent? Qi Qianqiu asked without batting an eyelid. Chapter 5344. Of course we have to arrange a position that matches my Golden Core Perfection strength. Sect Leader Hong, what kind of position do you think we should arrange for me? Xue Jianfeng turned his head to look at Hong Qingyuan. All of a sudden, everyone's focus shifted to Sect Master Hong Qingyuan, who had been silent all this while. At this time, he was still habitually tapping his finger on the table. After pondering for a moment, he slowly said, This is not a small problem. We need to discuss it properly. Everyone looked at each other, speechlessly. He spoke as if he was serious, but it was the same as not saying anything. This couldn't be blamed on Hong Qingyuan. From his point of view, there was no other way. After all, no matter what, a new generation expert like Xue Jianfeng had to shoulder a heavy responsibility. If he couldn't make the best use of the golden core perfection experts that other sects yearned for, then it would be a dereliction of his duty as the sect leader. But out of consideration for controlling the overall situation, Hong Qingyuan couldn't possibly let Xue Jianfeng, this rising star, overtake the host. Otherwise, with Xue Jianfeng and his father Xue Liping's character, things would definitely get out of hand in the future, and that would be a huge problem. Sect leader Hong means that this is today's important topic? Qi Qianqiu and the others looked at each other. That's right. Everyone sit down first. There's no need to rush over the position. Let's all express our opinions and discuss it to a conclusion. I think there's no need to fight over it anymore. What does everyone think? Hong Qingyuan suggested. Okay. Qi Qianqiu didn't argue and led the elders to their seats. Then, who will speak first? Hong Qingyuan's eyes swept across the crowd. Only he, the sect leader, had the final say in this kind of matter. However, the more it was so, the more he couldn't reveal his opinion. Only by remaining calm and letting everyone express their opinions would he be able to grasp the most initiative. Qi Qianqiu and the others looked at each other and remained silent. Because they didn't inform each other beforehand, they didn't dare to speak before they understood the pros and cons. Then I'll say a few words first. Xue Liping smiled, then said, as the saying goes, don't avoid relatives. Although Feng is my son, he's already a golden core perfection expert. I think we should arrange a corresponding important position for him. Otherwise, if word gets out, it will be hard to convince the masses. We might even be laughed at by outsiders. That's not appropriate. Vice Sect Master Xue, why don't you clarify what kind of important position you think we should give him? Qi Qianqiu narrowed his eyes as he asked. As an expert, second only to the Grand Elder, I feel that he should at least be the second in command. I didn't say that he would be the sect leader. After all, he's still young and inexperienced. He won't be able to control the overall situation for the time being, Xue Liping pointed out. These words caused Hong Qingyuan's eyelids to twitch. His expression remained unchanged, but he couldn't help but want to curse in his heart. If he can't control the situation now, does that mean he wants to control the situation in the future? It turned out that this pair of father and son didn't want to be the second in command at all, but were plotting for his position as the sect leader. When Qi Qianqiu and the others heard this, although they frowned, they were secretly laughing in their hearts. This pair of father and son were really too arrogant. Weren't they clearly pushing Hong Qingyuan to their side? Second position. Taking it literally, the position below the sect leader is naturally the vice sect leader. Does vice sect leader Xue intend to abdicate and give it to his son? The third elder grinned. Then I have no objections. Although there's no such thing as a son inheriting the father's position in our Snow Sword School. Your family situation is special. With such a good son, I feel that it's barely feasible to have him replace you as the vice sect leader. The fifth elder expressed his opinion. Seconded. The fourth elder nodded. I agree as well. The second elder nodded as well. Since everyone has the same opinion, then I have no objections. Qi Qianqiu nodded as well. With the current situation, it was already unrealistic to not let Xue Jianfeng take the position. Since that was the case, he might as well let him replace his father Xue Liping. In any case, he was already used to fighting with the vice sect leader. It didn't matter even if the father was replaced by the son. Haha, everyone seems to have misunderstood. As the vice sect leader, I've always been conscientious and conscientious. Even if I don't have any merits, I've still put in hard work. Besides, I've never said that I want to abdicate, right? Xue Liping sneered. Also, let me add something. My father, as the vice sect leader, doesn't seem to be the number 2 figure. Grand Elder Chi, haven't you always boasted that you're superior to my father? From what you're saying, you're eyeing my Grand Elder position. Chi Qianqiu couldn't help but laugh. Xue Jianfeng, although you're young, you've still grown up in the sect. Don't you know how the Grand Elder position came about? It's not self-bestowed. The Grand Elder is the same as the sect leader. It's a public election by the Elders' Council. At the same time, it has to be personally acknowledged by the Grand Elder. Do you think you can become the Grand Elder just because you want it? The second Elder snorted disdainfully. That's right. Other than strength, the Grand Elder's most important is his contributions to the sect and his deep qualifications. Which of these 2 do you think you're qualified for? The other elders echoed. Xue Jianfeng was stunned. Xue Jianfeng was stunned when he heard that. Although those words were unpleasant to the ears, he really had no way of refuting them. Aside from his strength as a gold core great perfection cultivator, he had nothing else. There was no need to talk about his qualifications, and if one were to talk about his contributions to the sect, Chi Qianqiu was a brother who had risked his life for the previous sect master, who was also the current great elder. Back then, he had even contributed so much to the sect that no one in the entire Snow Sword sect could compare to him. Everyone, you've misunderstood. I've never thought of becoming the Grand Elder. Xue Jianfeng could only say. Then what exactly do you want to do? Everyone looked at each other. Vice sect leader, but add 2 words in front of it. Managing, Xue Jianfeng said directly. Managing vice sect leader. Everyone was stunned. Then their expressions changed. Chi Qianqiu, the Grand Elder, could rely on his qualifications to slightly suppress the vice sect leader. They were basically on equal footing. However, the managing vice sect leader, as the name suggested, was clearly above the vice sect leader. Naturally, it would be above the Grand Elder as well. That was the true number 2 figure in the Elders' Council. In other words, you're going to have a managing vice sect leader out of nowhere. Chi Qianqiu looked at the calm Hong Qingyuan and said, Sect leader Hong, do you think there's a need for that? That's right. Is there a need for that? Hong Qingyuan did not answer him directly. Instead, he went with the flow and looked at Xue Jianfeng. To be continued. Chapter 5345. Of course there is. As the name suggests, the managing deputy, sect master, has to share the burden of the sect master. Think about it. Sect master Hong not only has to take care of the sect's affairs, but you also have to serve the supreme elder at the same time. If there is any big matter in the Jianghu, you have to personally deal with the other clans and sections. There are too many things and the burden is too heavy. Therefore, it is very necessary to have a managing deputy, sect master. What does sect master Hong think? Everyone looked at Hong Qingyuan. At this point, it wouldn't be right if he, as the sect master, didn't express his opinion. Tap, tap, tap. Hong Qingyuan tapped on the table again and again. After whetting everyone's appetite, he suddenly grinned. Since that's the case, then let's have a deputy sect master. I'll have to rely on you in the future. What? Chi Qianqiu and the others were shocked. It was obvious that the deputy sect master wanted to split the sect master's authority. Compared to them, the elders, Hong Qingyuan, the sect master, would suffer the most. They thought that Hong Qingyuan would refute the deputy sect master's words. But who would have thought that he would agree so easily? What was going on? Xue Jianfeng and his father Xue Liping were also surprised. The two of them had even prepared a set of words to deal with the other party's refusal. But they didn't expect Hong Qingyuan to be so tactful and agree without saying anything. Then, many thanks to sect master Hong. Xue Jianfeng nodded slightly, already assuming the posture of the deputy sect master. When he looked at Chi Qianqiu and the others again, his gaze was filled with a sense of superiority. This newly promoted second in command of the Elders Association was very quick to get into character. Sect Master Hong, this is no small matter. Shouldn't it be better to report it to the Supreme Elder? Chi Qianqiu said with a frown. He didn't know what Hong Qingyuan was thinking, but this matter was clearly not a good thing for him and the other elders. With his deep friendship with the Supreme Elder, he believed that the Supreme Elder wouldn't allow Shui Jianfeng to crawl on the necks of the other elders for no reason. About that, Hong Qingyuan pointed at the table and said ambiguously, "The Deputy Sect Master's matter is indeed very important, but the Supreme Elder has been in seclusion recently. I don't dare to disturb him. What do the others think? I don't think that's necessary. According to the tradition of our Snow Sword School, only the Sect Master and the Great Elder need to be confirmed by the Great Elder. Everything else can be decided by our Elders Association. If we have to bother the Great Elder for every little thing, what's the point of having us?" Shui Leiping was the first to step forward to object. "I don't think it's necessary. That's what I'm thinking as well. The Great Elder's seclusion concerns the future of our entire Snow Sword School. How can I disturb him for a small matter like mine? If anyone insists on going, I suggest that they personally go find the Great Elder and see what the outcome is," Shui Jianfeng said to Qi Qianqiu and the other elders with ill intentions. Everyone fell silent. They could only look at Hong Qingyuan. Communicating with the Supreme Elder was a privilege only the Sect Master had. Unless there was a special situation, others couldn't skip ranks to report it. Not to mention, disturbing the Supreme Elder's seclusion was a matter of great importance. Most people didn't have the courage to do so. Hong Qingyuan pondered for a moment, then finally made his decision. "How about this? Logically speaking, this matter does indeed need to be reported to the Supreme Elder, but it's not important enough to be reported to him alone. So, I'll report it when I pay a visit to the Supreme Elder next time. Before that, the Deputy Sect Master's matter is decided. Sect Master is wise." Shui Jianfeng and Shui Leiping looked at each other and smiled. Qi Qianqiu and the others could only shake their heads, helplessly. Since Hong Qingyuan had already made his decision, it was futile no matter how much they objected. After all, the Sect Master had the final say. Moreover, Shui Jianfeng and Shui Leiping also had the right to speak, so they could only resign themselves to fate. "All right, since the Sect Master thinks so highly of me, I, Shui Jianfeng, will not pass on this responsibility. As the saying goes, a new official must make 3 changes. As the Deputy Sect Master, this is the first time I'm officially participating in the Elders' Council. I can't disappoint everyone." Shui Jianfeng paused for a moment. Then, his gaze fell on a woman sitting in the last row. It was Cold's master, Su Xiaodong. Being stared at like that, Su Xiaodong's heart skipped a beat. The last time Shui Jianfeng launched an attack, it was Bing Wuqing who stopped it. Now that Bing Wuqing was still in closed-door training, Shui Jianfeng had now become the Deputy Sect Master, who was second only to one. If he were to launch an attack in front of everyone again, what could she use to fight against him? As expected, Shui Jianfeng's next sentence was aimed at Cold again. "As the Deputy Sect Master, my first topic is to discuss Cold's matter with everyone again. Cold, what else is there? The last meeting has already reached a conclusion. Don't tell me you want to overturn it?" Su Xiaodong quickly objected. "What's your position? Do you have the right to speak now?" Shui Jianfeng glanced at her disdainfully. Su Xiaodong was so angry that her face turned red. She could not say a word for a long time. Indeed, in terms of their positions, she was only a candidate elder, while the other party was the dignified Deputy Sect Master. They were not on the same level at all. At this moment, Hong Qingyuan came to the rescue and said, "It's all right. Speak freely. However, Cold's matter has already been settled. There's really no need to continue to keep a close eye on it. He had already taken a big step back by approving the appointment of the Deputy Sect Master. If he were to continue to tolerate and make concessions on Cold's matter, he would be lacking a bottom line. In the eyes of others like Qi Qianqiu, they might think that he had secretly reached a tacit agreement with Xue Jianfeng and Xue Leiping that would cause dissension and dissension. That was not a situation he wanted to see. Deputy Sect Master, it's true that a new official has to make changes. However, aren't you being too persistent by repeatedly setting fire to the same place? The third elder sneered. The rest of Qi Qianqiu and the others also had a playful look on their faces. Everyone, you've misunderstood. Although I'm still talking about Cold, I'm not talking about her disobeying orders during her training. I'm talking about another serious crime of hers, leaking the sect's mantra to outsiders. Xue Jianfeng said with certainty. What? As soon as these words came out, everyone, including Su Xiaodong, was shocked. Disobeying the sect's orders could be a light or a serious crime. A simple confinement would be enough. However, if it was really as Xue Jianfeng said, that Cold had leaked the sect's mantra to outsiders, then the crime would be really serious. This was practically an act of betrayal. Chapter 5346. P.S. Presenting today's update and at the same time, pulling votes for Qidian's 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and the votes will be rewarded with coins. Begging for everyone's support and appreciation. Do you have any evidence? Hong Qingyuan hurriedly asked in a deep voice. Many people know about this matter. During the primeval trials, Lin Yi and his subordinates had accurately locked onto the vital points of our Snow Sword faction's various techniques. This is not a coincidence. Even if you use your toes to think, someone must have revealed our Snow Sword faction's mental cultivation method and martial techniques to them. Without a doubt, this person can only be Lung Lung, who has always been very close to Lin Yi. There's no other possibility, Xue Jianfeng said with conviction. The atmosphere in the meeting hall instantly became much more solemn. From the sect leader Hong Qingyuan to the ordinary gold core stage elders, everyone unconsciously frowned and collectively fell into silence. This is only your one-sided statement, Su Xiaodong retorted. She had never heard Lung Lung mention this matter, so she did not know the specific situation. When she suddenly heard Xue Jianfeng's words, her heart was already in a mess. She just instinctively believed that her disciple would not betray the sect. That was all. My one-sided statement? I have a real witness for what I said. Our sect's disciple, Luo Shasheng, is the victim. Do you want to ask him to come over and be the witness? Xue Jianfeng's face was filled with confidence. Other than him, there was no one else who knew about this matter. Luo Shasheng and the other Snow Sword faction disciples who had participated in the secular world's training would certainly follow his lead. Of course, this matter would be decided by what he said. You. Su Xiaodong immediately felt a little guilty. She believed that Lung Lung was innocent, but the other party had even brought out a witness. They were preparing to directly make this an ironclad case. This matter cannot be underestimated. Since there is a witness, then let's call him over and ask him face to face. This will be good for everyone, Hong Qingyuan immediately decided. All right. Xue Jianfeng approved of this move and immediately sent someone to find Luo Shasheng. Luo Shasheng was frightened to the point that he didn't even dare to breathe loudly when faced with the questions of these big shots. He stuttered as he recounted the situation of the primeval trials. At this moment, he didn't dare to lie in the slightest. In fact, Xue Jianfeng didn't need him to deliberately lie. With him here, Luo Shasheng only needed to report truthfully and not speak any superfluous words. After listening to Luo Shasheng's report, Hong Qingyuan and the others looked at each other, and their expressions became more and more solemn. It was obvious that Luo Shasheng did not lie. Otherwise, it would not have escaped their eyes at all. It was because of this that they were so solemn. From the looks of it, Lung Lang's crime of revealing the sect's heart technique was almost certain. There's nothing to say now, right? Shui Jianfeng looked at everyone proudly. At the same time, he didn't forget to take care of Su Xiaodong. Usually, he wouldn't put such an inconspicuous substitute elder in his eyes. But who asked him to be Lung Lung's master? Su Xiaodong was speechless. She wanted to refute, but she didn't know how to refute. After all, they had even brought out a witness, and her words carried little weight. How could she refute? Great elder, what do you think? Hong Qingyuan looked at Qi Qianqiu. Qi Qianqiu glanced at Shui Jianfeng and said slowly, "It sounds serious, but in my opinion, we can't rush to a conclusion now. No matter what, we still have to confront Lung Lung face to face. What do you think, sect leader?" "Yes, that's what I think too." Hong Qingyuan nodded. Although the sect had 2 more experts in the Golden Core realm, no one would complain about having too many talented disciples with unlimited potential. A super genius like Lung Lung, no matter which sect she was placed in, even in the top 4 clans and sects of the entire primeval underworld, would definitely be a treasure that they could only wish for. Unless it was absolutely necessary, otherwise, why would they destroy themselves? Confront? Shui Jianfeng frowned. He knew very well that once Lung Lung was called over, it would definitely be a back and forth wrangling. Just as he was about to think of an excuse to reject it, Su Xiaodong on the other side was the first to become restless. "No way!" Su Xiaodong quickly shouted. "Why not?" Hong Qingyuan and Qi Qianqiu looked at each other. Lung Lung is currently in closed-door training to break through to the Golden Core realm. Once she's interrupted, the consequences will be unimaginable. Su Xiaodong said anxiously. "She's already breaking through to the Golden Core realm so soon?" Everyone was shocked to hear this. In just a short year, she had soared from the early stage of foundation building all the way to the foundation building perfected. This in itself was already a very remarkable miracle. From the perspective of any normal person, Lung Lung would have to settle down for a few years in her current position, and only start to prepare after her realm was completely stabilized. How could she break through to the Golden Core realm so soon? Where did she get such confidence and confidence? Shui Jianfeng's eyes lit up when he heard this. As a Gold Core perfected realm cultivator, he had long looked down on Lung Lung. However, since it was the critical period for Lung Lung to break through to the Golden Core realm, then there was something to be done. As everyone knew, the breakthrough of any stage in isolation was very particular about doing it in one go. It was even more so when it came to breaking through to the Golden Core realm, especially for a genius disciple like Lung Lung who had an unparalleled talent. One should know that the most important thing for a so-called genius was to have indomitable confidence and pride. Because of this confidence and pride, they could often dig out their talent to the fullest and become an existence that ordinary disciples could only look up to. However, this was also a double-edged sword. Once they encountered a setback at an important juncture, after the confidence and pride that they had all along been dealt a blow, these so-called geniuses would most likely be unable to recover from the setback or even vanish into the masses. There were too many such precedents in the small Jianghu in the ancient times, too many to mention. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if they could not kill the genius Lung Lung, even if they could only interrupt Lung Lung's breakthrough rhythm, causing her to be stuck at the Golden Core realm bottleneck for a few more years or decades, it would still be a pleasant surprise. So what if she's breaking through to the Golden Core realm? She can ignore the summons of the Elders Guild just because she's breaking through to the Golden Core realm. She can even ignore the crime of betraying the sect. How can there be such a good thing in the world? Shui Jianfeng immediately sneered with slanted eyes. But Su Xiaodong still wanted to argue. But my ass, if the emperor breaks the law, he will be punished the same as the common people. Lung Lung is just an ordinary disciple, but she's giving special treatment. Then does our Snow Sword sect still have any rules to speak of? Shui Jianfeng glared and said righteously, "Sect leader, great elder, It's still uncertain whether Lung Lung has leaked our sect's mental cultivation method to outsiders. Now is the most critical time for her to break through to the Golden Core realm. Everyone knows that once the first attempt fails, the difficulty of the second attempt will increase exponentially. If we forcefully interrupt it at this time, it's almost like killing a super genius. For the sake of the sect, please be careful. Su Xiaodong could only plead with the two of them. It's going to be 515 soon. I hope I can continue to break through to the 515 red envelope list. On the 15th of May, the red envelope brain will be able to give back to the readers and promote the works. Being together is also love. I'll definitely do my best. Chapter 5347. Here's today's update. And at the same time, I'm pulling votes for the Qijian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and the votes will also be given some coins. I beg for everyone's support and appreciation. I think. Qi Qianqiu hesitated for a moment and said somewhat unbearably, "Why don't we postpone it? It's not too late to confront her face to face after she breaks through to the gold core stage. What do you think, Sect Master?" In the end, before Hong Qingyuan could express his opinion, Xue Jianfeng had already taken the lead and slammed the table, saying unscrupulously, "Great Elder, I think you're really too old and muddle-headed, aren't you? If someone makes a mistake, we must immediately convict them as a warning to others. This is not a child's play. This is a matter of principle, and it concerns the survival of our entire Snow Sword sect. Do you think that a matter of principle can be discounted and negotiated?" Qi Qianqiu's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Even Hong Qingyuan had never dared to speak to him in such a tone, let alone a mere young junior. However, although Xue Jianfeng's words were unpleasant to hear, every word was reasonable, and he really couldn't refute it for a while. Everyone's eyes then focused on Hong Qingyuan again. At this time, it was up to him, the sect master, to make a decision. Hong Qingyuan was very embarrassed. This problem was even more difficult for him than letting Xue Jianfeng be the executive deputy sect master just now. He knew very well that it was unrealistic for him to forcibly suppress the matter of the executive deputy sect master. After all, the other party was a gold core perfection expert with a promising future at such a young age. Instead of blindly suppressing him, it was better to go with the flow. At worst, he could help Bing Wuqing next, and let the two of them balance each other. However, regarding Lung Ling's matter, he couldn't go with the flow. That was very likely to destroy a future pillar. However, Xue Jianfeng was stubbornly clinging onto the matter, and even claimed the righteous cause. As the sect master, he couldn't ignore it. What should he do? Tap, tap, tap. Hong Qingyuan tapped the table. His expression was unfathomable. No one could tell what he was thinking. After a long time, he slowly said, "The executive vice sect leader's words are reasonable." That one sentence made Su Xiaodong feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Xue Jianfeng and his father Xue Liping's lips curled up. However, before they could laugh out loud, Hong Qingyuan immediately added, "However, the matter of leaking our sect's mental cultivation method is still not conclusive after all. Kuld is at most a suspect. She can't be considered guilty yet. Therefore, we still have to consider for her and postpone the face-to-face confrontation." "That's not appropriate, is it?" Xue Jianfeng's face darkened immediately. He snorted and said, "Let's not talk about the fact that this matter should be dealt with as soon as possible to warn others. At the very least, this is my first proposal as the executive vice sect leader. Is the authority of the executive vice sect leader just for show?" Qi Qianqiu and the other elders grinned at the same time. In their eyes, Xue Jianfeng's position as the executive vice sect leader was controversial. He really thought he was a big shot. However, Hong Qingyuan could only appease him. The position of the executive vice sect leader is very important. Of course, it's not just for show. We can't be too arbitrary. What if I insist? Shui Jianfeng turned hostile, like flipping a book. Just now he was smiling at Hong Qingyuan, but now he was aggressive. Looking at his posture, if the other party didn't agree, he might turn hostile right away. This guy really has a dog's character. Hong Qingyuan was so angry that he cursed in his heart. Although the other party's strength as a great perfection gold core was extraordinary, it was unrealistic to say that it could scare him, the dignified sect leader. However, considering the overall situation, he couldn't turn hostile like Shui Jianfeng so easily. Hong Qingyuan didn't feel it before, but at this moment he really regretted it. Normally, when one reached the level of great perfection gold core, one must be a mature and experienced figure. In his opinion, even if Shui Jianfeng wasn't as steady and decent as Qi Qinqiu, he should at least be at the level of his father, Shui Liping. He shouldn't turn hostile right away. Who would have thought that he was such a dog? Little did he know that if Shui Jianfeng was alone, even if this guy had the strength of great perfection gold core, he might not dare to be so unscrupulous. But now he had the central and unfathomable and powerful backing, and he didn't put Hong Qingyuan and the others in his eyes at all. With his usual character, of course, he would turn hostile right away. Why would he care so much? In Shui Jianfeng's eyes, with the central pulling the strings behind the scenes, the whole Snow Sword sect would fall into his control sooner or later. Hong Qingyuan and the others were just bones in the grave. If they were sensible, he could give them a nominal high-level position. If not, none of them would have a good end. The atmosphere in the conference hall suddenly became extremely tense and oppressive again. Hong Qingyuan's face was gloomy and uncertain. In the face of the aggressive Shui Jianfeng, he was forced to take a small step back. Otherwise, if they really fought face to face, the whole situation would be messed up. Well, since the executive deputy head insists, I'll have to trouble Elder Su to send a message to Cold. Under the premise that it won't affect her too much, let her come out for a confrontation and clarify. Hong Qingyuan said. Su Xiaodong hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded and agreed. This was a choice forced by helplessness. There was no other way. If she was asked to send a message to Cold, she would naturally be careful. At most, she would give a gentle reminder, but would not forcefully interrupt. In this way, the damage to Cold would not be so great. If it were someone else, it would be a big trouble. No. Shui Jianfeng stood out directly to stop them. He snorted and said, She is Cold's master. Who knows what she will do in this? What if she takes the opportunity to collude with Cold? Let me do it. If you want to stop me, you can try to stop me. As soon as he said that, everyone was stunned. Shui Jianfeng's unreasonable level was far beyond everyone's expectations. For a moment, no one dared to stop him. In terms of strength, the only one present who could compete with Shui Jianfeng was Hong Qingyuan. However, since Shui Jianfeng had already said so, as the sect leader, how could Hong Qingyuan dare to take the risk? If they really turned hostile and started a fight, the entire Snow Sword sect would be in chaos. However, if they did not stop him, Shui Jianfeng would definitely not give up this excellent opportunity to attack Cold. A good super genius might be destroyed in his hands. If Cold was found to be innocent, it would be too late for regrets. While they were in a dilemma, a delicate figure stood in front of Shui Jianfeng without hesitation. It was Su Xiaodong. Do you want to die? Shui Jianfeng couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Although Su Xiaodong was Lung Ling's master, he was only the lowest-ranked alternate elder in terms of status. In terms of strength, he was only at the early gold core stage. What did he have to stop him? It's going to be 515 soon. I hope to continue to charge into the 515 red packet ranking. On the 15th of May, the red packet rain will reward the readers and promote the works. Every piece is love. I'll definitely do my best. Chapter 5348. Here's today's update, And at the same time, I'd like to solicit votes for the Qijian 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and the votes will also be given some coins. I beg for everyone's support and appreciation. Su Xiaodong did not speak. She knew that it was useless for her to say anything at this time. She could only express her determination with actions. For Lung Lung's sake, she would not give in even if she was beaten to death. Okay, I'll fulfill your wish. A brutal killing intent suddenly surged out of Xue Jianfeng's body. This scene really shocked everyone present. Even Hong Qingyuan and Qi Qianqiu's expressions changed. This guy must be crazy. Could it be that he really dared to kill people in this conference hall? Compared to the shock of everyone, Su Xiaodong bore the brunt of it at this moment. Facing the oppression of a great perfection Gold Core Realm Master at close range, she who was in the early stage of the Gold Core Realm was in a precarious situation. Once the opponent made a move, it would not take a second move to kill her. However, Su Xiaodong still did not give in. Xue Jianfeng could not help but laugh. He immediately unsheathed his long sword and stabbed it straight at Su Xiaodong's throat. The sword was so fast that Su Xiaodong had no time to dodge it. Hong Qingyuan and the others were too far away. At this time, even if they wanted to help, it was unrealistic. In everyone's eyes, she was now a dead person. For a moment, everyone's eyes changed again and again when they looked at Xue Jianfeng. Previously, they thought this guy was just arrogant, but now they felt a real tremor from their bones. Killing people because of a disagreement, this guy was simply a demon. At this time, no one paid attention to Su Xiaodong anymore. She had been shrouded by the shadow of death. No one could save her from Xue Jianfeng's sword because Hong Qingyuan, who had this ability, had given up trying. As a result, Xue Jianfeng's sword stopped abruptly midway. Everyone was stunned at the same time. Everyone was a little incredulous. Could it be that this guy had found his conscience? But then they suddenly realized that Xue Jianfeng's face was extremely ugly at this time. It did not look like he had found his conscience and stopped voluntarily. In fact, his long sword was not stopped by him at all. It was blocked by a thin layer of ice out of thin air. Yes, it was just a thin layer of ice. At first glance, it looked like a layer of ice that could be pierced with a finger, but it actually blocked Xue Jianfeng's long sword. Who is it? Xue Jianfeng was almost roaring these 4 words. One must know that he was prepared to kill Su Xiaodong in front of everyone to establish his prestige. Therefore, he didn't hold back at all in his previous attack except for not using his trump card. However, his attack was still blocked by a thin layer of ice. How could he endure this? Me. A calm voice came from outside the door. Then a figure walked in, causing everyone's eyelids to twitch. The temperature of the entire meeting hall instantly dropped. The person was Bing Wuqing. Aren't you in seclusion? Xue Jianfeng was dumbfounded. The reason why he had deliberately chosen this time to make trouble was not only because today was the regular meeting of the Elder Council, but also because Bing Wuqing was in closed-door cultivation. At this time, no one could stop him. Otherwise, no matter how strong he was, it would be a waste of effort. He could scare people like Hong Qingyuan, but how could he scare Bing Wuqing? I'm out for a walk when I'm happy. What can you do about it? Bing Wuqing glanced at him expressionlessly. Then she looked at Su Xiaodong. Seeing that he wasn't injured, she turned back and continued, You seem to be very awe-inspiring to kill someone in front of all the higher-ups of the Elder Council. Xue Jianfeng couldn't help but choke. Logically speaking, he and Bing Wuqing were experts of the same level and had the same background. There was no reason for him to be afraid of her. However, in fact, Bing Wuqing's strength had always been deeply ingrained in his heart. Instinctively, he didn't think he could defeat her, especially when his attack just now was superb. He had no confidence in front of Bing Wuqing. Suddenly, Xue Jianfeng's expression changed. He looked at Bing Wuqing with shock and anger in his eyes. The scene just now made him think of an extremely embarrassing but logical possibility. During this period of time, she had completely digested and absorbed the divine sense grass. Now, she was the strongest expert in the gold core stage. Although it had only been half a month, there was very little information about the divine sense grass. No one knew how long it would take to absorb half a stalk of divine sense grass. Half a month was completely possible. Otherwise, the scene just now couldn't be explained at all. They were both experts in the great perfection of the gold core stage. How could she block his attack so easily? The strongest expert in the gold core stage. This was the only reasonable explanation. What? You just pulled out your sword and killed people. Now you've become mute and can't speak? Bing Wuqing walked forward and sat down in the empty seat next to Hong Qingyuan, ignoring everyone's reaction. From the beginning to the end, her attitude toward Xue Jianfeng was not so much contempt, but disregard. It seemed that she didn't take him seriously at all. The feeling of being ignored immediately enraged Xue Jianfeng. He gritted his teeth and growled in a low voice, "That's my seat." "Your seat?" Bing Wuqing was stunned. She turned to look at Hong Qingyuan and said, "Does he have a special position? He even has a special seat?" "It was just approved today. He's the new executive deputy leader," Hong Qingyuan explained. He was as surprised as everyone else. He thought to himself that Bing Wuqing was really Xue Jianfeng's nemesis. Last time, she made Xue Jianfeng speechless. This time, when Xue Jianfeng flew into a rage, he was forcefully suppressed by her again. It was amazing. Executive deputy leader? What the hell is that? Bing Wuqing was a little confused. Xue Jianfeng had made up this term for himself. Before this, there was no such position in the Snow Sword sect. She had never even heard of it. Humph! The executive deputy leader is second only to the sect leader. He's the second most important person in the entire Elder Council. You can't just sit in this position casually. Bing Wuqing, don't be too arrogant. Xue Jianfeng snorted coldly. Hong Qingyuan and the others had strange expressions on their faces when they heard this. Arrogant? How could you have the nerve to say such a thing? Is that so? Bing Wuqing didn't comment. She continued to look at Hong Qingyuan and said, "Can I ask who is the one who suggested that he be the executive deputy leader?" Everyone looked at Xue Jianfeng. No one said a word, but their eyes said it all. "You suggested it yourself?" Even Bing Wuqing, who was usually expressionless, couldn't help but feel a little strange. She complained, "You made yourself the executive deputy leader? How shameless are you?" "I deserve it. What can you do about it?" Xue Jianfeng snorted angrily. He walked to the front and curled his lips. "Get out of my way. It's going to be 515 soon. I hope to continue to hit the 515 red envelope list. On May 15th, the red envelope rain will reward the readers and promote the work. It's love too. I'll do my best." Chapter 5349. P.S. Here's today's update, and at the same time garnering votes for Qijian's 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and the votes will be rewarded with coins. Begging for everyone's support and appreciation. Deserving of it. Bing Wuqing's expression became more and more strange. She looked at Hong Qingyuan and the others and said, "He's a fool, and you guys are playing along with him. When did you guys become so playful?" Everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Although Bing Wuqing's words weren't very respectful, the truth was that they had been kidnapped by Xue Jianfeng and forced to acknowledge him as the managing deputy sect leader. After all, Xue Jianfeng was a golden core perfected cultivator. "What did you say?" Xue Jianfeng was completely enraged. He was afraid of her strength, but it did mean that he only dared to act like a coward in front of her. If he was really cornered, he would also turn hostile. "Sneaking around behind my back and baring your teeth at me. Where did you get your confidence from? When she said this, Bing Wuqing didn't even look at Xue Jianfeng. The disdain was almost obvious on her face. When Xue Jianfeng heard this, he was instantly enraged. However, when he thought that the other party was very likely to be the strongest Oris core expert in the legends, he didn't dare to act rashly. After all, he hadn't been overwhelmed by anger yet. He could only suppress his anger and clench his teeth as he said, "From what you're saying, could it be that you want to snatch the position of Deputy Sect Master from my hands?" Bing Wuqing snorted and said disdainfully, "I'm not interested in such a stupid position. Bing Wuqing, don't go too far." If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid that he couldn't beat her, Xue Jianfeng would have killed this dead-faced bastard with a sword. "Wait, don't be impatient, both of you." Seeing that the situation wasn't good, Hong Qingyuan quickly stepped forward to mediate. If he really let Bing Wuqing and Xue Jianfeng fight like this, although he could sit on the sidelines and watch them fight, then the situation would be completely out of control. If two golden core perfected experts really fought, even he wouldn't be able to stop them easily. After all, he was the sect leader. Hong Qingyuan's words were more or less effective. Bing Wuqing and Xue Jianfeng stopped fighting. Her gaze then landed on him. "With the two of your superb strength, it is reasonable for you to bear heavy responsibilities. Now that Jian Feng is already the deputy sect leader, Wu Qing should also arrange a position of equal strength to show fairness. Originally, because Wu Qing was in seclusion, I was going to postpone the discussion on this matter. Now that Wu Qing has come out of seclusion, how about we settle it together today?" Hong Qingyuan said. He had been regretting it ever since Xue Jianfeng had flipped out. Now, Bing Wuqing had suddenly appeared out of nowhere and interfered. Even though Xue Jianfeng was also somewhat condescending, it was a good thing for him. It was just nice for him to keep Xue Jianfeng in check, lest Xue Jianfeng become unruly and out of control. Equally matched positions. Bing Wuqing raised her brows slightly. The managing vice sect leader is second only to the sect leader. He is undoubtedly the number 2 figure in the Elder Guild. There's no such thing as an equal position. Xue Jianfeng was extremely displeased when he heard that. The title of managing vice sect leader was not something that he had come up with on a whim. He had racked his brains for it so that he could surpass Bing Wuqing and be on par with her. Wouldn't he have wasted all his efforts? Positions are all created by people. Before today, I had never heard of any managing vice sect leader. Isn't it still here now? Qi Qianqiu sneered. He, as the great elder, was supposed to be the second in command. Now, not only did the managing vice sect leader appear out of nowhere, even Bing Wuqing was about to climb over his head. He felt really upset. But then again, it was not that he was blind to the bigger picture. In this situation, he was definitely on Bing Wuqing's side. After all, it was better to have someone to keep her in check than not. Then tell me, what other position can be on par with the managing vice sect leader? Xue Jianfeng said disdainfully. Well, Qi Qianqiu pondered for a moment, then said, since there's already a managing vice sect leader, why don't we have a first vice sect leader? First vice sect leader? Xue Jianfeng frowned. He scolded, Great Elder, have you gone senile? The managing vice sect leader is already the number 1 vice sect leader. What first vice sect leader? That's not the same. The managing vice sect leader is the number 1 vice sect leader, who said that both positions must be held concurrently. The second elder chuckled. The other elders who had the right to speak also chimed in. Since there was already a managing vice sect leader, they did not mind having another first vice sect leader. It would be perfect for Bing Wuqing and Xue Jianfeng to fight amongst themselves. They were more than happy to sit on the sidelines and reap the spoils later. Preposterous! Xue Jianfeng was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He hated Bing Wuqing again. If it were not for her, he would have succeeded in killing people to establish his dominance. These old farts would not have dared to pick a fight with him. What do you think? Hong Qingyuan looked at Bing Wuqing. At this point, Xue Jianfeng's attitude was obviously irrelevant. With all of them pushing for it, as long as Bing Wuqing herself agreed, the first vice sect leader position was already set in stone. Even if Xue Jianfeng and his father Xue Liping joined forces, they would not be able to stop it. Is it appropriate for something like this to happen without me, the managing vice sect leader's approval? Xue Jianfeng was still making his final struggle. In the end, Bing Wuqing glanced at him indifferently and said disdainfully, "It's none of your business. Now that I'm too lazy to attack you, you'd better get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless." Humph, what a big tone. I'd like to see it for myself, Xue Jianfeng said as he suddenly drew his sword again. Without hesitation, he soared into the sky and launched a powerful attack from above. His sword fell from the 9 heavens. Everyone, including Hong Qingyuan, turned pale with fright. This guy was really a lunatic. Not only did he attack Su Xiaodong just now, but now he even dared to attack Bing Wuqing, who is also a golden core perfected cultivator. Moreover, he used such a trump card right from the start. The entire meeting hall was instantly in chaos. Everyone's first reaction was to dodge and retreat, subconsciously. After all, swords had no eyes, although they were all golden core experts. Once they were hit by the aftermath of a golden core perfected cultivator's attack, it would be fatal. However, it turned out that they had been overthinking things. There were no aftershocks, nor were there any innocent bystanders caught in the crossfire. In the face of Xue Jianfeng's powerful attack, Bing Wuqing used only one move to easily end the battle. It was her signature move, the merciless ice dance. In the past, although the merciless ice dance had also exerted great pressure on others, it was ultimately just pressure. When faced with experts of the same level, it could at most have a limited effect. However, the scene that was unfolding in front of everyone's eyes right now had completely overturned all their previous understanding. Chapter 5350. Bing Wuqing had only unleashed the merciless ice force, and Xue Jianfeng's entire body was covered in a thin layer of ice. He did not even manage to fully unleash the sword descends 9 heavens, and just like that he fell stiffly from midair, like a lifelike ice sculpture. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. After a moment, Xue Liping suddenly reacted with a shout and rushed up to help the ice sculpture up. He asked in a terrified tone, "Feng, are you all right?" This. Hong Qingyuan opened his mouth, but could not utter a proper sentence. Judging from Xue Jianfeng's power just now, he could tell that even if Xue Jianfeng's power was not as steady and experienced as his, he was definitely not weak among those in the golden core great completion. Yet such a powerful existence was actually taken care of by Bing Wuqing so easily without even batting an eye. Was she still human? It didn't make sense. Bing Wuqing was just a golden core, perfected cultivator after all. How could there be such a huge gap between the same level? After a long while, the thin layer of ice on the surface of Xue Jianfeng finally broke. His face was pale, and he hunched his body in an extremely sorry state. Panting heavily, he stammered, "Most powerful, golden, core, stage." As soon as he said that, the crowd was in an uproar. Everyone, including Hong Qingyuan, looked at Bing Wuqing with even more respect. Could she really be the legendary most powerful golden core expert? It wasn't impossible. Although neither Bing Wuqing nor Xue Jianfeng mentioned anything about the divine knowledge grass, with their strength, it would be easy for them to participate in the primeval trial. It wasn't impossible for them to find the legendary divine knowledge grass. And the overwhelming strength that Bing Wuqing displayed just now could only be explained by the fact that she was the strongest golden core expert. In the face of the subconscious reverence from the crowd, Bing Wuqing didn't care. She curled her lips slightly and said, Who told me that she was the strongest golden core expert? Wasn't she? Xue Jianfeng, who had finally managed to catch his breath, was stunned when he heard that. He assumed that since the other party had come out of seclusion, she must have used the other half of the divine knowledge grass, which meant that she was naturally the strongest golden core expert. Was there anything wrong with that? Bing Wuqing smiled, which was rare, but it was a mocking sneer. Why don't you feel it again? Feel what? Before Xue Jianfeng could react, Bing Wuqing raised her hand slightly and unleashed her merciless ice force once again. A thin layer of ice instantly covered him again. However, with the previous example, Xue Jianfeng's reaction was extremely fast this time. He immediately unleashed his strongest protective layer of qi without any regard for the price. Even though he would inevitably be in a somewhat sorry state, he wouldn't be turned into a human-shaped ice sculpture without any resistance. After all, he was an expert in the peak of the gold core realm. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Only SOZO. Xue Jianfeng pretended to be calm and wanted to mock him. However, before he could finish his words, his entire body suddenly trembled. His knees went soft, and he knelt down on the spot. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. No one would have thought that this guy would actually kneel in public. What the hell was he doing? Of course, Xue Jianfeng didn't kneel willingly. At this moment, his expression was incomparably sinister and conflicted, because what was trapping him wasn't just the thin layer of ice on the surface. It was the insides of his 2 legs that had been frozen. He had no choice but to kneel. That wasn't what shocked him the most. What really shocked him was that the merciless ice force that he sensed earlier was not the power of an expert in the Golden Core realm. It was clearly a level higher, an existence that was completely above the Golden Core realm. It was a nascent soul realm old monster. Nascent soul realm old monster? How could you be a nascent soul realm old monster? Xue Jianfeng was practically going crazy. He couldn't react the first time because the other party hadn't used her full strength. But now, Bing Wuqing had used her full strength. His 2 legs were frozen to this extent and were almost crippled. If he still couldn't react in time, he would be too slow. What? Nascent soul realm old monster? Everyone present, including Hong Qingyuan, was collectively shocked. Each of them looked at Bing Wuqing in disbelief. Just now, the range of the merciless ice force was controlled to be extremely small. Therefore, although they were very close to it, they didn't feel its power at all. They just assumed that it was the strongest Golden Core realm. Who would have thought that it was actually a nascent soul realm old monster? But how was this possible? The birth of any expert in the nascent soul realm. That was a huge matter that would affect the entire structure of the small immemorial underworld. And an entire small immemorial underworld, although there weren't as many experts in the Golden Core realm as there were dogs everywhere, the overall number was not small. Basically, any sect or clan of a high level would have a few, or even a dozen of them. Snow Sword faction was considered very rare. If it were the top 4 sects and clans, they wouldn't even be able to count them with one hand. There were no less than 3 digits of experts in the Golden Core realm, and every single one of them had been scheming to break through to the nascent soul realm. But how many of them had succeeded in the end? The reality was that in the last 20 years, the number of experts in the small immemorial underworld who had recently advanced to the nascent soul realm was 0. Not a single one. Condensing the nascent soul sounded like a simple task, but the difficulty involved was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Just the nascent condensation golden core, which could only be obtained by luck, was enough to make everyone flinch. Even if they were lucky enough to obtain it, the entire breakthrough process would take at least a few years. How could it be so fast? Half a month ago, she was still in the Golden Core realm, but now she had become a nascent soul realm old monster the moment she came out. What kind of heavenly book was this? But then again, if it had been someone else, they would not have believed it. But when it came to Bing Wuqing, Hong Qingyuan, and the others really could not be sure. It was not just Bing Wuqing, but also Shui, Jianfeng, and Lung Lung. They could not see through these people. It had only been slightly more than a year since she started her training in the secular world. Yet Lung Lung had soared from the early stage of foundation building all the way to the foundation building perfected. This was unprecedented in the history of the small, immemorial underworld. But compared to the other two, it was still acceptable. Someone had provided her with elixirs, and she was naturally talented, so this could be explained. But Bing Wuqing had directly soared from the early stage of Golden Core Realm to the Golden Core Realm perfected. How could this be explained? One had to know that the Golden Core Realm and the Foundation Building Realm were two completely different concepts. Even if it was possible to achieve this by swallowing elixirs, where could so many golden cores and golden cores come from? Not even the entire small, immemorial underworld had so many, right? That was not all. What made everyone even more speechless was Shui Jianfeng. This fellow had directly gone from the foundation building perfected to the Golden Core Realm perfected. This was practically a breakthrough.